a fucking short stream. We're gonna test how well it does. And let me make sure it's working and looks fine. There's gotta be a better way to lay some of this shit out, but I don't know it. I think maybe we're good. Maybe. I got up at 1 a.m. today. I was planning on taking a nap, like a 4-hour nap, and then I ended up taking a like 12-hour nap. It wasn't 12 hours. It might have been 12 hours actually. I don't know. It was a long time. No, it must have been. It was only like 10 hours, guys. Don't worry. Only 10 hours. Okay, sausages. I don't know what countries export sausages. Presumably the US does quite a bit. Okay, number 3. I feel like Argentina probably does. Okay, they don't. Fuck, maybe Canada, maybe like Germany. I feel like Germany probably has a lot. Yeah, okay, Germany's number 1. Yeah, makes sense. That makes sense. Australia maybe? I bet Australia's got sausages. I bet they have sausages down there. Okay, apparently not. Okay. I don't even know. Japan maybe. Japan probably doesn't have that many. Poland, Russia. God, I don't know. I feel like Canada might have a lot though. I'm gonna say Canada. Canada was 20. Damn. Germany, Italy. Oh, I probably should have guessed Italy. U.S., Spain, Poland. I should have just run with Poland at the end. Damn. This one's gonna be impossible. Let's go. Oh, we did this one already, didn't we? I feel like I've had Finland before. I don't know though. Okay, I feel like the copper, uranium, sulfur, graphite probably go together. Nope, those are only 2 of those. Okay, uranium and graphite. Probably. What if this is? Maybe fertilizer. I'm gonna guess cement and fertilizer. No, okay, but I do have 3 of these green ones now. So I have sulfur, cement, nitrous fertilizer. I'm joking on my own fucking spit. And then maybe clove, starches, vanilla, stainless steel. Other fruits, maybe? Fuck. Cloves. Paper, starches. I feel like the paper and paper making machines probably go together. Copper. Oh my god. Starches. This fucking sucks. Alright, this one. No. First try. Watch this shit. Watch this shit. Copper ore. This is Chile. You guys watch Chile. Easy. Oh my god, I didn't actually think I would get a first try. Okay, I saw copper. And in my mind, I just think, oh, Chile, Pinochet. Yeah. Okay. God, these people are still on? What the hell? We have new ADHD Minecraft server to play on. Are these people not happy I'm on? You guys can't see chat, but they just said... one of them said no, one of them said dang. They don't like my high :3. Damn. Okay, we ready for the progressive slop. Okay. They need it's gonna be painful. It's gonna be annoying. It's gonna be horrible. It's gonna be a lot of things. Actually, we might have two progressive slop things today, because Bernie Sanders went on Flagrant, and Adam Conover went on Tim Pool, and I feel like both of those are actually gonna end up being quite a bit of progressive slop.
What's up, everybody? So, welcome to
we're gonna see, man. Well, let me pull my notes to this window. Okay, don't care about no intro. Oh boy. How many memes are we gonna hit? Love the late night streams. Yep, I just woke up, Tyler. That's why we're doing. That's why YouTube only has the vertical layout right now. It's because I woke up at 1 a.m. and I started streaming at fucking 4 a.m. But you know what? Fuck it. What memes are we gonna hit? Okay, we're definitely gonna hit. Isaac warned me that we're definitely hitting the real median wages have been stagnant or whatever. I think we're also. Ooh, I hope we don't get any anti-globalization memes. If we get any anti-globalization memes, I'm gonna crash out. We're definitely gonna get oligarchy memes, although, you know, at this point, the oligarchy memes are just more and more justified. Okay, under Donald J. Trump. Okay, we're getting there. I'm trying to think what else. He warned me that there were some education takes in there too that Isaac agrees with. I might disagree with a little bit, but we'll see.
Walter O'Malley.
Oh God.
I know. This one cuts deep. When he moves the Brooklyn Dodgers to Los Angeles, and he does.
Okay, I don't care about the Dodgers leaving Los Angeles. Okay. The 3 questions of real politics and how they apply to the U.S. Okay.
You ready?
Okay, I'm ready.
All right, here we go.
Is it a fair question?
Yeah, it is a very fair question. All right, politics.
Okay, wait.
A lot of unions just we've got a very interesting situation, especially this last election. You've spoken about a lot, where it's like a lot of unions decide to not endorse the Democratic Party. Some even endorse the Republican Party. If the Democratic Party cannot win the votes of union workers, who are they for?
Okay. All right, let's take a deep breath. You ready?
Okay, I'm ready.
All right, here we go.
Is it a fair question?
Yeah, it is a very fair question. All right, politics.
We might end up getting some anti-globalization memes in this one. There were, I think, some unions who believe that you know, they could get you know, Trump's tariffs would help, or they believe they could essentially rely on Trump to scale back his tariff plans. That didn't end up happening, though. So it looks like a lot of these unions are going to be fucked by tariffs. I think the Longshoremen's Union has complained that shipping volumes have dropped so much because of the tariffs.
You know, how politics is conveyed in the media is, you know, who's running for office, what Donald Trump said, and all that stuff. And that's all important. But if you take a deep breath and you think about real politics, serious politics, what's it about? It's about three things, it seems to me. Number one, where are we as a country today? And that seems like a simple question. It is not a simple question. Okay, how did we get to where we are? And equally,
I mean, you know what? I agree. It's not a simple question. It's just annoying that Bernie's not gonna understand the nuances behind how much income inequality has increased and how much median wages have increased and all the nuances to where we are today as a country. But
important, where do we want to go in the future? Right?
Yep.
Reasonable questions?
Absolutely.
All right, Andrew, where are we today?
We're in New York City, New York. What do you mean, where are we politically?
No, where are we as a
country?
nation?
Oh,
And what are the things that we should be looking at? If I ask you, how are we doing as a nation?
I would say we're struggling financially.
Good, that's right.
Quality of life.
struggling. We're gonna hit the paycheck to paycheck thing, aren't we? Oh boy, I'm feeling it. Okay, it's coming for us. Struggling financially. I don't think Americans are struggling financially any more than they were. Or I mean, really, it's less than we were, 50 years ago or whatever. You might be able to complain about, the nation's debt, like obviously our debt to GDP is not ideal, but I don't think that's I don't think Bernie thinks that's a big deal. I agree. It's probably not that big of a deal. Like, it seems like we're able to finance it.
That's exactly right.
And I think that we are disillusioned with the institutions that should be supporting and protecting us.
Excellent. All right. So that's right. All that's right. So let's start off with, in one sense, we are the richest country in the history of the world, right? We have enormous wealth.
Yep.
No,
Is
man.
that wealth? Does that wealth apply to the vast majority of the people?
Absolutely not.
No. So unbelievably, and nobody.
I understand it's a podcast. I mean, I don't know what else to say. I don't know what to say because he's not making a very specific claim. He's just saying that he might go on to make a more specific claim, but he's just like, oh, America's wealthy, but is that wealth shared? And it's to some extent, yeah. I have the grant. There's this realtimeinequality.org thing. I mean, you can see this is the share of total income that a certain percentage, the bottom 50% have. Is this post-tax income. So if you look at pre-tax income, a lot of this income inequality has gone up quite a bit. You can see the share of wealth the bottom 50% holds is dropping a little bit. Share of wealth the top 0.01% holds is increasing. This red line is top 10%. This blue line is middle 40% is dropping. But we have a decent amount of tax and transfer systems that actually keep it relatively flat for the last. I think this is going back to 1976. I don't know. It just doesn't seem to be true. It's just real wages are higher now than they ever have been. Even if you have what I would say is a relatively poor methodology by just dividing hourly wages by CPI, even that you get to American wages are higher than they ever have been. Now, with this, again, I would say poor methodology, they are relatively stagnant. It looks like they decreased for a little bit and then, started going back up after 1995. But I have issues with methodology. One, I think CPI probably overestimates inflation, especially before the Boskin Commission in 1996, I think is when they updated the methodology for CPI. But you can see with PCE, real wages have been on a pretty steady trend up, and it looks like they really did not stagnate for that long, 1973 to 1990 or whatever. And that doesn't account, increasingly we've seen worker compensation move from hourly wages to things like health insurance benefits, things like retirement contributions. Actually, speaking of retirement, there's an interesting paper which shows that if you basically adjust income inequality for Social Security, which they count as an annuity, which I think is probably a valid thing to do, but people seem to have issues with that, wealth inequality in the U.S. has really not increased, almost at all. Recent influential work finds large increases in inequality in the U.S. based on measures of wealth concentration that notably exclude the value of social insurance programs. This paper shows that top wealth shares have not changed much over the last 3 decades when Social Security is properly accounted for. This is because Social Security wealth increased substantially from $7 trillion in 1989 to $39 trillion in 2019, and now represents 49% of the wealth. The bottom 90%. It now represents 49% of the wealth of the bottom 90% of the wealth distribution. This finding is robust to potential changes to taxes and benefits in response to system financing concerns. Jesus. What's up, Mooncrawler? Late night streamers at a rerun? Jesus, this is a late night stream. For me, technically, it's early morning. Like I said earlier, I just woke up. I woke up at 1 a.m. There's a graph in this paper somewhere. Like, yeah, you can see. If you account for Social Security, does not seem like wealth inequality has increased that much. I'm up watching Bitcoin. Is Bitcoin freaking out right now? Oh, goddamn. Yeah, even if you use a poor methodology, okay, like Bernie is just like mostly wrong, but
Talks about this. You ask me.
if you use a much better methodology, Bernie is totally wrong.
We start off on the Democratic Party. The first thing you got to do is be honest with people and say, look, this is where we are at. We can blame whoever you want, but this is where we're
here.
at.
Yeah.
Right? Get out acknowledge it. So you're living in a country where
I know this is a podcast, and I know, like, no offense to these people, like the people he's on with, they're fucking comedians and everything. They are not reading papers about this stuff. It's just like so annoying that like he can pass this pass this off as like totally true, like uncontested. No one could ever disagree with this true. When it's just when you can very much contend with it, and there are a lot of people who devoted their lives to contending with it. This also, I forgot about this. Income after taxes and transfers is just this is a Gini coefficient, which is a measure of inequality. Like it just has not gone up that much, Bernie. It's remained pretty stable post taxes and transfers. But
60%, let me underline that, 60% of people live paycheck to paycheck.
Yep.
let's go. It took 5 minutes to get to that meme. Let's go. Paycheck to paycheck meme. Let's go. So number one, Bernie, okay, the real number, okay, according to whatever payroll.org server or survey is fucking 78%, okay. 1 bajillion percent. Like no, so like a lot of, I don't know what specific poll he's citing here, but like anytime you hear someone say blah 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 percent of workers, a bajillion, quadrillion percent of workers are paycheck to paycheck or whatever, usually they're not citing like any actual robust like statistical survey or anything. They're citing like online like marketing surveys that like credit card companies use to try to market to people. It's like they're not very good surveys, and that's why you find, if you look into them, there's like weird results, like, you know, 30% of the people who work paycheck to paycheck are like making over $200,000 a year. It's just like not a good measure of how many people are like actually like suffering or whatever, because there is no good definition of paycheck to paycheck. Even it's just up to the person whether they feel like they are working paycheck to paycheck. When you look at like actual data from the Federal Reserve, it shows that like 54% of American adults have like 3 months of savings saved up, right? And like that's just, you know, I would say at least those 54% of adults are not working paycheck to paycheck. And like I think the median American has like $8,000 in transaction accounts, like checkings and savings accounts, and like that doesn't seem to be that paycheck to paycheck to me. And again, even depending on how you define paycheck to paycheck, if you're including the people who make $200,000 a year but just live in a big fancy house, it's like, well, that's just not. Then you can't say paycheck to paycheck represents that people are actually like suffering, because like this person is making a ton of money, they just choose to consume a lot of that money, which like is not. That's their choice to do. That's not really a problem. That's like, that doesn't represent them being in financial hardship. That's them, you know, choosing to spend their money, which is fine.
I grew up in a family that lived paycheck to paycheck, all right? Where paycheck to paycheck is living under enormous stress. How am I going to pay the rent? What happens if my landlord raises my rent? What happens if my kid gets sick and I can't afford to take him to the doctor? You know, what happens if my car breaks down? You know that significant numbers of people...
I was just about, we're hitting another meme, okay? We're hitting the Bernie Sanders meme trifecta here, okay? income inequality, paycheck to paycheck. 1 billion% of Americans can't afford a $400 emergency expense, which he's citing that a little wrong. What he's citing is actually a decent survey from the Federal Reserve that says like it's like 40% of Americans could or would choose not to cover a $400 emergency expense with cash. And number one, that number has been trending downward, right? It's been on like a pretty consistent downward trend, which shows that Americans actually seem to be getting, you know, richer over time. Believe it or not, Bernie. Believe it or not, Bernie. And secondly, it's you know, not all the other options other than like cash necessarily represent like financial hardship. Like there is a significant number of people who choose to like put it on their credit card or whatever, and like that might not be ideal, but you know, covering a $400 emergency expense with a credit card, it's not like that bad. Not like that bad, guys. It's not as bad as Bernie seems to think it is. Bernie and studies don't go well together. Yeah, that is very true, ZRT. Fuck, I should have a Notion page for all these things. What I'm saying is true, and I can pull up the graphs to prove it. It's just going to take me a little bit to find the graphs that I'm talking about.
People in this country, you have money, you don't think about it. But if you don't have any money and your car breaks down, and it's $1,000 bill to get it fixed.
Like here, for example, I think this is the 55 to 65% of people reply that they're living paycheck to paycheck because 35% of people earning over $200K, which includes millionaires, say they live paycheck to paycheck. It's like, yeah, that doesn't seem to be like a super useful metric. What was the other thing? I was 60% of the people would finance an emergency expense with cash. 60% can't. Many of the people who not finance the emergency expense with cash are able to. They just have to like sell something, or which sell something does actually probably represent a decent amount of financial distress or whatever. Or they put it again on their credit card.
Yep. And you can't afford it. You tell me what happens. Yep. All right.
And again, that number's been trending down.
Point is, you got millions of people, working class people, lower income people, struggling to put food on the table. Okay, that is the first profound reality. And the question we've got to ask is, why is that in the richest country on earth? All right, that's number one. Number two, you have a healthcare system. How's the healthcare? You tell me. Got a great healthcare system in America? Well, what do you think?
I mean, if you can afford it, it's pretty good.
That's right. Yeah, I think that's a better way to look at it.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
All right. If you got the money, you got the best healthcare system in the world.
Yeah.
But most people don't. How many nations do not guarantee healthcare to all people as a human right? You guys know?
I mean, this is... Now we're on to the healthcare memes. I wonder if we're gonna get the... you know what's funny is that the like MAGA people like 100% agree with this shit now. After Trump does his like you know, fucking price caps or whatever, or I don't want to call them price caps, price negotiations to be charitable. 200K to have a baby, yeah. We're probably gonna hit we're hitting which this meme is true. Okay, this meme is fair. You know, the U.S. is like the only developed country that doesn't have some type of universal healthcare coverage. Now, sometimes that's a little misleading because a lot of the countries, you know, a lot of developed countries have a style of like managed competition, whereas like Bernie's plan would totally ban like private health insurance. Like Bernie's plan would be like the most like ultra socialized medicine out of like any of these developed countries outside of maybe the UK. There might be another country that has like totally maybe Canada. But even Canada, I don't think covers like dental. And I think Bernie's plan covered dental. And then I bet we're gonna hit the we pay twice as much per capita, but our life expectancy is lower. I bet we're gonna hit that meme as well. Let's see.
One major country. You live in it. So here's the insanity. We are spending twice as much per person on healthcare as most of the European countries.
Guarantee free healthcare. Not to correct you, but
yeah,
we won't refuse care if you need it. Oh wait, we will.
Well, it's a little bit more.
There's I mean, we had this conversation with a fucking lumberjack dude. That shit was funny. We don't necessarily like. I mean, if you show up to the emergency room, they're gonna fucking treat you or whatever. But people, I believe people do seek less preventative care. Obviously, if healthcare costs are, super high, and they have to pay for their yearly checkups or whatever. Pay a lot for their yearly checkups. But it's not like it's necessarily refused. But on the costing, I mean, there are sort of justified reasons why American healthcare costs more, and then there are kind of like unjustified reasons. So part of it is that Americans are just more unhealthy to begin with, and we're richer, so we just consume more healthcare. Americans consume a fuck ton of healthcare. We consume like twice as many like drugs per capita as like all these other developed countries. I need to find a place to sleep so I can pull up my thing. Obesity too, probably. Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like Americans, have kind of a bad lifestyle, so a lot of this is a look. Health spending is mostly. Where's the graph I'm looking for? Where's the graph I'm looking for? Fuck. It's not the graph I'm looking for. But yeah, Americans just here. Americans demand more medical care. There's a graph I'm looking for. Regardless, okay, Americans just demand more medical care, partly because we're fucking obese and fat to begin with, right? So obviously we're gonna spend more per capita if we just consume more per capita, right? Some of it is, that unlike European countries and everything, we don't negotiate drug prices down. Providers are able to, a lot of people are on a bunch of like smaller insurance plans, and those insurers don't have the capability to negotiate prices with providers down, even for private plans, as effectively as European countries do. But American healthcare, by the way, is like the highest quality in the world if you can afford it. If you look at the people who actually get healthcare in America, like we have like a higher like stroke survival rate, we have like a higher like heart attack survival rate, like all these things. Our drugs are newer and more effective. Now Bernie is right in saying there is an access problem. Like we have the best healthcare in the world for people who can afford it. That's why rich people from other countries will come here to get their healthcare. It's just that so many fucking Americans are left behind and are either uninsured or like underinsured. And it's just it's fucked up. But there are trade-offs, okay? So if you reduce the expected profits of pharmaceutical companies by having Medicare negotiate prices down, well, guess what? You're probably going to decrease the quality of drugs. You're probably going to decrease the investment into new drugs. You just have to recognize that there are trade-offs to these things. And
More subtle than that. Yeah. All right. Let's say
Canadians that left Canada got better treatment in the U.S. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. You got sick. Mm-hmm. What do you do? You don't have any money. You go to the doctor?
I go to the emergency room. I say I'm sick.
Yeah, but you go to the emergency room, but you're not like, it's not an emergency. They'll say,
I'm just a little bit sick. I just avoid it. Yeah. That starts to fester. It gets worse.
You got it.
And that actually probably causes more strain.
It does. And you know what else it results in? The study from Yale was that 68,000 people a year die precisely. You go talk to the doctor. Next time you go to a doctor, say, are people coming into your office?
I'm not familiar with that study. I probably have heard people cite it before, but if I had to guess, I would bet like half my net worth, okay, that he is either misciting that study or that study uses not particularly good statistical methods to get at that number. But I don't know, he could be right. But
much sicker than they should be.
Yep.
And the answer is yes, they are.
And that's just avoiding copays.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay, fair enough.
So people do die by the large numbers. What about our educational system? Psychologists tell us that 0 through 4, most important years of emotional and intellectual development. Makes sense, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we must have a great childcare system, right? Because we love our kids, we nurture our kids, we pay childcare professionals, really, we appreciate them and respect them. We pay childcare workers McDonald's wages.
Yeah. It's shocking. It's also shocking how much competition there is to get your kid into like a favorable preschool.
Right.
Like you have to start lobbying these preschools at 1 year. My daughter's 15 months, and already now you're like,
He's like a pharma company. To get his kid into that.
exactly. Like you're kind of walking in, you're meeting people, they're exchanging pleasantries, and it's all under this guise of, I hope they accept my kid.
Right. Because you have a massive shortage.
Yeah.
And if people don't have any money, it is really difficult. And so I don't know what it costs here.
I mean, I'm not I don't know. Fuck. I feel like I remember. I feel like I need a brain blast right now. I feel like DC. I don't remember if there was a paper just estimating the effects of like a minimum babysitter wage in DC, or if DC actually did have a minimum babysitter like wage. But I know whether it was an estimation or like actual after the fact like analysis. The obvious concern there. Hold on, why am I looking at this? Is you're just going to cause a shortage, right? Because people, all these paycheck-to-paycheck workers aren't going to be able to afford the new babysitter minimum wage. Now, Bernie, I think, also probably has plans for like universal pre-K or whatever. Which could be good. I don't know. I'd have to do more reading. I believe I've seen studies cited before that was like universal pre-K actually doesn't seem, or free pre-K doesn't seem to do any better than just giving cash transfers for people who have children. So if that is true, we should probably just give cash transfers to people who have children. We should probably just have some type of universal child allowance, which I'm sure Bernie would basically be in favor of. I'm sure if there was a bill that said give like $500 a month to every American family of children per child, he would probably vote yes on that bill. But
New York City, in Vermont costs $15,000-$20,000. So if, just
Imagine 2 kids, forget it.
That's right,
Forget
exactly.
it, yeah.
Right, but again, take a deep breath and say, okay, if we as a nation understand that that's the future of America,
Yep.
we want the best. You would say, okay, we're going to have really great teachers for them. We'll treat these teachers with respect, pay them well. They're doing really important work.
Yep.
Taking care of your daughter is important stuff.
Agreed.
Okay, we don't. Public schools, I was talking to a principal in Vermont, in southern Vermont. They're starting teachers off at $32,000 a year. So kids, young people graduate school in debt. We're not getting the best and the brightest people. Do we respect? You tell me, do we respect education in this country? No, we don't really.
What do you mean by respect it? Like
That we say, man, you're going to be a teacher.
educators. I don't think educators get close to enough
We
respect.
give them a lot of
Absolutely.
platitudes.
Yeah.
Oh, how
but
noble is
they
he?
would respect
But we
them.
don't treat them with respect.
We don't feel the same way as if they're like some finance bro or something like that.
Exactly.
Yes. Yeah.
Just to that point, take a look at it. Harvard College, one of the best colleges in America.
I mean, I'm not gonna entirely disagree with some of that stuff. I think we should probably, guys, hot take, we should probably pay teachers more.
Something like 5% of the graduates will go into education, and they're not going into public education.
Of course not, yeah.
50% will go to Wall Street. They'll go to consulting.
You make a great point, though. If college loans are so expensive, they don't even have a choice to go into
Exactly.
education. So is there some sort of system built in where, like, if you choose to go into education,
I do think a lot of I will do more reading on this one day, so when I talk about this, I can actually pull up graphs to go along with it. But a lot of college education has basically been sucked up into credential inflation and not actually like increasing people's job skills. It just seems like employers are requiring college degrees for a lot of jobs that don't actually need college degrees, and that didn't used to require college degrees, right? There's one paper that I've seen cited, and I don't know the title of it, so maybe I shouldn't be citing it if I don't know if I don't have the link to it or title to it. I'm sure maybe I could find it. There was like literally like 80% of the increase in education has been sucked up into credential inflation. Because a lot of college education is probably not actually increasing job skills. Again, it's just signaling. It's just signaling to employers that you are semi-responsible. Okay, you can get up on time. You can show up on time. You are a little bit intelligent. Okay, you can at least you can work your way through these bullshit college courses. Okay, these foreign language classes that no one ever actually uses. Yeah. We should have paid teachers more. In Arizona, 25% of positions vacant. Yeah. I've seen I have seen evidence though. There's a paper from Wisconsin that found that actually weakening this isn't an alternative teacher pay, but weakening teachers' unions and allowing which allowed teachers to be fired easier actually did increase like student test scores by quite a bit. But I mean, you could pay teachers more and still have it be easy to fire teachers. You just have to. It might not be ideal to have a teachers union. Let's do confirmation bias, guys. 80% of increase in education. Credential inflation. Sociologists have long used credential inflation theory to explain the devaluation of, I don't know how to pronounce the word, educational degree, tertiary, right? I'm going to pronounce it wrong, education degree. So it's the consequence of the excess supply of educated personnel. However, the literature has inadequately examined two fundamental conditions, the combination of degrees slash skills that individuals possess and a level of degrees in this article, cross-country multi-level. That's not really what I'm looking for. I can find it after
there's
stream.
a way that
The loan will be forgiven.
something like that.
Yeah, there are small programs.
They have something like that. But that's a good idea. And again, I'm not making this up. So I'm sure there was some system like that. But I imagine like maybe back in your day, that there was a version where like highly educated, not highly educated in terms of a master's program, but like people that went to elite universities before they went and got their master's or their doctorate spent some time educating. Was that commonplace?
I'm not sure. I don't recall that.
But like if there was a way to incentivize that, that might be
Right,
good,
of course, that's right. But what we have to do, I'll give you an example, and what also bothers me is we don't look at what goes on around the rest of the world. We kind of think that we're an island unto ourselves. What we should be doing is what is working around the rest of the world. So you take a country like Finland. To be a teacher is a big deal in Finland. Wow, you're a teacher. It's like being a doctor in this country. People respect them, they're well paid, they have a lot of autonomy, etc. But all that I'm saying here is that if you look at the fundamental institutions in America, healthcare, education, childcare, distribution of wealth in America, we are not doing well. And it's important that we acknowledge that. So, I mean, nobody, you talk about your very kind introductions and talking about things that others don't talk about. How many people will talk about the reality that Elon Musk himself owns more wealth than the bottom 52% of American households?
Oh my God.
Is that a moral issue? Are we comfortable with that? Wow. It's a simple question. And there are some people who say, hey, yeah, that's okay. It's a dog-eat-dog world. Elon's a brilliant guy. He's a hardworking guy. And other billionaires start their own companies. They're really bold and brave. Fine. They deserve it. And if you are trying to get by on $40,000 a year, well, tough crap.
How do you think Elon feels about it?
Okay. I mean, again, like, I don't know what else. Like, that statistic about Elon Musk might be right. I don't know for sure, but presumably that's broadly accurate. But again, it just doesn't seem like post-tax and transfer income or wealth inequality has really increased significantly in America since the 70s. It feels like Bernie's just kind of wrong on the holistic view there, right? Like, where's the graph? So a bunch of flat lines, okay, but and also like the position. I mean, certainly, there are people like maybe Admiral Gibbs has this position basically where it's like, oh, Elon Musk deserves all his success, and Americans need to make better decisions, and if you're poor, that's your fault for making poor decisions, and we should just, in tough crap, you should just die. Like, that basically is the position when it comes to like Social Security. Is like, we should just get rid of Social Security, and like, if you're too poor, you just fucking die in the streets. There are people who have that position, but also like there are negative consequences to all the like tax proposals that Bernie had. Like, if obviously if you do a wealth tax and like you decrease significantly the after tax return to investment, guess what? You're probably going to get quite a bit less investment. That's probably just a thing that is going to happen. And there are, good ways to tax billionaires, okay, and bad ways to tax billionaires. Like, we could just do a consumption tax and only tax billionaires' consumption. And that way we don't have the same issues with, reducing or having a tax burden on investment and savings. We only have the tax burden on the sort of like ludicrous consumption of billionaires, right? We only tax billionaires when they take money out of the economic pie, okay, that they save and invest and use it to buy a fucking super yacht. And we can redistribute that money to poor people. We just have to do it effectively. And I mean, most of Bernie's proposals are probably decently effective. I mean, I think again, I think if there was a vote on the House floor for like a universal cash transfer or UBI or whatever, he'd probably vote yes for it. It's just that he's not going to propose an unmeans tested program because that probably would never get past Congress. But
I don't know him. I've only talked to him many years ago, so I don't know him personally. But I'll tell you what I do think. I think there is a new breed of uber capitalists out there who really believe, and this is, and they write about this as well, who really believe that they are superior human beings. You know, I'm telling you, this is the quote-unquote high IQ guys who say, look, we work hard, we're smart, we started these businesses.
So the victor go the spoils.
Not only that, I think what that's yes.
I mean, again, like the position of people like me, it's not that like Elon Musk is so deserving as wealth because he started his own company or whatever. It's just that like everyone is better off when we sort of have free market systems that, yes, do enable that, but also enable real wages to rise consistently, real incomes to rise consistently. What matters more is that everyone overall is better off than like society is more equal.
The dog-eat-dog world, I made it, you didn't make it, hey man.
It doesn't have to be zero-sum.
You have some writing on the right, on the far right, which really diminishes democracy, and that really the smart and the wealthy and the powerful have the right to rule. So this is not just, oh, I want a tax break. There's nothing new about that.
Yeah.
This is, we have the right. It's the divine, it used to be the divine rights of kings.
Or manifest destiny.
Exactly.
Yes.
All right.
I mean, again, there are probably people with that position, but like most people's position would just be like, oh, you know, if we do a wealth tax or whatever, and that decreases investment, that's going to hurt workers too. That's going to hurt workers' productivity, and that's going to hurt workers' average wage rate, and that's going to lead to less new technology being developed, which means less workers will have access to that new technology. Like, it doesn't. I don't know why we're doing this like zero sum thing, but.
In the 19th century, the 1850s, you know, I am the king. God made my family king, and sorry you're starving to death, but that's the way life goes. God told me my family rules. There was something.
So there's something about this that's just quite interesting that I've seen lately, and it's actually not lately. There is a trend with the ultra wealthy, which is upon their death, a lot of them have decided to give away their money. Right?
Some of the money.
Or some. Okay, some of the most prolific, right? Or as they get closer to death, they're like, our goal is to give away all our money. Okay, which seems to tell me that they think that there is an issue with them having all that money. If they truly felt entitled to it, like it seems to me it's an admission that they agree with you. They're like, it's kind of wrong that we should just keep all this in our family. We should probably not have it. Now, they're not, it's almost like Benjamin Franklin freeing his slaves on his death. He's like, you know, he's like, this is wrong, but I don't want to leave it until, you know, I might need some shit and my back hurts. But what do I do? So when you see billionaires do that, right, or this elite class that you're talking about, do that, is there a part of you that goes, you're getting it, why don't you do that maybe 40 years earlier?
No.
I mean, listen, I'm all for estate taxes, okay? We should probably have relatively high estate taxes, even if they're not like particularly administratively efficient. I just think that inherited wealth is kind of stupid.
Okay.
Look, I mean, if these guys are very competitive, they're very smart, they're very innovative, hardworking. And I really think it's very competitive, and I think they want it all. I really do. And I think if you stop for a moment, you know, and yeah, well, I hope we can talk a little bit about a corrupt campaign finance system.
Please, yes.
All right, getting back to the Democrats and the Republicans and all that stuff. Understand, I mean, I'm in the middle of it. I work in Washington, D.C. So just using Musk again as an example, he's only one. I don't mean to pick on Mr. Musk, but the guy contributes because of a broken and corrupt campaign finance system, which as a result of Citizens United Supreme Court decision, familiar with that, allows billionaires to start super PACs.
Can you really quickly just tell the audience exactly what it is? Because I feel like we hear these words like Citizens United, and a lot of people, like, we just...
super PACs.
Yeah, so we just kind of pretend that we know what it is, but...
we have the First Amendment that says you have freedom of speech.
Of course.
Okay. So...
And then Citizens United ruled that money is equal to speech. Let's hear it, Bernie.
Wealthy individuals, in a case called Citizens United, I don't remember all the details, basically said, look, we had at that point, Citizens United, I think is 15, 20 years, that decision from the Supreme Court decision. So people go into the court and say, look, I have a First Amendment right to tell the people of America how I feel about an issue or a candidate.
Absolutely.
I don't like Andrew, and I want to spend $20 million on television ads telling people what a jerk he is, okay?
Making me feel like Jamal Bowman.
All right, that's another story. All right. And the Supreme Court says, no, we have campaign finance. There's campaign finance law, which limits the amount of money you can spend on a campaign.
So there's already a law in place.
There's
already
legislation
said you cannot do that.
That's what Citizens...
It was, God, I mean, I should probably do a deep dive in this fucking Citizens United one day or whatever, but it's not exactly correct. You know, was Citizens United about, God, I'm mixing things up in my head. I should have prepared, Was Citizens United the issue advocacy thing, or was it the I feel like I'm making this up. Or I might be thinking. I'm probably thinking of another thing. Fuck. What am I thinking of? Issue advocacy. Supreme Court case. I'm probably thinking of this. Yeah. Citizens United had to deal. Citizens United was it had to do with the It was that company that wanted to run their fucking Hillary ad like within 60 days before the general election, and that law got struck down. I don't think it was. I don't think it was just. I don't think it was exactly what Bernie's talking about, the campaign. Well, first of all, I mean, Citizens United didn't really have to do with campaign contributions. It had to do with what he said earlier, PACs, which are not really. They are not allowed to coordinate with campaigns. Although in practice, it seems like sometimes they are effectively able to do that. But fuck, a sample here. He would know better than me.
United did. It said the Supreme Court ruled that billionaires that advertising is freedom of speech, and you can't limit my speech. So if I want to spend $100 million on TV ads, I have the right to do it. They say, you're right. So the issue is democracy versus billionaires being able to spend unlimited sums of money. Supreme Court went with that. And then the form it took was what's called a super PAC. You started an organization, Americans for Free.
Super PACs existed before Citizens United. It's just that Citizens United like upheld that they can continue to exist or whatever. Bipartisan Campaign Reform Act banned electioneering communications defined as broadcast within 60 days. First Amendment right to free speech applies to corporations, and thus the government cannot limit their political spending. Citizens United argued that the film Hillary the movie was not electioneering and therefore not subject to the McCain-Feingold Act of the prohibition against corporate advertising. The court ultimately ruled in favor of Citizens United on the basis of free speech. Yeah, it was I remember there was a dispute over it's not issue advocacy. It's there's a dispute over whether this was electioneering or not versus whatever type of there's another term for the type of speech that I think they ruled it was, but
okay, and billionaires can put as much money as they want into that. That organization that runs ads on television, it does political stuff. That's what it's about. So bottom line, though, most importantly, is if you are a billionaire, you can put as much money as you want into a super PAC. And in Musk's case, he spent $270 million to help Donald Trump get elected president. Do Democrats have billionaires putting money into super PACs? Absolutely. All right. What does that mean in real life? This is what it means. Right now, we're dealing with a bill called the Reconciliation Bill. It's a fancy Washington term for a very big bill, which will have a lot of stuff in it. In any case, if a Republican stands up and says, you know what, in the House of Representatives, I don't like this bill because, it's giving tax breaks to very wealthy people and it's going to cut Medicaid and cut nutrition programs. It's a bad bill. What do you think happens the day after that Republican stands up and says he opposes it?
So the super PACs organize and they primary out those politicians.
Exactly.
Now, and how effective
it doesn't. Oh no, he's gonna say the 95% number. Oh no, he's gonna say 95% of the time the most funded candidate wins. I love causal inference. Yes.
is that?
It is enormously effective. If you have, sure. Right now, you're a Republican.
Yeah.
You got
Wait, what?
No, I mean you. I mean in
it's going to
general.
go viral.
All right. So you have two elements. Trump is enormously popular within the Republican base.
Yeah.
Elon Musk has unlimited sums of money, right?
Double whammy.
So it is very hard for any Republican to sustain.
To stand up and authentically speak their mind. All right, guys, take a break for a second. Talking about these billionaires,
Oh my God.
Bring it to Blue Chew. First month's free. BlueChew.com. And important safety.
Independent, right? Caucus.
Blue Chew sponsoring this podcast.
This one in particular.
Let's get back to the show.
Give you another example because I'm an independent, right? Caucus with the Democrats. Democrats are better than the Republicans, to my mind. But Democrats, all right, I happen to believe that providing more military aid to Netanyahu's extreme right-wing government to do the horrible things that are going on in Gaza right now, as you may know, as we speak, it's horrible.
Absolutely.
Children are starving to death, malnutrition, growing, and all that stuff. All right, I introduced legislation to say we're going to block the sale of certain military weaponry to Israel. I got 15 Democrats to support me. I got 0 Republicans. Why do you think more Democrats didn't support me? Because the Democrats support me, they will have to take on AIPAC. You mentioned Jamal Bowman.
Yeah.
Well, that's what you're talking about.
They spend like 15 or 20 million to get them out of there? This is up in Westchester, too.
You got it?
Okay.
Bush in Missouri, St. Louis, was defeated.
So I'm pretty sure Jamal Bowman, again, I'm not a money and politics debater, okay? I'd have to do more research, but I'm pretty sure the guy was relatively unpopular before AIPAC started spending money to get rid of him or whatever. I don't think it was some grand conspiracy, but okay. But Ilhan Omar, like, won her primary, and she's still anti-Israel. I'm pretty sure AIPAC spent money on her opponent's thing, but...
A woman in the state of Washington, Pramila Jayapal's sister ran. So if you want to speak out against Netanyahu's government and oppose military sales, AIPAC, which is also funded by billionaires who support both Democrats and Republicans,
So
will go after.
how can they do this effectively? Like, how can they sway a vote if the people don't support the idea?
You know how you do it?
How?
This is rather amazing. Great question. You don't talk about the issue.
Oh, you make that person so radioactive.
Right. They didn't. When they went after. I was up in Westchester.
Now you're undermining the democratic process.
I was up in West.
I'd have to, where can I view the polling from before the actual election?
Just the campaigning for Bowman.
Yeah.
And I supported Cori Bush as well. To the best of my knowledge, and I'm 99% sure I'm right, they didn't say one word about Israel.
Wow.
The argument was he's a bad Democrat or whatever the usual negative advertising. Didn't talk about Israel.
So this is quite interesting because if a group, like if a super PAC, was honest about what they were raising against, for example, they spent that $20 million specifically defending their position on Israel, I wonder if we would be more amenable to that. Because that is the issue at hand. Instead of using funding to make this person radioactive, which they might not exactly be, and undermining, it is duplicitous. You're undermining the people, and that's where you remove. Wow,
that's a very good point. All right. I think they should not have unlimited amounts of money. But your point is, hey, if that's what your goal is, be honest about it.
So, and I say this with you because you raise money not from a few billionaires, but like you guys raised, was it a Sunrise?
My average
and
donation
Democrat,
is
Justice,
$5.
There are these groups that are a little different than super PACs, but they are raising money on a grassroots.
Which, to be fair, Bernie is like right there. Like he unironically does not take like corporate PAC money or whatever, but.
But you are being honest about what you're raising money for.
Exactly. You're right. So your point is right. If somebody says, look, I love Netanyahu, I think they're doing a good job, you oppose him, and I'm going to oppose you for that reason.
Yes.
Let's be honest about it.
Exactly.
But you know what? I think one of the reasons they don't do that, you know why?
Because it wouldn't be supported.
That's right.
So is there any solution beyond getting Citizens United overturned by another?
That's a great question, man. Thank you. You're asking really good questions. We're working on it right now. And here is, without going too much into the weeds, we need to end Citizens United. That's not going to happen tomorrow. But what you can do is within the Democratic Party or the Republican Party, you can have rules that says, you want to be the candidate of the Democratic Party?
We should. I do probably think we should do that. If nothing else for the optics of it, the Democratic Party being able to come out and say, oh, we don't actually take any corporate PAC money or whatever. Even though, it actually works better with my opinion that corporate PAC money just does not have that big of an influence on politics, because that suggests that if Democrats come out and say, we're not going to take corporate PAC money or whatever, that's not actually going to affect their ability to campaign very much. With Bernie's position, it would be a lot harder for Democrats to do that because it would actually affect their ability to campaign quite a bit. But I think that'd probably be a net positive.
You tell, and this is again tricky, you tell that you announce very clearly you do not want any super PACs supporting you. And by the way, if super PACs support you, for every dollar they put in, we're going to put another dollar in supporting you. There are things you can do. We're going to run ads.
We're going to offset it.
I'm sorry. I have to ask this. I'm sorry. I hate to interrupt you. We have a question we want to ask about what happened to you in 2016 with this Bernie Bros movement, where your followers are seeing they have a racism problem, a misogyny problem. Do you think that's a super PAC thing behind that?
That was the Democratic establishment. That was the.
Oh, wow. Okay.
That was just, they were sitting there. We had a lot of young people. We had people of color. And
how do you stop PACs from spending money on you, though? What do you mean? PACs aren't directly allowed to coordinate with campaigns. That's kind of the whole reason that they're PACs or whatever. Obviously, the whole point is that, like, constitutionally you cannot stop you cannot stop people from making ads for you or whatever.
They create this kind of myth with the help of the corporate media and all that.
Also, what's
kind of interesting to that note is during this election, the podcast space, which the Democrats largely avoided, they feel had some influence in the election. And
so if they are independent, you cannot take their money. No, there's I don't know exactly how campaign finance works, but your campaign can receive certain amount of contributions from a PAC. I'm pretty sure a PAC can get donations, and then it can you can send that money to your campaign up to a certain limit. I'm pretty sure. That's not obviously. You're right in saying that, they, PACs. The whole point of them being PACs can still just buy ads, being generally supportive of you or being generally supportive of whatever issues that you are for or whatever. PAC campaign contribution limits. It's not what I'm looking for. When given to party committees and PACs, the contribution limits apply on a calendar year basis. I'm an editor. I can edit your videos. If you can do it for really, really cheap, we can have that conversation. But I can edit my own videos right now because I'm broke. The limits of contribution made by PACs vary depending on whether a PAC has qualified for multi-candidate status. When a PAC qualifies, the contribution limit for a candidate goes up from $3,500 per election to $5,000, but its limit to national committees goes down. Sounds a good policy for the DNC, but there's no way to actually do it. What do you mean? There's Democrats who currently do it. AOC doesn't take any PAC money. Neither does Bernie. You just have that be a mandated rule. Again, PACs, I think you're right, are free to still make an ad for AOC or whatever, because that's obviously protected by the First Amendment to say that you support AOC in some advertisement, but you don't have to directly take the money to your campaign or whatever.
They started to label us the podcast bros and said that we were sexist and we were racist and bigoted. It's almost like it's the exact same strategy to get you out of there.
Yeah, that's what the liberal elite China does. They run away. Look, again, I would hope that everybody who's watching the program is that we as a nation have got to end all forms of bigotry, right?
Yes.
That I start off as a basic assumption.
Unless it's to your close friends, right?
Yeah, whether it's racism or sexism, homophobia, or xenophobia, whatever it is. And liberal Democrats talk about that all the time. And then you get to what we call identity politics.
Yeah.
You're black, you're wonderful, you're tremendous, you're gay, you're the greatest human being on earth.
Yeah.
And rather than say, what do you stand for?
Exactly.
You're gay, that's fine, who cares?
Yeah.
But what do you stand for?
Yeah.
Is every gay person brilliant and wonderful and great? No, of course not. Everybody's a human being.
Yeah.
So the issue is what you stand for, which gets you back to what we discussed earlier, class politics, in the sense of which side are you on? Are you going to stand with working families? Are you going to raise the minimum wage to the living wage?
I love zero-sum thinking.
Are you going to fight to guarantee health care to all people or not? Are you going to demand that the wealthiest people start paying their fair share of taxes or not? Those are the issues. And no one cares what color you are, what your gender is, et cetera, et cetera.
I'm sorry. I do feel like vowing to stop taking super PAC money is a great first step, but also being an honest politician. You put up a bill to stop the sale of weapons to Israel, and there's no amount of money AIPAC can spend to not get you reelected. And I feel if we had more honest politicians, then
courageous ones.
Yeah, you're raised. This is a very this is a good discussion.
Why are you shocked?
I'm shocked because you're asking questions that are not often asked.
This episode has been promoted by
not by the Democratic establishment.
All right. It's a painful issue. I mean, because I deal with it every day in Washington. You're running for office. If you, in your heart, understand what's going on in Gaza right now, and again, it's almost painful to talk about it. The United States is complicit in the starvation of children as we speak right this moment. Okay, mass malnutrition, etc. And you say that's wrong, man. And I'm not going to give Netanyahu another nickel, but I know that the day I say that, AIPAC is going to pour a huge amount of money. So what's the choice you have? The choice you have is, okay, they're going to throw a lot of money at me, but I'm going to make this a major campaign issue.
Ooh.
I ain't going to run away from it.
Yeah.
What do we stand for as a nation? And I'll tell you something, getting back to the Democratic Party. What the Democratic establishment people say, well, Gaza, it's an issue out there. But it's not the main issue. It's not the pocketbook issues, more important. Healthcare is more important. But you know what? I'll tell you this is my own view.
I mean, that probably makes sense to do politically, which I understand. I mean, you can criticize, but I don't I think if you had a candidate running on Medicare for all versus freezing aid to Israel or whatever, the Medicare for all candidate is probably gonna do better. I think Americans probably do care about that more, but.
Is where people have a sense, consciously and unconsciously, if you are turning your back on starving children in Gaza, why the hell am I going to trust you on anything?
It's a great point.
Is that a fair point?
I think it's a very fair point. I think if you turn your back on starvation in general, especially if you're complicit in it, I think that's where a lot of, at least voters feel like there is some sort of separation. And if you make them realize that there isn't, right? If we are protecting or funding or rewarding this in any way, then you are complicit. But I think voters feel like they're too derivative from it. They're like, oh, well, that's not exactly what I'm voting for. And I do think, not to undermine those other issues, but I do think the kitchen table issues, I think those are incredibly important. And I think the more that people are struggling internally in our country, the less of a concern we have externally. So it is a tough balance. If you make your entire campaign about Gaza, the people in whatever small area that you represent will go, hey, listen, that's horrible what's happening over here. But we're struggling too, so don't forget about us.
You got it right.
So how do you balance those two?
Well, that's what politics is about. I mean,
I feel like you've done it well. I feel like you talk way more about internal issues than external ones.
I do. And Gaza then becomes a moral issue that you cannot run away from.
Right.
But at the end of the day, we have to ask ourselves, why are we where we are? And it's a funny thing, I was talking to my staff when we were driving in today and reviewing, there was I think it was Pew, P-E-W, they do these
polls?
studies. Yeah, they do things. And they asked the question, I may be a little bit wrong here, but they said they do it. They say, are you better off today than somebody in your situation, middle class, whatever you are,
Oh
about
my
40 years ago?
God.
That's the question.
Yeah,
What do you think the answer was?
This is an insane statistic. I've seen this research. They're like that people are making inflation adjusted the same wage that they were making 50 years ago.
I don't mean that. I don't mean
That's not true. It's just not true. You're just wrong. You're just wrong. You're just lying. You don't know anything. And Bernie wasn't even citing actual data. He was just citing a poll. He's just citing, like, do you feel like you're better or worse off than an American same position 50 years ago, whatever, or 4 years ago, whatever he said. Oh my God, kill me. Like, we already talked about it earlier on stream, but even using relatively poor methodology where you just divide wages by CPI, hourly wages are higher today than they ever have been. Okay, the median hourly wage is higher than it ever has been in America, other than in the sort of like phantom composition effect in 2020, because low wage workers were laid off, which made the average wage rate look like it went up, when in reality that's just because of the fucking lockdowns, right? But
even mean statistically. I'm
Exactly.
going beyond that.
Emotionally. Are you better off than
How
somebody?
do you feel? Do you think somebody in
No.
your condition was living better 40 years ago, or are you living better today?
I think the average person would say no.
That's right.
40
And
years
that's an
ago.
astonishing. All right. Let's go through the economics of
they're
it.
just, oh my God, they're just like, I don't know how to tell people. they're just like factually wrong. Like, all the data says otherwise. Like, Americans spend, there's an article or like blog post that just came out recently, Economist. Oh my God, what the fuck? Why are there 3 zombies? No, what the fuck? What the dude, I tab out for 1 fucking second of Minecraft and there's 3 zombies, a skeleton, and a creeper all at once. Okay, that's awesome, man. Okay. This guy wrote a post recently that was like American spending on essential goods has like consistently fallen. Like, the percentage of income that Americans spend on things like food, things like gas, the necessities, has consistently fallen because wages have gone up and the price of necessities has gone down. Yeah, here we go. Spending on food, clothing, housing as a percent of income. Housing has been basically flat, which is a whole big issue. But you can see clothing has fallen a lot. Food has fallen a lot as well. And the total has gone from like 82% in 1901 to 37%. 40 years ago was like 1980, 48% to 37%. That's like a full 10 percentage points decrease. And it could go down a lot more if we just built more fucking housing, which, to be fair, I'm sure Bernie is in favor of building a lot more housing. But
Then we'll go through the broader issue. Economics. This is an amazing fact. And again, it's something that people don't talk about because you got a lot of the Republicans want to make change. It's almost always the wrong kind of change. And the Democrats want to maintain the status quo, which is unsustainable.
Yeah.
That's what the choices that people have.
Yeah.
All right.
But sometimes, if the status quo is horrible, any change looks better. And I think
Which
that's
is why Donald Trump is the president.
That's why I think a lot of Democrats
Wow.
understand. Like, you've been very critical. We're lifelong. I can't speak for everybody, but like, I grew up in New York City, a lifelong Democrat, and we were very critical of the Democratic establishment. And it was through the lens of, hey, you're not addressing the concerns of the people. And by doing that, we were framed in a way that I think, and we continue to be framed in a way I think it was very unfair.
Oh, you don't know nothing about being afraid.
It's
I don't feel sorry for you. I'm sorry.
But it's just a refusal to look in the mirror.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
All right, here's a fact. This is an astounding fact. Nobody talks about it. And this is the other thing. More important than anything else is people want to say, do you know what is going on in my life?
Yeah.
And if you don't talk about that reality, no one's going to trust you at all.
Yeah.
All right, fact.
But let's call people Latinx, Bernie.
That's right. That's the issue. All right. Over the last 52 years, I may be off a little bit here, but more or less I'm right. Over the last 52 years,
I doubt it.
There's been an explosion in technology, right? This stuff that we're looking at did not exist. Every worker in America is more productive, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, computers, etc.
oh no, are we gonna hit the pay versus productivity meme? Oh, Bernie, no. Oh no. He's gonna hit the pay versus productivity meme.
How much have real inflation accounted for wages increased in that 52-year time?
Oh my god.
Obviously, with all of that worker productivity increasing, we must be making a lot more money, right?
Nothing.
0%.
Zero.
Yeah.
In fact, there's an argument it's a little bit less in real.
He's almost entirely wrong. So number one, that inflation-adjusted wage rate is just wrong. Again, if you account for compensation more properly by doing things like probably using PCE because that's a better deflator that doesn't overestimate inflation. Probably or including like healthcare benefits and retirement benefits because a lot of compensation has moved away from wages and towards things like health insurance and retirement 401k contributions. The real wage has gone up quite a bit, a lot more than 0%. Okay. Cato has this good thing. I don't know the exact percentage over the last 52 years, but it's been pretty standard. Okay. And then the productivity has gone up. But what Bernie is citing is he's citing this horrible, fucking insane, horrible graph from the EPI. I think No Opinion has a good article about it. So the biggest issues that this pay versus productivity chart has, number one, they use two different deflators. So they use, I think, CPI for hourly compensation, and then they use GDP deflator for productivity, I believe. You should not be using two different deflators when you're doing a comparison like that. And the bigger issue is that they're looking at a subset of workers for hourly compensation, but all workers for productivity. So they look at so for hourly compensation, they're looking at production and non-supervisory employees. But for productivity, they look at all employees. The issue is the production and non-supervisory employees is more representative of like low-skill jobs, like typical blue-collar, like low-skill jobs. Productivity in those industries has not increased as much as productivity in higher-skill industries. So really, this is just a chart of wage inequality between high-skill workers and low-skill workers, which maybe you can think is an issue, but it is not. It is not nearly to the extent that Bernie says it is. Whatever, he's like just wrong. Even the EPI, they had the. I think at one point they actually did it. By the way, they had to like change their methodology because it was bad. But even the EPI, I think, says this. It's just people miscite it. People cite it wrong all the time. But
housing costs, healthcare costs.
Because TVs are cheaper, you think that you're living a more...
different price deflators, labor share decline, inequality compensation. This is like the biggest thing. The labor share decline, it's only a tiny, like 10% of it or whatever.
luxurious
But
lifestyle.
take a deep breath about that fact. What does it say? Meanwhile, during that same period of time, there was a massive, according to RAND Corporation, not a socialist organization, there was a massive transfer of wealth from the bottom 90% to the top 1%.
But Bernie, surely they're paying
Just not like I don't know how to. How many times do I have to pull up the chart? Okay, how many times do I have to show all the data for people to realize it's just not true? He's just lying. It's just not really true. I'm trying to look for the real chart of pay versus productivity. Fuck, I don't know where it is. God damn it. I can probably find it later, but
taxes on all that new profits they're making, right?
Right. Right. But that is getting back to this important issue, which I kind of started, what is reality? So if you're the average worker out there,
Yes, sir.
you're seeing people on the top getting phenomenally rich. You're no better off. And by the way, the likelihood is your kid is going to be worse off than you are, right?
Yeah.
not true
reality.
either.
Why is that? Who the hell is even talking about? Hey, why is that? And B, what the hell do we do
And
about
I think that was the appeal of Trump, is he appeared to be talking
Absolutely.
to us.
Exactly.
Whereas Democrats are kind of condescending and ignoring it.
Right. Essentially, Democrats say
Okay,
status quo
Democrats
is working
being
okay,
based
we're gonna
and
keep it
correct
around the edges,
as
make a little bit of
usual.
change here. Trump says the whole
It's
goddamn
horrible.
system is broken.
Yeah.
But he said, I will fix it.
Yeah.
Well, his solutions will make it worse. But he at least acknowledged that the system is broken. Democrats often don't.
They don't acknowledge it, and there's a lot of finger wagging, or at least recently. I didn't feel that when I was growing up, but at least recently there's a lot of finger. And then there's almost like this detachment from working class people, which is really sad because you'll see them echo certain sentiments. They'll be like, look at the Biden stock market, and it's like, guys, 50% of Americans aren't even invested in the fucking.
Oh my god, I don't even. Maybe as I point about the Biden stock market or something, but like I don't even believe this. Right? Like it feels like, in my mind, a lot of Democrats are like way too like cucked out. Like watching people just like go on Jubilee and talk about this stuff, where he's kind of like he's like, oh, I totally understand why Americans might not be feeling that the economy is good right now, but Donald Trump is cringe, and it's like, okay, can we just please cite some data that shows the economy is good or whatever? Like, I don't know. Which I understand if they did just cite data. If they did just cite data, that would be maybe appear dismissive to people, but like, just really does not fucking seem like Democrats were that dismissive. It seems like they were way too cucked out to the economy bad position and everything, and working class families struggling position. Like, is this stat just a misconception of how 401ks work? Which the EPI chart?
stock market. Like,
Or one of
you're
Bernie's
so
things.
detached from working class people, you don't even know the talking points to make them feel good about the economy. So how
They
do
even
you
lie to them, probably.
Yeah, it's like, so what happened? How do we get here with the Democrat establishment?
It's a great
Well,
question.
and the answer is that we do know, and that is during the 70s, 60s, Democrats got out and you could raise a lot of money from wealthy people. And
Oh my
and
God.
so it gets back to campaign financing and all that stuff. So you got a democratic establishment now, which is funded by wealthy people. You have consultants who are really way out of touch with reality, who make a whole lot of money in campaigns. And working class is ignored. Donald Trump comes along and says, I care about you, which was a lie. So
I don't know if that's a lie. I'd give pushback on that. I think that it has to be proven that it's a lie.
No, that 50% of people aren't invested in the
I'll
stock
do it.
market. Oh, yeah, that probably is. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, but that probably is. It's just a misunderstanding of how 401ks work. Because I think or it's like including like children and people, right? And maybe it's just like 50% of the population isn't invested in the stock market, but 50% of the population is not working there. Some of them are children, some of them are disabled, which I mean I guess disabled people can invest income in the stock market still. But yeah.
And you're right, I could look through rose-colored glasses, but the idea, I think that when people are struggling, anybody who goes, hey, I'm going to help you out. Like I'm sure when I remember the impact of Obama.
Change.
He ran on reform, and he ran on hope, right?
Yes.
He ran
56% of American workers had access to 401k accounts, according to fucking Google AI. Let's see what the actual number is. It says 34% have a 401k thing, 18% IRA. But presumably people, I mean, you could have both, right? I guess it's not, you can't just add those up, but.
ran on this idea of we're going to make it better for you, instead of Kamala seemed to run on this idea like, hey, it's good, we're going to keep doing the exact same thing, which is a losing strategy.
you got it.
So
I just don't think she did. I just feel like Kamala had a whole policy about building like 3 million new homes. Kamala had a whole policy about we're gonna fix healthcare and like freeze or forgive medical debt. Although I mean her healthcare plan is probably not as bold as Bernie would have liked or whatever, which is fine. But she had a plan, okay. Like maybe you can argue she didn't distance herself from Biden enough. But
That was her bloody consult. I mean, I know Kamala. She's a friend. She's very smart. That was what her bloody consultants told her to say. I begged them. I'm just between you.
why
I mean,
can't she push back? Like, at a certain, like,
you're right. Look, there's no argument.
this is the problem I think a lot of voters had, is like they didn't even know if it was her. We didn't even know if Biden was president. We didn't even know if these were her talking points. And we felt that over the last 4 elections, Democrats, we felt that we didn't have a say on who could be president. We talk a lot about the Republicans being autocrats and oligarchs and taking over democracy, but from the Democrat perspective, and as a lifelong Democrat, I felt like the Democratic Party completely removed the democratic process from its constituents. And I think they need to have some accountability of that.
I mean, it's just not. I don't know. Obviously, obviously Biden should not have run in the first place, but like considering he took so long to step down, I don't think Democrats really had any good option other than running Kamala. But
No argument here.
I donated for you. I wanted you to, like, 2016. I was like, this is going to happen. This guy's going to do it. And it felt like they stole it from me. And I'll be honest, it broke my heart when you supported him.
oh my
Look,
god,
but you have, in the world that I live in, you got a choice. And I mean, a lot of people, including my wife, agree with you. But, you know, you're down to a choice. Is it going to be Hillary Clinton or is it going to be Donald Trump? Not a great choice.
But it ended up being him anyway.
we're gonna be the 2020 and 2016 primary discourse is never gonna die. It's never gonna die. Maybe one day I'll do more reading into it. I'm not convinced the 2016 primary was like rigged in any way. I think it's just that obviously Clinton was the front runner because of the connections he had, and it to an extent that might be an issue, but that's just an issue with the sort of invisible primary system more generally, which I'm sure the Republican Party also has. And I think Bernie Sanders actually probably benefited from that, considering a lot of people didn't want to run against Hillary Clinton, but he did choose to run. He got like a lot of fucking screen time from that. It seems like Bernie Sanders probably actually benefited from the 2016 primary being quote unquote like rigged with Hillary set up to be coronated or whatever. The 2020 primary I've not read a ton into, but I'm not convinced it is as rigged as most fucking Bernie bros say it is. Is this kid left, right, or center? I'm left mostly.
So why don't we burn it down?
Well, because it's easy to say burning it down means that children are not going to have, food to eat, that the schools will deteriorate, people will not have health care.
I got it.
And I'm an elected official. I got to represent the people.
That's fair.
And I can't turn my back on.
But then could we not also say, if ostensibly there hasn't been a fair primary for the Democrats since 2008, are they not also a threat to democracy? We often hear.
Fair enough. That is. Yeah,
How is
I'm
that
not gonna-
oh my god, yuck.
And that's why
Nice
I'm
one.
proudly an independent. What we're trying to do now.
There's no way. I mean, I understand Bernie. It is so annoying to hear. Oh, undemocratic primary. That's a threat to democracy when like Trump is trying to bring every independent agency under the control of the executive branch, and like Trump is using Doge to go around and shut down agencies without the consent of Congress, and Trump is deporting people without due process, and Trump tried to fucking coup the government last time. He tried to stay in power after he lost the election last time. Oh my god, kill me. No, but we had a slightly undemocratic primary. Okay, so we're just as bad. Kamala Harris was appointed to the presidency. Fucking kill me. Wah, TDS, very true.
Now, and I will just reinforce the point both of you made. The hatred that we felt in 2016, 2020 from the Democratic establishment. I'll give you an example. We would do rallies and we have thousands of people, often young people of color coming out, working class people coming out. They were right full of energy. Yeah. And then we'd go to Democratic Party events. There'd be a few hundred people, mostly older, whiter, wealthier. And you saw the clash. And the establishment did not want to open the door. They hated the idea that all these people whose hands were a little bit dirty, who didn't have PhDs or weren't wealthy. Imagine walking in, it's my party, man. You ain't getting in.
Yes.
We will fight you in the most ruthless ways that we can. And that's the struggle. Are they going to open the door, or are they prepared to lose elections, literally, and maintain,
status
go
quo.
down with the Titanic? So
Do you think you're forcing the door open? Because it seems like that's what's happening right now.
exactly what we are trying to do right now. In the last month,
With the Fight
we
Oligarchy
have
tour.
enlisted some, I think the latest 7,000 people who are prepared to run for office from school board to Congress.
Wow.
Not all of them will run, but they've shown interest. There are training programs that we're undertaking with other groups right now. And by the way, a good percentage of them don't want to run as Democrats, they want to run as independents.
So do you sense from the Democratic establishment that they're more willing to listen to people like you, or are you guys just going to have to kind of take it by force and win elections?
Are they, well, I don't want to, are they more willing to listen to me? No, they're not.
But they'll take on some of their ideas for salvation. They realize they can't ignore it.
Often lip service.
Yeah.
Yes, they will take on the ideas, but these guys, they want to protect what they have. So your question is you would say, look, okay. And by the way, Joe Biden, to his credit, I know everyone beats up on Biden, but what Biden did, unlike Hillary Clinton did, is he and his people saw that we had a movement. And what he did was prepared to put together task forces. We sat down with their people. And we brought people like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and some of the strongest for us sit down with establish and come up with a program.
Why is it leftists can never talk about how awesome Democrats are? All they want to do is talk about Orange Man bad? I mean, I can talk. What do you want me to say about Democrats? I mean, I think that most of their policies just a lot better than Republicans' policies. I mentioned earlier, Kamala's like planning to build 3 million new homes. Kamala's planning to forgive medical debt. Kamala's expanded child tax credit plan. I don't know. I think Democrats have been generally supportive of building the welfare state, things like that. I think all of that is a lot of good things. Bernie's been talking about taxing the rich more, which I disagree with Bernie on how he wants to do that. I think most of his economic policy things are cringe, but you know, more generally, I think I'm aligned with the Democrats on that stuff. But
program, a lot of what went into the American Rescue Plan, which got us out of the COVID pandemic economically pretty well, and some other stuff. So the Biden people were more open to sitting down, understanding that we represented millions of people than other people in the past, or are right now.
I feel like most politicians are swayed by money and lobbyists, and that, like, I wouldn't say dictates, but it definitely influences their decisions. You feel like one of the last honest politicians. Can you tell me what other politicians have the Bernie stamp of approval that they're like honest?
Yeah, who's that boy?
Oh, there are a number of people. Look, one of the successes that we've had that doesn't get a lot of attention is in the House of Representatives now, there are dozens and dozens of young, often people of color, often women, who are there. I mean, Alexandria is maybe the best known, but Pramila Jayapal from Washington State, Greg Kazar from Texas, Mark McCann from Wisconsin. There are many of them, and they're doing a great job. And they don't take corporate PAC money, and they stand up for the working class.
By the way, guys, this episode has also been brought to you by Stake. Okay, Stake is the leader in global betting and U.S. social casinos. Bet on top sports and political events, and use the promo code Flagrant for your welcome bonus.
awesome, man. Dude, they got fucking Blue Chew and gambling sponsorships on the fucking Bernie Sanders podcast. Let's go.
Another form of, I think, corruption that many Americans see within both Democrats and Republicans is this idea of stock trading. And they see that as kind of like another way to, take some money off the top. And
I need to do more research on this one too. It's just annoying. It's just I know what people say these things. This guy has not read a single paper about politician stock tradings. Okay, I can I had some Bernie content. Yeah, I know. I can go through my notes, and probably find some papers on it which show that politicians actually, like, holistically don't tend to do that much better than the market. But there might be, I don't know, there might be some standouts like Nancy Pelosi or whatever. But
talk about Nancy Pelosi and her husband, for example, but I think it happens across the aisle. What is your take on that issue? And is there a way to curb that? Or is
I don't own any stocks, so it's not my thing.
I wonder what Bernie's take is.
I'm not sure that has, if the implication is that these members of Congress are aware.
One more question. Were you a kid on Sarah's channel? Yeah, I've been on Sarah's channel multiple times. Yeah, I love Sarah. What's up? I like cheese. Parmbadillo, crocodillo. Dude, they should put Bernie on Italian brain rot. They'd be like, Bernie, check this shit out. Tra-la-la-la, tra-la-la. That's what I would do on my podcast.
What's going to happen tomorrow?
Fine,
and I'm putting this stock. I'm not sure how. I'm sure it happens. I don't know how prevalent it is. But what was interesting, by the way, on that subject?
What if Bernie would have went on a podcast that would have fact checked the stuff he's saying? I've never. I mean, to be fair, these people are actually, this makes it worse. I'm pretty sure it was Trump on Flagrant. JD Vance was on Flagrant though, right? Like, these people just doing like these kind of softball interviews with like politicians. Like, they don't fact check anything they're saying and everything. But yeah, it isn't only that like none of these people ever push back on either side, on either JD Vance or God, what did Donald Trump go on? Donald Trump went on I know Donald Trump went on a what am I thinking of? What podcast? Maybe it was Flagrant. Nelks? Oh, it might have been, yeah. JD Vance with Theo Vaughn, yeah. Is it this? Trump isn't on this. Hold on, this isn't even the real... Sarah's awesome, great moderator. However, a little degenerate, but she's very cool. When's the next time you'll be on? I don't know. Anytime they... I don't have anything, planned on my... any thing centered around me planned. But anytime they talk about something interesting on the open panel, I'm down to join. So... I hope you and Chad are doing okay. Trump did the Ovan, I think. Yeah, Trump did the Ovan. That's what. Yeah. Yeah, they don't push back anything. We need more moderate neoliberal Democrats to go on these. If they're gonna push back on anything we say, then I should just they should just let fucking moderate evil neoliberal shills on, okay, to do neoliberal shilling. But
ago where Donald Trump said something like, today is a great day to invest, and all he changes his views on the tariffs.
Yeah.
You know, do I think insiders knew something about that? Probably.
That felt awesome when he did that.
Yeah,
I felt like a politician. Like I was privy to the information that I feel like Pelosi and Schumer are privy
Kamala
to.
should have
and
gone on
the
Joe
Republicans
Rogan,
do-
probably. I don't know if that would have been the definitive thing or whatever, but seems like it's pretty obvious he probably should have went on.
as well. I don't want to make it a partisan issue, but like it felt, I think a lot of Americans, instead of rejecting this insider trading idea, finally felt like the train wasn't running away without them.
We were on the inside.
Exactly. Where it would be great if nobody did it. Like that's the ideal situation. But I think a lot of times what we've seen is like this great frustration with government, and then whoever pulls the veil off, there is an appreciation of it rather than a rejection that there is corruption in general.
Got it. All right, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
All right, do we talk enough about where we want to be as a nation? And I think culturally, what Trump represents to me, he lies all of the time. He is interested in himself and more money. And almost what bothers me is that is the kind of culture that we advertise to young people. This is the world. If you lie and you cheat and you steal, you too someday can be a multi-billionaire. Is that where we want to go as a nation? And what's the alternative?
I think the most important question is, what do we want as Americans? And I think it is hard to, I think the way that we teach in school is that people came here for freedom. And I think if we were being more honest, I think people came here for money. And I think it was freedom from a lack of opportunity. There was freedom from oppression. Otherwise, my mother is an immigrant. But I
Where
think
did your mom come from?
Scotland. So, you know, she didn't have maybe a lot of opportunity. Stopped going to school at 15 years old, came here to America, started dance school, and she had...
I'm pretty sure. I don't know. There is evidence. There's evidence that the effect of like wealth inequality on like upward mobility is pretty negative. And that makes sense, but I don't know how much upward mobility has decreased in America. I'd have to do a little bit more reading. Why don't people see Trump as an example of if you lie and cheat in the world, then you can actually make it? I think that's how people view Trump. I think they were right earlier, where it seems like people just don't like the status quo. People saw fucking inflation. Okay, they were like, oh, inflation, bad, let's fucking blow everything up. So hopefully there's less inflation. It just seems like Americans kind of vote on just the vibes around the economy for the most part. That's my opinion, but America's an upward mobility society. I'd have to read through this, but seems like there's a decent amount of upward mobility in America still. I know for immigrants especially that is true, by the way, which makes sense, but for native-borns as well.
Immense success here, teaching dance lessons in New York City. Who would have thought? But I think the reality is that opportunity. I think Akash's family also came here for financial opportunity.
My family as well.
Exactly. And I think it's very hard to tear that away. I think that the fuel of the American machine is this idea, the delusional hope that one day we'll all be millionaires.
All right, but is
I don't know if that's right, but I think that is.
Look, I think this city is what the melting pot city in a sense, where my father came from Poland. He dropped out of school at 14.
Yeah.
He came here at the age of 17, really incredible, without any money. All right, and that's the story of millions and millions of families. We all came different ways. But what I'm getting at is, should the goal, and everybody wants to live comfortably,
Yes,
right?
absolutely.
There's nothing to be ashamed of. You don't have to worry about whether you can pay the electric bill. You want to make sure your kids get an education. All right, but does the culture have to suggest that to be a success, you need to be a billionaire? What I'm getting at is I'm the former chairman of a committee that deals with all this stuff. So we don't have enough doctors in America. We don't have enough nurses. We don't have enough dentists. I brought in several $1 billion into the state of Vermont.
But I mean, part of the reason we don't have enough doctors in America is because we basically artificially constrain the supply of them via like government regulation and via I think the government restricts how many seats there are in medical schools. I think the AMA restricts how many doctors there can actually be. A lot of that actually has to do with government regulation. But
for infrastructure.
He's right in saying that's the issue.
We did that all over America. We don't have enough construction workers who make good money, by the way. You want to be a sheet metal worker? You want to be a welder? You want to be an electrician?
Yeah.
We don't have enough. What I'm saying is, I would like to see us say, you want to make America great? Good.
Dude.
I want to have doctors, so you have to wait 2 months to get into a doctor's office.
This is it's so important. It's like, what is the cultural award? I think Akash can speak on this maybe the best of all of us. Like, within your community, what is the highest?
Doctor.
It's doctor. Doctors don't make the most money. They're hedge fund managers that make more money. But if they're in a group, like you speak to, if you're in the family
They
gathering,
restrict, but for what reason? A lot of it is just a holdover because we were concerned that there would be a surplus of doctors, like in the 70s or whatever. Like, there's no actual good reason to do it anymore. We were literally just concerned that we would have too many doctors based on like how high medical enrollment was like 30 years ago. So I think that the AMA, I think technically is non-government, but I think the government like gives the AMA, the American Medical Association, like monopoly on certain aspects of like medical schools and things. And one thing the AMA can do is like restrict the number of seats available in medical school, which in turn restricts the supply of doctors. I think Abundance talks about it, and I think I know Micah does it well. Do I have Abundance downloaded? I don't know if I have Abundance downloaded.
There's an honor. I get to brag to my parents get to brag to other friends. My son is a doctor, and I don't even know if it's about helping people, but that is the thing.
Yeah.
And
An advisory board in the American Medical Association shows 1,000 hospitals. This is about not what I'm talking about. Fuck. I don't know that thing. So yeah, I'm trying to find the citation for you. I think maybe in here.
And
it's not the most lucrative profession.
No, it's not.
But
that
it
is,
garners the most.
my dad told me he was like, "I'm really proud of your success. I'm proud of how far you've come. I want you to know, no matter how famous you get, I would still rather you be a doctor."
And so maybe there's a version of that in America where, like, obviously we want financial success, but can we reward some of these other positions
What's up?
as they offer?
What's up?
Not much.
Yeah, you're watching Bernie? Check out what I
Yeah,
sent
I'm watching
you.
Bernie. I'm watching
out what I
Bernie recite all the memes, every single possible meme.
Did he do paycheck to paycheck yet?
Yeah, he did that in like the first 10 minutes, bro.
No.
I don't know. I don't know why
no.
you keep saying. I don't know why you keep saying 60% though, because like it's obviously like 80%. Like I
It
don't
was
know, like, why he's still
160.
on
I thought it
this.
was. No, I thought it was 160 since Trump took office.
Yeah, it's 100.
Did you know? Did you know 60 Americans are living paycheck to paycheck? That's gonna be the situation after I become president. Okay? Did you know 60 Americans? But yeah. Check out what I sent you. It's Bernie saying some big things, big thoughts. Rare clip of Bernie not lying.
Can defeat Tung 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 Sahur, but Boneka Ambalabu doesn't stand a chance against Bombadiro Crocodilo. It's about creating a fair fight where Trololero, Trolala, all the Lily
Yeah, you were
don't have
talking
to
about
fight to
the
defeat
wealth
Bombadiro.
inequality and mobility and things.
Yeah.
How did they
The
measure
deal-
that? Because the social mobility index, I'm very skeptical of.
How does who measure it? What do you mean? How does
You
Bernie
said there
measure
was a
it?
paper,
He's
but-
not.
No, you said there was
He's
a
not
paper
actually
on it.
citing any. Oh.
Oh, okay.
I don't think I have a paper on social mobility. I was just Oh wait, are you
I
talking
think the
about when I said
studies
that
we have of
income?
inequality are pretty trash. I think that they're not very good design.
Yeah, okay.
They're
I was
mostly just
I think I know what
aggressive.
you're talking about. I was there's part of the Social Democrat library that says
Yo, the terrorist, my dog. Yo, what's up?
Hello.
We're watching
I'm
Bernie lie.
Bernie lie.
Yeah, he lies a lot.
Didn't it
Less
kind of
than
yeah,
Trump,
income
bro.
inequality is associated with reduced mobility. It's from I
Oh,
can
you
send
said
the
wealth
study.
inequality. Ooh. Yeah.
Damn.
Big rookie mistake. No, I'm joking. But let me open the Ockham library. Where would
Well,
you
I sent
be
you
if
the
I
link,
didn't
but-
link it to you? Okay, now you cannot do confirmation bias anymore. Let's see. It's redirecting me. Is the link still up? Because I'll just access the link.
Well, I sent you the archive link, but
Yeah, but the archive is redirecting me, and it's like slow on my phone. So here we go.
oh,
Um,
yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, okay, now opening the PDF. Let's see. Let's check it out. Let's check it out. By Miles Korak. Okay.
What do you need me to
2013 Journal of
answer?
Economic Perspectives. Okay. American Dream is a very broad concept. Blah blah blah. I don't care about your introduction. Gay, whatever. Okay, okay. Regression. Okay. Wow, wow. A regression. Okay, 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 okay. Let's mobility and what? How do we measure mobility? Generational earnings elasticity. Okay. Um, Korak 2013. Okay. Um, measured as the Gini coefficient using responsible income. Uh-huh. Okay, if they're not using the social mobility index, then I need to look further because I just don't like the social mobility index. But
Okay.
yeah, because like part of the social mobility index is inequality. So they just it's not even a social mobility index. They don't measure social mobility. They just measure programs and stuff that is vaguely associated with social mobility. Like you're just assuming your shit works, so then like, oh, it works. It's like it's dumb,
You know,
stupid.
the funny thing about social mobility is the two socialist guys did an article on how mobile the US is, and then because of how high the income volatility was, they were justifying, oh, we need redistributive policies so we can not only make interpersonal utility comparisons, which sample text loves, but interpersonal utility comparisons across time.
Um,
And
you can, and you
yeah,
should.
anyways, but that's not my point. And then the AEI ran an article saying, wow, look how socially mobile the US is. This means they overstate inequality across lifetimes.
Yeah, I mean, not only
Because,
that, it's also I don't know. I just don't. What's the or squared on this
Oh my fucking
regression?
god, he's
I
gonna
don't know. I
break
need to
all
know
my
that. I
torches,
need to know
dude.
that, and you're not telling me, and I don't like that you're not telling me. Whatever, whatever. Also, another thing is, you know, did Nafa, did you see the article about like defining inequality in a way that you cannot fix? Did you see that article?
No, I haven't. No.
I think it's by John Cochran or whatever his name is. It's basically, he makes the point of like, when you look at inequality and you measure inequality in a bunch of countries, you should look at it after redistribution. Because if you look at it before redistribution, then you got guys like Bernie or
I don't know
whatever
what that
looking
shit
at it and
is.
says, "Oh, therefore we need more redistribution." But wait, how do you know if redistribution is not enough to fix this? Right? You got to look at the income inequality after redistribution to know if there's still a problem. Right? It's like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
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 Oh, he's muted. Welcome.
Oh wait, fuck! I was still muted. Damn.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was playing Minecraft, and I got upset, so I had to mute it for a second.
Wait, why can I not disconnect you?
Why can't you kick me?
Yeah.
Because I own the server, and I'm awesome.
Okay, but I used to be able to.
I might have removed it when you were kicking like Chicken Jockey or someone from the
I think I
call a
kicked
lot.
you and you got. I think I kicked you and you molded, so you took my rights away.
I might have.
Yeah,
But
okay.
yeah, exactly. No, Bernie has hit like every meme. He's done the like corporate PAC meme. He's done the pay versus productivity meme. He has like he's done the like, oh, Americans are worse off today than they were
The
50 years
productivity pay
ago, and
meme. Oh my god.
their children are going to be even more
I
worse
hate this.
off.
I hate that. I really hate him for that. It's just I would
I
like him
know.
if he just didn't lie so much. Oh my god, man. Oh my god. Kill me. Kill me.
And none of the
Yeah.
people on the podcast are fact checking him, obviously, because they don't. I mean, they don't have any. They've never read about
No, they
this
believe
shit or
that they're
anything.
populists, right? They're dumbass populists.
Well, yeah, they are
They
popular.
believe
Yeah,
that.
so obviously, yeah.
It's like Joe Rogan. If you come on Joe Rogan and you say whatever you want about COVID, like the government literally, I don't know, kidnapped babies in COVID, he's not going to fact check whatever. But if you say Actually, there's evidence the lockdowns were good. It's like, oh, hey, pull the study, hey, Jeremy, pull the study, He goes chimp on you. It's not like they don't care. It's that they care only in one direction. They're populists. They're dumbass, retarded populists, and yeah, to that extent, they'll do whatever. I don't know. I don't like that. Yeah, you can just lie. Jason Harrison was right. You can just lie. It's crazy. But yeah,
It is crazy.
I got to be constrained by truth. It's annoying.
Yeah. Well, I gotta
Cyrus.
go. I gotta get back to watching this
Flagrant.
stuff.
Yeah.
I have to.
Whatever.
I'm streaming to YouTube Shorts. Okay, I have to keep their attention. All right, they have to the brain rot.
I'm
okay?
I'm
They need to be
entertaining.
stimulated.
I'm entertaining.
Not entertaining enough for
guys.
people scrolling on YouTube Shorts.
Okay. What were other lies that he mentioned? I mean, I don't know. We can.
Well, I said
Okay.
the
Well, I guess we can
paycheck.
just watch them. Yeah.
Yeah, we're worse off. The corporate. I have to do more reading on like the whole like PAC shit, but I bet most of that was a lie.
I mean, even then, it's just like who. It's just, I don't know. Progressives have nothing of value to offer beyond like corporation bad. I don't like corporation. I don't like corporation. It's bad. Corporation bad. That's all they can say. That's all they're able to say. They have no fucking solution. They just lie and then propose like bad policy. It's just annoying. It's like corporation bad. Corporate. I don't like Amazon. I don't like Amazon. Okay, shut up. Oh my god, it's tiring. Kill me. Yeah, and then Bernie's like, we don't have enough doctors, and so the solution is occupational licensing, right? No,
Yeah, I know, yeah.
the solution is fucking pay more to doctors. No. Shut up. Shut up. I don't want to pay more. No. Kill me. Whatever.
No,
I
the
don't
way
know.
you can, if this is like the FDR depression thing. Oh, the depression is caused by low prices. We should restrict production to raise prices. We want
Let's
more
go.
doctors. We should just restrict the amount of doctors so doctors get higher
So
pay,
they pay more.
and there's a bigger bottleneck in the medical school.
Yeah.
I mean,
W.
sensible
Ooh, let's
policy.
see. Okay, the Vincent Geloso guy. On the updates that Piketty and C has due to their inequality series, he critiques Piketty. Let me read that because I love confirmation bias. Thank
Oh my
God
God.
Sam is not listening. Yeah. Also, wait. Sam sent me a good study in favor of job guarantees, so I might be in favor of it now. Seems like a good study.
Hold
Yeah.
on. What?
What?
This is.
You want to see? You want to check out the study? You want to check out the study?
Show me the study.
Yeah.
Hold on, you guys can debate the study and whatever other.
Okay, watch
whatever
your
other
flavor.
channel,
Your
okay.
content brain. Holy shit.
I am
Yeah.
content brained.
You,
'Cause I'm a
the reason
content
you're not on Joe
creator.
Rogan is because of me. Because I join streams and I yap about papers. That's what you think. That's,
Where'd he go?
Probably to the. I don't know where he went. I was gonna say probably
You're
to
supposed
hang
to
out.
show
or
me a
whatever.
paper.
Yeah.
That's silly.
Well, I'm gonna move you to hang out, and hopefully he joins that. See ya, buddy. Kick sample text. I didn't kick him. I think he just left. I should rename like the hangout room to just fucking like debating study room. Okay, every single time one of these guys joins, okay, like Sample or Sam or someone joins, it devolves into just like going study for study and like talking about the merits of one study over another, and it's just like, okay, that's not good content for the YouTube Shorts viewers. All right, okay,
For societal utility.
Right. And then you go even deeper than that. And that is, I mean, now you're going really deep, is you get into the issue of human happiness. All right. These guys sit in Wall Street, they get up 4 o'clock in the morning to see what the stock market is in Japan, and they make zillions of dollars. Doing crap. I mean, what's the usefulness to society?
Yeah.
And you got a kindergarten teacher here in New York City who is nurturing and making life better for some low-income kid, right?
Yeah.
Right? Who's doing more important work?
I mean, the teacher, without a doubt. There's no question. The problem is that we're not rewarding those positions. And if we did reward them, like if it was this great honor to hold these certain positions, which I still do think doctor is.
Yes.
But I think they're few and far between. And first of all, doctors make a lot of money, so let's not act like they don't. But I think they're few and far between positions that don't make a lot of money, but still command immense respect in America. I do think that we are tied to the dollar, unfortunately. And how do we change that?
That's
Anonymous
exactly the
sample
question.
text, I go hard.
I mean, again, getting to it seems to me, you talk to, I'll tell you something, we do a thing in Vermont, it's called the Bernie Buzz. It's a newsletter that goes out. Did an interview with a woman who works in a nursing home. God knows what she makes. It's not a lot of money. Okay. And she talked about her satisfaction helping seniors, fixing their hair, getting their nails and all that stuff. And the pride, she's a religious woman. Okay. And the pride she had and how she feels good. I want us to feel good about doing good stuff.
Yes.
Not just ripping off other people. I don't want to be.
But the problem is much deeper than a Donald Trump to give some pushback.
Yes, I agree.
Gordon Gekko is celebrated as a hero.
Exactly.
I grew up listening to rap. I still love it, but it's
I
all
love
about
Bernie. Bernie has lied so much in this. So much in this. It's so annoying. It's so annoying. It's so annoying. Bernie 2032. Bernie can still win, guys. Dude, we might get AOC, though. Okay, I haven't seen AOC lie as much, alright? Pace is doing good stuff. For stop believing what Sample says. Sample joined recently, but prior to Sample joining, I was still saying Bernie was lying because he did. He lied like 5 times. He hit every single meme. Oh my god, this is gonna be cancer. What's up, PPG?
I just noticed you're live, dude. Why do you stream so late?
Well, today was weird because my sleep schedule's broken, so it kind of I started streaming really late. But I don't know. Usually I start streaming at like 6 p.m. and then I'll just go until I'm tired, and sometimes that's at like 5 a.m. or something.
You don't have like work or school or shit?
I don't have school right now, but when I do have school, it's online. So.
You're like fucking 18, right? You're okay. It's different.
I'm 19, yeah.
What are you guys talking about?
We're watching Bernie say a bunch of dumb stuff on this podcast. Hold on, real quick, to reply to the guy in chat. Will Democrats vote for 60 to 80% lower pharmaceutical medicine prices? Biden did pass the Inflation Reduction Act, which let Medicare negotiate the price of drugs down. Like Bernie and Warren have also talked about price caps for medicine. 10 drugs a year.
Drugs.
And I think that 10 drugs a year and the number increases over time. But I also don't think
yeah, but you're right about that. But it was like to like 2026 when you're allowed to, right? It was like 2026 that you're allowed to negotiate more drugs. The reason they do that is because they know that there's going to be another political regime in charge where they're just going to knock it down.
Come on. You don't think?
I mean, look at Joe. Fucking Trump just knocked it down. Trump just knocked it down. What do you mean?
What do you mean Trump just knocked it down?
Trump did not. Yeah, he did. He overturned Biden's ruling on lowering drugs. He did. I mean, it's unconstitutional. I agree with you, but that's what he did.
I don't know what you mean. Trump overturned it. Trump like made it more expansive. He said we're going to cap like the price of a bunch of drugs. He said we're going to do it even more, even harder. But
no. Wait. No. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the executive order Trump passed that the guy in YouTube chat was citing, saying, "Oh, we're gonna lower."
Okay, the executive order is bullshit, right? You know that. You know that he did that in his first administration. It's a bullshit. Down, yeah. I agree. That's the point. The point is to be like hyperbolic and just tell your people that you're gonna do it, but you're not really gonna do it. It's bullshit. Donald Trump does this all the time. But the IRA has actually been like chipped away at. Not just the IRA, the CHIPS Act has been struck away by fucking Doge or whatever. Yeah,
I agree with that too.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. Like, this is why I tell you guys not to means testing is fucking bullshit. You should go for universal programs, right?
Well, I mean, I like universal programs. I don't really know how much that applies to just price negotiations, but.
Well, Medicare for all would be, or no, not really.
Well, I mean, you would just have to, even in a Medicare for all thing, like you could still forbid Medicare from negotiating down drug prices, but.
Yeah, no, you're right about that. You have to. I mean, I would say that Medicare for all would obviously move in the direction of you have to negotiate better. Single payer programs are like that, right? You have to.
Yeah.
Negotiate with a blah 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 private. Okay. Why is Bernie saying dumb things, dude? I think I know the interview that you're talking about. It was Schultz, right? Because all the liberals were all worked up on fucking Twitter because he said that it was 2016. It was rigged. Why do you find that wrong?
I don't have a strong opinion on that one. I don't. Well, okay. So I'd have to do more reading into it. I didn't pay attention to politics during 2016. Oh, hold on. This guy in flicking YouTube chat. If you want to join VC, you can. The question still remains: will Democrats vote for lower pharmaceutical medicine prices? I just explained to you they already did. It seems like this is something Democrats generally already supported.
All Democrats. Who is that? He's a Republican, right? He's a fucking idiot.
Yeah.
Okay. I give credit to Joe Biden because the 10 drugs that he did bring down initially were the 10 most used drugs. So
right.
Yeah, which is that's gonna affect millions of people, dude. So people are like, oh, it's only 10 drugs. Yeah, but they're the most used drugs. So, dude, you gotta give them credit for that shit. I told people to vote for Kamala and Biden. Right? So don't blame me.
I'm responding to the guy in YouTube chat. Although, I mean, I do actually think the price controls are kind of bad, or the way that they're doing it's probably kind of bad.
I'm gonna piss in your face, dude. I'm gonna piss in your fucking face.
I'm so evil and neoliberal, I know. But so the 2016 primary, I think Bernie Sanders probably benefited from it to the extent it was rigged. I think as with any election or primary race, there's kind of the invisible primary beforehand, and obviously Hillary Clinton had all her connections and everything, so nobody wanted to go up against Hillary Clinton, except for people who are outsiders anyway, like Bernie Sanders. And I think Bernie Sanders actually ended up benefiting from that because he got a ton of screen time, because there were only 5 people running in a primary or whatever.
I mean, he benefited from it, but that doesn't take away from it was rigged. It was rigged, right? Debbie Wasserman Schultz had to step down. It was a judge. They didn't go, ultimately the ruling that they made in the court was that, oh, the DNC is a private institution. You can't tell them what to do, which is, so then we don't live in a democracy, right? If you look at it that way, but it was rigged. I mean, it was. Now in 2020, I actually disagree with. Well, that was the lawsuit. If you look at the lawsuit that happened, there's a lawsuit that went pretty far.
Quite frankly, I do not believe that you are citing it correctly or anything.
No. The ruling was that they did rig it, but that it's a private institution. The DNC is a private institution that could do whatever it wants, and that was the DNC's lawyer that said that. Ultimately, if I was in the jury, I would have said, well, it is a private institution. You can't tell it it's wrong, but that's the ruling, right? That was brother. Again, I know this fucking lawsuit very well, dude. The ruling was that the DNC is a private institution. You can't tell it what it can and can't do.
Okay. I mean, I've also seen you cite studies that you have no understanding of, that show the U.S. is quote unquote
okay, dude. Well, we're talking about Bernie Sanders. What are you talking about? Well, there was there was a lawsuit, right? There was a lawsuit that it was rigged against Bernie, and the judge. I mean, how the judge can make statements. The judge made a statement, said obviously it was rigged against him, but then ultimately the ruling was that it's a private institution, so you can't do shit.
Okay.
That you should look this up, non-fawn, because this is very
I will
important.
Look it up. I will look it up later, but.
Okay, but and I agree with that. It is a private institution. That's why I've always said America is not a democracy.
Well, I think under any reasonable definition of democracy, we're still holistically democracy, even if you don't like. Even if you don't like that, we can rig.
Okay, you could say that we're a 5% democracy. This would be the equivalent of saying that you're eating a 90% shit sandwich with 10% meat on it,
and then say 5% ate a democracy.
No, I'm giving you an example. I would say around there, dude. 20 to 5%. Yes. We're not very representative.
Based on dude. What?
Okay. I'm gonna bring up the study. You're gonna say it's not real, so let's just avoid it. Hold on.
No, I know it's a real study. It's just a really bad study, an unimaginably bad study. That's not. Okay. I mean, okay. That is the opinion of people of anyone who understands statistics. Okay, yeah, Bernie.
I want to talk about Bernie. You were talking about Bernie. 2020, I don't believe it. Well, we never got to see the chance for it to be really rigged, right? Pretty sure the DNC was doing fuckery, but ultimately it was. You know about 2020, right?
I mean, what about it exactly? You're just gonna say, I mean, everyone dropped out.
Barack Obama calls the centrist to drop out, but he, what's her face, stays in the race to pull progressive votes from Bernie. People were gonna have to vote for the lesser of two evils on each side. So obviously Bernie was gonna win out Super Tuesday, but Barack Obama does this, gets the centrist to drop out, and Biden barely beats Bernie.
I mean, I'd have to do more reading to know if there was some conspiracy behind that. I would just kind of doubt.
I mean, there is a conspiracy, but it's not illegal. I do agree with that.
Well, I would
wish,
agree. Even if there is a conspiracy, it wouldn't be illegal. I'm just not.
It wasn't illegal. I mean, but it is fucked, and they fucked Bernie twice. One of them illegal, and the other one non-illegal.
I'm not convinced that he was fucked in 2016, and I would have to read.
But see, but this is what you see, like you're disagreeing with Bernie on this show, right?
I think Bernie has lied and hit like every dumb meme that you probably believe in too. The paycheck to paycheck, the pay versus productivity, the income inequality.
That is true. Another study just came out on that, dude. By the way, another
study, or another bullshit survey about what?
Oh my god, dude!
About income inequality.
Most
about
Americans paycheck to paycheck, income inequality. Well, I mean, it depends on what you're talking about, because the lower classes do tend to find it harder to survive in America.
No one thinks that's not true. Obviously, the poorer you are, the harder it is to survive. No one disagrees with that.
Okay. Okay. So you're disagreeing with Bernie's class analysis, dude.
I disagree with Bernie when he cites statistics that I don't think he understands and are like basically just wrong. And I disagree with most of the policies that he tries to use to fix it.
What policy are you talking about?
Like wealth taxes, like I mean, his healthcare plan I think probably goes too far in certain areas. Things like that. I mean,
Medicare for all. You think that Medicare for all is bad, dude?
I think taking America from the what the fuck is this shit? Hold on, I'm playing Minecraft. I think a single payer system is probably not optimal for America to have. I don't think that's
why.
I don't think it's optimal. I would prefer a public option, but it seems like that would probably reduce quite a bit of like medical innovation. Like currently, like it seems like a big reason that we have a big reason that a lot of medical innovation takes place in the U.S. and a big reason.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you a moral question. I don't even have to. Because this is what right wingers say, right? I'm gonna ask you a moral question. Is it moral for 60,000 people to die every year, or millions of people go Medicare to go into medical debt? Right, pretty much you're fucking trapped. You're gonna be you have to go bankrupt, or which is one of the main reasons, right? Why you go bankrupt? No.
I think you're no. So I think you're misunderstanding that, right? So one, I'll say it seems like I think what you're citing is like people who go bankrupt, if they have like more than $600 in medical debt, they'll say they went bankrupt because of medical debt. I think that's probably a pretty bad methodology. But I would just hope that we would acknowledge like there are trade-offs to these things. Like if you reduce the expected profit of pharmaceutical companies, you're probably going to reduce R&D into new drugs, and that is probably going to kill people in the long run, right? Because medical innovation saves lives. Like.
Okay, so you think that you save more lives because you get medical breakthroughs through the American system? And by the way, I don't even have to grant this, dude, because I've seen that. I think the only breakthroughs that have come, and they come through government funding in America, have been through like cancer.
Which I
agree, which are federally funded, and now Donald Trump is getting rid of them, but. There should be more federal funding when it comes to, and don't fucking drugs go to like our universities?
I would just have to see evidence that government spending on like medical R&D is more effective than private spending on R&D, but I haven't seen evidence one way or the other on that.
Wait, but like, okay, but you've heard that, like, the private sector does come use like our universities, which are spent when it comes to research, come pick out the drugs that they want to use, and then exploit it astronomically because they have a fucking monopoly in the market, unbelievably, right, to the point where it fucking kills people. Like the EpiPens were a perfect example. Because the EpiPen was it was a creation by some dude who said, I want everybody to have it, and then it was exploited by the private sector, which most people have diabetes. This is diabetes. I would say millions of people have died because of diabetes.
I don't know to the full extent how much that is true. Like, I think you're probably mistaken on a lot of things. So it could be the case. So I agree that there's a lot of medical innovation that is at least partially funded by the government or whatever. But I mean, it could be the case that like
no, but it's universities. It is universities.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So it could be the case that like a new drug is helped in part by like a federal grant to a university that does research, but there are also like $500 million put in by a private company into like getting this drug through clinical trials and paying for all that stuff. And that would that wouldn't have happened without the private company doing that. And I would agree. I would probably agree that we're way too lenient with patents and giving patents.
I'm sorry. Yeah, it was insulin. One of my chatters. Insulin. Yes, it was insulin. Yeah, insulin famously was a dude who
sold the patent whatever for like $1 because he wanted it to be free for everyone. Right?
He wanted it to be free, and then it was exploited by the private sector. But you know that like there's so much trickery from the private sector. Like it's the same fucking drug, but they say that it improved in this way. No, it didn't.
Yeah, I agree.
But it's
the
same shit. But then they exploit it to a motherfucker, right? Yeah.
That's what I'm saying when I say we're too lenient with patents. Is that there seems to be like a lot of improvements to drugs made that are, not like novel or anything, and then they get another 20 years of monopoly. But
okay, regardless, this has nothing to do with Medicare for All, by the way. Medicare for All would be a health insurance system, and then you could have the private sector.
That would get prices down.
What?
That would negotiate drug prices down, right? If you had the majority of the country on.
Well, I mean, there will still be a profit to make, and I do believe in competition, and I think that capital is always wherever there's competition, but I think that would eliminate the monopoly that we're talking about, dude. The monopoly is the problem. The price gouging is the problem.
No. So, I mean, you would still have, presumably under Medicare for All, you would still have patents for medical innovation. You would still want to patent drugs because that's part of the way we incentivize medical innovation. I'm just saying that if you had a Medicare for All system that negotiates the price of drugs down significantly, you're going to reduce the expected profits of pharmaceutical companies significantly, and that's going to reduce the amount of money they spend on R&D pretty significantly as well.
Okay, I have people on my voice call, dude. We could have this conversation another time. I forgot I left them over. Talk about Bernie, dude. I'll leave you guys alone. I'll come back maybe later, dude. Nice talking to you. Non-fun. All right,
as long as you raid me.
I will. I'm actually going to sleep in like another hour. So if you're still live, I'll raid you. I got 20 people. I had 23. God damn. All right. I'll raid you, dude. Nice talking to you.
Nice talking to you. Yep.
All right.
Average Bernie, bro. I can forgive your ignorance around a lot of issues. How am I being ignorant? Okay. At 19, I was only interested in getting into girls' pants. Your views will drastically change by the time you're 35/40. Okay. YouTube censors free speech, guy. If you want to hop in the fucking Discord call, we can chat about how ignorant I am. But, I mean, really, I just, I think you're just wrong on, like, all this stuff. But did mass illegal migration to America help Americans working poor? I don't think it had a significant negative effect. I think immigration is generally economically beneficial. I don't think it had a significant negative effect. But what are you doing live at this time? What's up, Bob Marley? I woke up at like 1 a.m. today, and I started streaming at like 3 a.m. My sleep schedule is incredibly fucked. And if so, how? Of course, I know that no Democrat can admit it greatly hurt women and low-paid workers. I'm not convinced that illegal immigration under Biden significantly hurt low-paid workers. I think the empirical evidence is just like against you on that. It seems like unless you're going to cite fucking Borjas at me, it doesn't seem like low-wage workers are hurt that much by immigration. Like some studies will find like a, like negative 1% effect on like high school dropouts' wages, but it's just like not that big a deal. But whatever.
Excess wealth, being rich, being billionaires. It doesn't matter how you get the money. Doesn't matter if it's honorable or not.
When we were growing up, there was a million movies about, and there's a lot of criticism for this, but like some teacher who's well off that goes to the hood and really commits to like revitalizing that school, right? And initially the teacher's not accepted, but then the teachers see that, so the kids see that he's like a good or she's like a good force on humanity, and it's really rewarded. I don't think they make those movies anymore. I think it's a bunch of Gordon Geckos, right? And or every Marvel movie is about, an Elon Musk, character type, which is, Iron Man is Tony Stark. So yeah, the culture is clearly rewarding whatever makes you money, and I don't want us to completely get away from that. I think like success is important. Ingenuity and innovation is important. Absolutely. But there has to be something else that's important.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
So how do we do that? How do we instill that?
That's the kind of discussion.
Girls got to start sleeping with teachers.
This is the kind of discussion we need to have as a country. And it gets back to this thing, this blew me away, this Pew poll about whether you feel better off. And it's like, we got diverted a little bit. It's not just economics, whether you're better off inflation accounted for dollars today than you were 40 or 50 years ago. It's more than that. It's, do you feel part of your community? All right. Or are you feeling isolated and alone?
Oh no, are we gonna get hate, the globalization hate now? I can feel it coming on. Oh no. You can tell Nalfon has never had a real job in his entire life, had to pay any bills based on such a foolish statement. What foolish statement did I make? About immigration? Is that what you're talking about? My stance on immigration somehow reveals that I've never had a real job? Okay. The US is empty too. To compete with China in the long term, population needs to go up. Yep. That's especially true of high skill immigration. Like, obviously, in order to have an equivalent number of high skill immigrants and high skill researchers to China, we have to have a lot of immigration of high skilled workers. But Trump seems to be very much against that, and he's like actively scaring foreign students away from American universities, which is very bad.
You're spending half your time on the goddamn cell phone.
Yeah.
Right. And how do we? I mean, the craziness is we have more potential wealth now with all of this exploding technology. So we don't have to be working 50 or 60 hours a week. We can be thinking about what does it mean?
Just like how women entering the workforce in mass didn't hurt real wages. It probably had some effect. But this is just, lump of labor fallacy. Like obviously women entering the workforce probably increased the demand for certain types of products. Like it probably shifted aggregate demand right because women started earning an income and started demanding more products. And that's going to at least partially offset the, negative effect of the increase in labor supply. It's like typically, new labor is a positive demand shock as well as a positive supply shock. As long as China doesn't fuck up massively, they'll just win on their population count. Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Hey, should we be dealing with the economic issue? Should everybody have a decent standard of living in America? Can we do that? The answer is yeah, we can.
Do you think it's realistic to effectively tax billionaires in a way that still encourages...
Oh no, here we go. Dude, you know what's funny?
Innovation within
He's phrasing this question in a really good way.
To effectively tax billionaires in a way that still encourages innovation within America?
Yeah, I do. I happen to believe that we should not have billionaires. All right, so you want to get rich, fine, get rich. How much do you need? All right? Yeah, so I would have a very steep tax.
$999 million.
Something like that. Yeah. You want a billion? All right, maybe 900 million. But
like he could have set Bernie up so hard for like a awesome base like consumption tax, position where like, yeah, I mean, obviously we need to tax rich people more, but we don't want to hurt savings and investment, because those are really good for the economy overall and everything. So what we could do is just tax billionaires' consumption rather than their savings and investment. But Bernie is just like, he's just like the cringe, like populist. Oh, people will keep working for you're telling me people wouldn't be working for $999 million? And I'm very smart. Yeah, obviously the investing and saving that billionaires do, that's the good shit they do. I want billionaires investing in the stock market. I want billionaires financing capital for countries to, I was going to say companies, but countries as well. Honestly, they can finance a decent amount of capital for if it's a smaller country, right? Like, that's the good shit billionaires do, Bernie. No, Bernie, become based. Bernie, watch my Instagram reel about consumption taxes, Bernie.
We want to change the culture around. I talked to Bill Gates. Did an interview with him on Netflix, and I said, Bill, you're worth $1 zillion. Were you motivated as a young man with the dream that you become a zillion? He said, no. He said, I love computer programs. That's what I loved.
Right.
That was his passion. Then he ended up making huge amounts of money. So, I don't begrudge people making a lot of money, but I think should be a limit to how much you make. And also, and then getting back to economics, is we're looking at a nation today not only with massive income and wealth inequality, but incredible
again, he's just not. I don't know how many times I say that. I mean, it doesn't seem like it's actually income inequality in America is like meaningfully increased depending on how you look at it. You can still argue it's too high or whatever, but the employer can pay less if there's more applicants. So, Ian Hartman, did you listen at all to when I said it's obviously a positive supply shock, but typically it's also a positive demand shock as well? Did you listen to that at all? And Ian, it doesn't matter. Don't pretend like how many. Here's the question, Ian. Would it change your mind at all? At all? Would it move you even 1% closer to my position if I showed you like 10 different empirical papers that show, there's a lot of immigration into the state, wages didn't decrease compared to like a control. There's a lot of immigration to the city, wages didn't decrease compared to this control. Like, how many papers do I need to cite about empirical evidence showing immigrants don't have a meaningful impact on Americans' wages before you change your opinion? So you can have your cake and eat it too. I don't know. You're just too retarded. Okay.
concentration of ownership. Want to hear a fact?
Yeah.
You got 3 Wall Street investment firms, BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard.
Yeah.
Who combined are the
Oh no, is he gonna say own homes? Are we gonna get to BlackRock owns all the homes? Or?
major stockholders and 95% of the corporations in America. Go look at your favorite corporation, see who owns it.
Okay. Okay. We're not there yet. Okay. He didn't say they own all the homes.
Who's a major stockholder? They'll be there. What do you think about that? That's power.
What is the impact of that? Like, how does that power wield?
It means that you have 3 entities with boards of directors who have significant control over every major corporation in America. What that means is, do they stay in America or do they go abroad? Do they pay their workers a decent wage or do they treat them like crap?
No, we did it. We got to the anti-globalization takes. Oh no, Bernie, no. Oh man. I think again, Bernie's just like wrong on the wages thing. Like, it seems like wages have been going up pretty consistently, and also it seems like free trade increases. I shouldn't even say it seems like free trade increases wages. There is a lot of good reason in theory to believe why trade would increase wages, why offshoring would increase total wages. Americans have access to cheaper goods. The export industry is helped because we're, buying overseas goods, which means we're supplying countries with dollars, and they use that to buy American exports. It means that domestic resources are freed up from more productive use cases, right? It means, countries essentially specialize in what they're higher productivity in, and that makes average productivity in the U.S. go up, and that makes average wages in the U.S. go up, as well as the fact. Oh wait, I didn't realize it tells me that I can't break this with this. I need diamonds, but I haven't been able to find any. And then, lastly, there seems to be a lot of good empirical evidence that free trade increases growth, and obviously increasing growth over time increases average wages over time too. Okay, I don't know why we have to throw the the globalization hate into here. Okay, we have to lie about billionaires and then also lie about globalization. But
that's what it means. Enormous power in the hands of 3 Wall Street firms.
So what's interesting is when you start to get any kind of money, they'll tell you, put your money in a Vanguard.
Yeah.
Is that good for America? Because it seems like to us, this is how you get to participate in capitalism.
Right. That's right. That's your retirement goes into Vanguard. But that's one thing. But the other thing is that Vanguard, State Street, and BlackRock have enormous economic power, which is not a good thing.
And they're not using it benevolently.
They're not. They're using it to make more money. So the issue is that we got to take a look at is we got to ask questions that I got to tell you in Congress is very.
I did I always forget how to pronounce it. Heckler Olin model in micro yesterday felt so much like you.
Rarely asked, and in everybody to have a decent standard of living. Americans, yes and no.
Yes.
Some people will say, no, hey, it's a tough world out there. I'm sorry. I'm smarter than you. I work harder. My dad gave me a lot of money. You don't have it. Tough crap.
At least they're honest.
Yeah, that's what some people will say.
Yeah.
Most people.
I mean, again, obviously, there is a subset of people. How many times was that Admiral Gibbs? Admiral Gibbs and Fabian Liberty, who will basically say stuff like that. But also, at the same time, there are people like me who want a welfare state. Okay, I want welfare. I don't want people dying on the streets. I just think that generally, free market, growth, efficient tax system that's not like super administratively difficult like a wealth tax. It doesn't harm investment decisions like a wealth tax does. I just think that's more conducive towards less people starving on the street. Like it just seems like it, but whatever.
People will not say that.
Right.
Most people say, you know what? Yeah, I don't think anybody should be sleeping.
The politics of it is not anti-trade, but he speaks to real concerns. I think Bernie is. I mean, Bernie's not nearly as anti-trade as like Trump is or anything, but like Bernie historically has been somewhat anti-trade. But it is. I mean, it is just like a populist thing. He speaks to the real concerns, imagine a real people who will otherwise fall for right-wing populism. I do think, yeah, some of it is definitely that, yeah. But
I'll be able to go to a doctor. That's what most people say. Okay, what does that mean in terms of practical politics? It means, among other things, that we need an
Bernie
education
Sanders
system
was
which is very
trans,
strong
Lisa
for a
Say
child
would
to
be
get a graduate
Bernie
school.
Sanders.
Right?
Wow.
You want to become, your dad wants you to become a doctor, but if you want to become a doctor, you make
YouTube chat is hella toxic. It's because I'm streaming to YouTube Short, so it's like a bunch of like rando conservative people that YouTube is recommending it to. We got Dumpy censorship guy who doesn't care about Trump threatening NBC and CNN broadcasting issues. Ian is spitting anti-feminist talking points. What the fuck is this chat? Welcome to YouTube Shorts chat. So you don't answer the hard questions around religion. Why not? Are you scared? Have no opinions? I don't know what questions you asked about religion, quite frankly. Oh, non-fun. Should America become a majority Muslim/Sharia law country? No, probably not. But I don't think... How many Muslim immigrants would the U.S. have to accept in order to become a majority Sharia law or majority Muslim country? Like, that'd be, like, so super unbelievably high. Like, whatever. The majority of the immigrants coming over to America are obviously, like, Hispanics. It's like 80% of them are Hispanic. And, like, most Hispanics are Catholic. So, I'm not that concerned about it, buddy.
Well, $500,000 in debt.
And also, I have no issue with, like, most Muslims that are relatively moderate. Like, it seems like as long as people, like, come to America and, like, assimilate decently well, I don't really have an issue with them being Muslim. I am concerned about a lot of the extremist ideology that goes along with being Muslim sometimes, but it just doesn't seem like America has a super big problem with that.
Absolutely.
All right, does that make sense? We need doctors.
Are you actually on YouTube? What do you mean, am I actually on YouTube? I'm not streaming horizontally on YouTube, if that's what you're asking. I'm only streaming vertically to YouTube.
We, as the richest nation on earth, say, good, you want to be a doctor, you want to be a nurse, you want to be a dentist, we need you desperately, tuition free. We love you.
Yeah.
Do it. Because we just...
That would be based, though. I mean, I agree with Bernie there, okay? As long as we also, do occupational licensing reform so we don't, like, artificially restrict the supply of doctors or whatever. That would be based to subsidize people going to medical school. I would like that.
Subsidize it. Yeah, subsidize it. Absolutely. If we need more engineers, don't make the education so expensive.
Exactly.
We need it.
Yeah. We need more engineers.
And also, like, I wonder if there's a certain point in time where if you squeeze the consumers of your products so much, they won't be able to buy them. So isn't it in the best interest of these, you refer to them as oligarchs, but isn't it in the best interest of these oligarchs that they make sure that life is fruitful enough for the people that are going to consume their products?
That's a very good question, and I'm not sure that that's a legitimate question. I think a right question. I don't know that they think about it that way.
They talk about the markets all the time, but it's like the market's going to fucking decide for you, buddy. And eventually they're going to realize we can't buy a new iPhone every year, and then your iPhone sales tank. Or we could create a system that in some way is, I don't know.
What a unbelievably populist burn around thing. Free education? I think, maybe not entirely free, but I think subsidizing STEM degrees would be pretty good. What's up?
I realized something big, non-fun. Now, I thought problem with society with, like, medicine is expensive, doctors, we have so few of them, housing is so little. I mean, you look at inequality, and then I looked at inequality and I realized it's a billionaire oligarch corporation and we gotta just subsidize infinite money, infinite subsidy. Nothing is because of government. Nothing ever is because of government. It's all just tax the billionaires and then housing will get cheaper, okay? It's amazing. Bernie, thank you. This is not slop. This is not garbage. This is not appealing to the fucking retarded 0 IQ average person. It's no, this is high IQ, well-researched policy agenda. I am a socialist now. Thank you, Bernie. God, I hate this. I've been watching this for like 2 hours now. I want to kill myself. This is horrible. I don't know how people accept this garbage. This is slop. This is not okay. This is not normal. The fact that Trump's wars doesn't make this good. And progressives need to get fucking, I don't know, reset their IQ somehow. I don't know how you, like, make people unlearn everything they learn. It's just retarded. I can't. I hate this. I don't like this at all. But, I'd vote for him over Trump. Kill me. Kill me. It's really like everything. It's everything. Like, give me any fucking issue ever. And it's just, well, the corporation billionaire,
BlackRock,
they own everything, and
Vanguard.
they have the power. And then, what?
I said BlackRock, Vanguard.
Yeah, BlackRock,
billionaires.
Vanguard, productivity, 60 paycheck to paycheck in America with inequality in wages not going up. And guys, we got to just do free stuff and subsidize, right? You just got to pay for everything. Yes, yes. And prices will not stay this, it will not go up because people are just not, we got to tame greed. We do the anti-greed law and then prices will never go up. Yes, and supply will stay exactly the same. Yes, thank you, Bernie. And then he has the audacity to do the cultural appropriation and say, and then we get back to the economics. You know how much I died inside when he said that? Don't appropriate my culture for your podcast, Bernie. Don't say that word ever in your life again. You never say the E word, ever. You don't get to say that. You're precluded. No, never. Kill me. I don't like this. I just needed to vent. I don't like this.
Understandable. Justified crash out, one might say.
Oh, and again, this is way smarter than me to figure out, but like, it is some way allowing people
slightly more equitable.
Yeah, it's just like making enough money. And I don't know if Henry Ford did this, but of course, in the lore, you always hear like everybody on the line could afford a car, right? Like you would like to believe that everybody that is, working 40 hours a week can afford.
I don't have the data available on hand right now, but I would guess that a car is probably less of the median person's income today than it was in 1920. I would guess. I'm gonna have the data for like the other essentials. Like if you look at the percentage of income spent on food and clothes, that it's gone down.
I left and then I started playing the stream again, and then they said the car ownership. Do you think car ownership 7 years ago was higher? What? Stop! Why? Why are they like this? Why are people like this? Kill me! No. Do they think cars are the same quality? Do they think car ownership is the same? Back then, owning 2 cars was unheard of. What are you talking about? Shut up! I don't like this. Oh my god! I don't know how we cure this cancer. We just gotta have like Noah Smith on these podcasts. Like, how do we fix this garbage? How do we do that? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't like that. We're doomed.
The average goods that the American consumer want to buy. I don't know how we do that, and I don't know if it's.
Well, that is the debate. Good, and that is the honest debate that we should be having as a country.
And can we bring the?
My grandpa was a mechanic with 3 cars, 2 boats, and a cottage. Wow, that's a great fucking anecdote you have there, buddy. Nice one, bro. Yeah, you convinced me. I'm with Bernie now. Can't do that now. You can absolutely do that now. Don't know what to tell you. Okay.
These billionaires, can we bring these oligarchs into that conversation? And they're clearly brilliant, right? Many of them. Obviously, there's a bunch of them that are just Nepo babies. And I'm curious your thoughts on like the Nepo babies, the trust fund kids who have taken along, taken up politics and are finger wagging at people who actually work for a living when they've never had a real job. I'm curious your take on them being so opinionated.
Yeah, well, I echo what you're saying. It's some of these folks were born with huge amounts of money, think that they have the right to be telling everybody else what they can be doing and have enormous power.
Guys, let's take a break for a second. We got to keep our energy up. There's a guy 83 years old. He's knocking it out the park. We got to do that as well.
Oh my god, how many sponsors do I have? I have 4 cars, 3 boats, and a condo still. That's a big fat chick beats grandpa. Why are you okay with the system we're in? I mean, there are various changes I would make to the system we're in, but I don't like it. It just seems like it increases the standard of living over time for everyone. Like, it seems like it leads to pretty continued economic growth. It seems like it leads to continued like wage gains for the median American. Like, I'm just like, I don't know what you mean. What changes? Like, I would have a more optimal tax system. So I would probably get rid of the income tax and replace it with like a consumption tax. I would probably get rid of the corporate income tax, replace it with DBCFT, which is a fancy tax, more optimal tax than the corporate income tax. I would probably get rid of most of the tariffs that we have now. Although I don't know. I don't know if you want to consider the very recent changes made to the tariff levels as the system, because we've been pretty globalized up until Trump or whatever. But get rid of those tariffs. I would probably make our healthcare system similar to Germany's. I'd probably have a public option for healthcare. How would you spend that tax money? On a lot of welfare. I would I would probably have a cash transfer to a lot of people, whether it be a negative income tax or a UBI. I'd probably do like more universal stylized programs rather than the current like means tested programs that we have now that are like in-kind benefits rather than cash benefits. I would probably, yeah, I don't know, but public health care and welfare, cash transfers, and that's socialism. Not really. I mean, maybe if you do it, like, I guess you can define it as socialism if you really want to, but no, I don't think so. I don't really consider welfare socialist. Public health care, I guess, in a sense, you can consider socialist, but I don't think just having public health care makes your country socialist. Like, obviously, every developed country has like public health care. Not every developed country is socialist, right? Germany's not a socialist country. They still have a public option for healthcare. How not? So some socialism is good. If you want to label it as socialism, which I think it's fair to say, like, it's probably more socialist to have socialized healthcare than to not have socialized healthcare, than have private healthcare. If you want to say that, then yeah, but you got me, bro. Some amount of socialism is good. I don't think that's the only you think it is. What consumption taxes? Don't poor people generally spend more of their income? Yeah, but you can just do a progressive consumption tax. I mean, there are different ways to do consumption taxes, obviously. You could do like a VAT even and just do subsidies to offset basically the regressive nature. But yeah, poor people spend a higher percentage or consume a higher percentage of their income, mainly because there's a certain like baseline consumption that you have to have, obviously, and that baseline consumption is going to be a higher percentage of a poor person's income than it is, rich person's income. But you just tax poor people at a very low rate, and then tax rich people at a very high rate. You basically just exempt, any savings you have from income tax. Conover has a good article about it, and there's a paper I have about it too. So spend more tax dollars on the needy and middle class. I don't actually know if it would be necessarily more than what we have now. It would just be spent, I think, more efficiently. But yeah, well, actually, I think, actually, what percent of, I think we spend like 18% of our budget on income security programs or something. It'd probably have more than that.
Well, and we're going to do that in many different ways. One of them is with Black Rifle Energy. They just dropped a game-changing energy drink called Black Rifle Energy. It comes in 4 different flavors with 200 milligrams of naturally sourced caffeine and 0 sugar, okay? I'm telling you right now, every purchase...
11%? Yeah, I'd probably have more than 11% of the budget be spent on welfare. So spend money on society better? Yeah, I think reducing poverty generally makes society better, yes.
You make with Black Rifle helps them continue to give back to the veteran and first responder communities. They are veteran owned, and they are looking out for those people. They also have the best premium coffee sourced from award-winning farms around the world, then roasted right here in America, so your coffee is fresh when it hits your mug. So right now, you go to blackriflecoffee.com, use the code Flagrant for 30% off today, okay? In America, your energy. Let's get back to the show. All right, guys, take a break for a second. I'm going to share with you the best protein bar on the planet. Why is it the best? What do we want for a protein bar?
Oh my God, how many fucking sponsorships are there?
The hyperinflation of college tuition is something that you don't hear talked about a ton, but growing up in...
Since 2006, I believe, there actually has not been really meaningful inflation in college education. I think there's been, I think that the sticker price has gone up, but once you account for financial aid that like almost every student receives some amount of, the actual price paid for college for the average student has not gone up since like 2006.
In a family where the more degrees you have, the more respected you are, it seems as though it's getting to the point where you brought up where the product is not worth the cost. College, having an undergraduate degree, it's not worth how much you're going to make in the long run. If we're not at that point, we're getting very close.
Yes.
Is there a solution to that? What would you say to that? I would love to hear your thoughts on that.
Well, I happen to think.
Sticker, yeah, I think this is what I'm looking for. Yeah. More ads. There's so fucking many ads. Actually, look at the net price. It's basically been stable since 2006. But
that education itself is something that should be a lifelong pursuit. My wife tells me this every day. I mean, and I don't mean to be romanticized, but you know.
Just to be clear, you're advocating for spending tax money more efficiently towards society. Yeah, I don't know. That's such a broad statement that like literally like any policy proposal could probably fit into that statement. like. Okay. Drop the word socialism, move into Chartism, Georgism, Keynesianism, post-Keynesianism, stuff like that. Socialism, too much baggage. Very true. Jake, the idea is collecting X amount of money to pay for things we want. If we collect X amount of money, but we would collect it in a way that costs less, and then we improve government efficiency. Yeah, but that's socialist element. Wait, would it? I'm so. Jake Bean, would you consider Germany a socialist country?
Learning is a pretty good thing, I tell my grandchildren that, in school sometimes almost discourage them from learning, they got rote things. I hate school, Grandpa, so I think learning is important. I think we probably have to, in this day and age, revolutionize education.
You should ban the word socialism.
I personally believe it, in my soul, is if you want to get a graduate.
Socialist policies, yes. I mean, I just don't think that's a very useful definition of socialism if you're including, like, if you're going to end up including, like, every European country. But if you want to say that's socialism, then I don't know why we would say socialism is bad at that point. It just seems like you just make socialism good. So you're saying if you go little, you go all the way? I'm not saying that. It seems to be what you're saying.
With degree. We need you. And you shouldn't be going in that. There should not be impediments. We got to figure a way to fund it. But bottom line is anybody, I want to say that every kid in America, you're interested in physics, you're interested in science, you're interested in engineering, you're going to do it. I don't care what your income is. We will, in one way or another, you're going to achieve that. And you know why? Because as a nation, we need you.
You hear a lot of these...
I think that's obviously true for, like, STEM degrees, but there are a lot of, like, non-vocational degrees that people get. Like, I mean, I don't think we need so many people with art history and liberal arts degrees or whatever. I think that's just I think people just get those degrees because of a credential inflation, basically, because getting any degree basically signals to employers that you are a semi-responsible and intelligent person, and doesn't actually give you any meaningful job skills. And that's not necessarily a good thing for society, just to have a bunch of people who are only getting degrees because it simply signals to employers that you're semi-responsible.
You hear a lot of these people saying, especially folks that are attached to these big corporations, like, America doesn't have enough engineers. America doesn't have all these things, so we have to go hire abroad. It's like, well, I don't know. Maybe if you had access to billions of dollars or something that you could do to make sure that we could grow them here. Now, I'm not putting that 100% on them, but you would hope that there would be some sort of benevolence that would recognize a problem here.
Not benevolence, it's self-interest.
Ooh, so reward their own selfishness.
We need engineers.
Yeah.
All right, we need people who know how to build funnels. Yeah. All right. In case you haven't heard, there is a climate crisis. All right, how do you transform our energy system? Easier said.
This is actually... It's actually true in abundance build, though. This part, at least. Oh, wait, fuck, I had just enough, and I messed up my... Are you talking to me, Jake Bean? State my position? My position on what?
We need some really, really smart people to figure out how we create cheap, sustainable energy, right?
Yeah.
All right. I will send you to graduate school.
Thank you.
Dearly.
Yeah.
We need it. We need
badly.
We need you. Yeah. And that's what we should be thinking about as a nation.
And as far as subsidizing that, do we have room in the budget? And where's the best place to pull it?
Subsidize. What does that mean? We're subsidizing this bill right now.
Is it good or bad? What, socialism? I think if we define socialism as you're defining socialism, then I would say some amount of socialism is good, and that it is good to socialize things like healthcare. It is probably good to socialize education. It is K-boy, very true. I just don't think it's a very useful definition of socialism. Define it, then it's your show. If I would say socialism is when, like, the majority, or probably even more than simple majority, probably, like, more than 2/3 or whatever of the means of production is owned and controlled, like, socially by the workers or by the government. And I don't think I don't think that is good necessarily. Yeah.
So-called reconciliation bill, Trump's big beautiful bill. We got 200 in the House. The Republicans.
That's communism, bud. Okay.
And $235 billion over a 10-year period to go to the top 0.2%. So if your billionaire father is going to leave you money, the exemption is now up to a married couple of $30 million that you don't have to pay any taxes on. So this.
By that definition, is Norway socialist because of all the public ownership? I think. We've had a lot of conversations with Conover about this. Conover will argue that Norway is, like, mostly socialist. I don't know. Like, I would have to know. I'd have to know. I don't think it's entirely unreasonable to define Norway as mostly socialist. I think, from what I remember with his conversation with sample text, though, I think Conover did kind of overstate how much of Norway is actually publicly owned and controlled, but how much of wealth in Norway is owned and controlled. Do you have to be a socialist country to have effective socialist policies? No. And if you want to say that some of my policies are socialist or whatever, then that's fine. You can call them, like, I don't have a huge objection, again, to saying that, like, it is more socialist to have socialized healthcare than to not have socialized healthcare. I just don't think that having socialized healthcare makes you holistically socialist. Or advocating for socialized healthcare makes you personally, like, a socialist ideologically. And I would just say, like, you know, if you wanted to find that as socialism, so why you fight against socialist policies? Because I think some socialist policies are bad. I don't know what you mean. I think, like, I don't know. I just said holistically, I think socialism is usually pretty bad. I like, but whatever. What's up, Duck Festini fan? Bernie Sanders gang. He's lied like more than 5 times. So many times in this podcast, okay? He's done so much progressive brain rot slop, okay?
Goes to the top 0.2%. We have enough money. This is what you got to get in your head. We have enough money in this country to do any goddamn thing you want to do. In this particular budget, we're now spending $1 trillion on the military. They want to spend $150 billion more. We're spending more than the next 9 nations combined. So what we're doing is giving tax breaks to the rich, spending more money on the military, and then we're going to cut Medicaid. So the way in this country, literally, and by the way,
can you name bad socialist policies? You've only named good ones. So I would say, like, a wealth tax is probably bad. I think worker co-ops, I think, like, mandating worker co-ops or, like, heavily incentivizing worker co-ops would be bad. I think a state, you know, having state-owned enterprises in things that aren't, like, natural monopolies, it's probably pretty bad. Why? For which one?
when I say these things, they're not radical ideas. All right, how much does it cost to go to college in Sweden?
Nothing.
Oh, wow, no kidding. But that must be the healthcare system is really expensive, right?
It must be.
Yeah. How much does it cost to healthcare in Sweden? Nothing. Oh, my God.
Just because they're free riding off of all our drugs and medical innovation. To an extent, that actually is true. But I don't think he's entirely wrong here. But again, I would just be concerned about like credential inflation or whatever. But why all? I don't want to. We're gonna derail the stream so much. I don't want to just keep talking about. I want to keep. I have to get through this video at some point. But I would say, like, a wealth tax, I don't think a wealth tax raises nearly as much revenue as most of its proponents think it will raise. I don't think it has as big of an effect on inequality that most most people think it would have. What the fuck? I got copper from that. It's administratively burdensome to try to calculate the wealth of, every billionaire in the country and then tax them based on it. That's a lot of administrative dead weight, especially because they also have the resources to hire lawyers to fight the IRS and all these things. I think you're going to have a negative impact on, basically the savings and investment that billionaires do. If you reduce the after-tax return to investment, you're probably going to reduce the amount of investment that billionaires do, and they're going to instead choose to just consume a lot of that money and buy stupid fucking yachts with it and whatever. What else did I say? State-owned enterprises and things that aren't natural monopolies. I just think that generally the market system sets up pretty good incentives for companies to be as efficient as possible or whatever. And it doesn't seem, and state-owned enterprises don't typically face the same profit incentive for that stuff. And that means they tend to be more inefficient than the private sector. Although again, like I said, that to an extent, them being in state-owned enterprises for things like natural monopolies probably aren't that bad. You can probably have a state-owned energy company that does pretty well. I think other countries do have state-owned energy companies that do decently well. I remember there was another one I said, but I don't remember what it was. But it's whatever. It's bad. Cringe.
God, nothing. Childcare must be really off the wall. Yeah. In other words, if you start off with a value system that says we're going to use, and there are rich people in Sweden, believe me, but it's a value system that says, look, We're in this together as a people. We want the best educated people. We want our kids to do well. We want everybody to have health care for a lot of reasons. Sweden does it. Norway does it. Finland does it.
The pushback we often hear is the population in America is too big to support this. Is that true?
That is just that is the pushback. And we're a multicultural, multiracial, and they're kind of homogeneous. Yeah, so what? We're richer than they are, as a matter of fact. Well, Norway is particularly rich. They have a lot of oil money, but we can do it.
So here's my suggestion.
So trying to impose some socialist policies will be too hard to implement. Not just too hard to implement. It's just that they're not good. Like I did mention for the wealth tax, it's administratively difficult. But even if it wasn't administratively difficult, a wealth tax is still not the optimal tax. It's still you're still discouraging savings and investment, and that's just not a good thing to do. What is the unifying factor that makes it hard to implement socialist policy? I don't, Jake. Being like I don't care to answer. Like it seems like I don't know what your point is here. I don't know like if you're trying to show. So like I'm somehow a hypocrite for supporting some type of quote unquote socialist policies, but not other. Like I really just do not think this is a meaningful conversation to have. Like it's just not. It's capitalism, bud. What do you mean? What is capitalism, bud?
For that. I think if a single state provided universal health care, let's say, for example, Vermont, and they proved that it could be done, they would put so much fucking pressure on every other state to do it.
It's like legalizing weed.
Yeah, exactly. We've seen it happen with weed, right? Like one state does it, starts to make a lot of others say, oh, maybe we should do it. People are only incentivized by their own salvation, unfortunately. How do we prove that? Which state is going to go make it happen for them and then make New York look embarrassing? We have all this wealth and we can't provide health care to our citizens?
Well, I think you make a very good point. The problem is the people in the insurance industry and the drug industry understand that as well. So they're not dummies. They understand, oh, Jesus, Vermont managed to provide free health care to all of their people. That will become a model for the rest of the country, and we're up the creek.
So they fight it tooth and nail. And how do they fight? Like, for example, what are they doing?
Jesus.
Right,
a small state, you buy the land, you just
back
have
to
lobbyists
the
there.
money in politics, so no.
Put advertising on. I ran it. Look, I'm an advocate of what we call Medicare for all, expanding Medicare to cover every man, woman, and child in the country.
Yes.
All right. Oh, and the argument, we had 30-second ads. Bernie Sanders wants to raise your taxes outrageously. Take away the health insurance that you have. Well, what they forget to tell you is that you're not going to be paying any more out-of-pocket, any more deductibles, any more premiums. You're going to get higher wages because your boss doesn't have to spend a fortune on health care to cover you. They forgot to tell you that.
So it's like your taxes go up $6,000, but your health care yearly cost goes from $12,000 to zero.
I mean, this part is true. Like, this is kind of how single-payer systems work. Why are you anti-worker co-op subsidies? It just seems like there's going to be a lot of issues. Like, there's allocative issues where worker co-ops are basically forced to accept labor and capital at the same time, and that's not necessarily the most efficient way to do things, right? It could be a lot more efficient to just invest capital in a company, and if a company just needs capital, to utilize that capital without taking on added labor cost, and vice versa with labor. So there's allocative issues there. Co-ops are profitable. I don't know why. I don't know how you think that's related to anything I said. That's unbelievably fucking retarded. That your point is that co-ops are profitable. I don't know what the fuck you're trying to say there. But yeah, there are allocative issues in that labor and capital are not going to flow to their most optimal use case because firms are forced to accept labor and capital together. I think there are issues with brain drain in that Jake is lost. Jake is really lost. You're probably gonna have like a significant amount of wage compression in co-ops, which can be a benefit. Obviously, people tend to like wage compression. It reduces inequality, but there's also evidence from like worker co-ops in Uruguay that if you have this type of wage compression, well, high skilled workers whose wages are being compressed are going to move to either firms, other firms, or they're going to move to other countries. And work there where their wages aren't being compressed by the democratic worker control or whatever. Many countries are highly socialized, unionized, worker board participation, etc. You can still call it capitalism because there is still a financial corporate property structure. That is the point. So making more money with employee ownership doesn't matter. I don't know. Jake, you are... okay, I don't know what the fuck... You're not saying anything meaningful. I don't even really know what you're trying to say, and I don't know what the point you're trying to prove is. I'm just going to start, quite frankly, I am just going to start ignoring you because nothing your upset has led to any productive conversation.
So you just saved $6 grand.
All right, and the healthcare system, don't get me going on that one. We're spending twice as much per capita as the people in Sweden who have a better healthcare system.
Oh, we got the meme again.
Well, maybe coincidentally, insurance companies, made what they made 100. I think it made $70 billion last year.
The profit margin of insurance companies is not that big. Insurance is probably not the big driver of U.S. healthcare costs. And again, I mentioned earlier, part of the reason we pay more per capita is just because we consume, Americans are more unhealthy to begin with, and we consume more healthcare, and we get higher quality healthcare. We get newer drugs, we get fancier drugs, we get we consume more drugs per capita. We can, and again, just consume more health, not just drugs, but we consume more healthcare generally per capita. So,
drug companies that charge us the highest prices for drugs made $100 billion. So it is a healthcare system designed to make what? Drug companies and insurance companies rich.
How do you keep the quality of insurance, high, or quality of healthcare high? Because anecdotally, I hear from people in the UK and Canada, their healthcare is not very good because it's, I guess, subsidized.
UK is.
Is Bernie just gonna say this is a lie? I mean, we do have if you look at in America, the people who actually get healthcare do better than people who, Jake Bean, I don't know what you're trying to say, do better than people who get healthcare in other countries, right? So like if you have a stroke and you receive healthcare in America, you're more likely to survive than someone in the UK who has a stroke and receives healthcare in the UK. The issue with America is just that a lot of people don't have good access to that healthcare. Hold on, wait, Jake, are you saying that the GDP are you talking about the GDP contraction in quarter 1 because of Donald Trump's tariffs, which is something I have opposed? Like I've had 500 fucking debates on. Like I think I literally have like 20 debates about tariffs and like why they're bad, and like you're trying to show that you're trying to prove a point somehow by saying that. I don't know. Okay.
Under a lot of pressure right now, and that's true. And that's a political decision. They got the same factors that would impact the state. The big money interests are putting a lot of pressure trying to destroy the UK healthcare system, and its quality is going down. Although it is still a very beloved institution in England. In Canada, there are waiting lines. They need a perfect system by any means. But don't believe all the right wing stuff. In Canada, if you ask the people in Canada, do they like their healthcare system as opposed to America's, theirs come out much better.
Yeah. Speaking on healthcare, Trump recently signed an executive order to lower drug.
I don't know. Your GDP had negative growth, and you just lost your perfect credit, dude. And you think you're still the best? I don't know. I don't know what you mean. I think America is a highly developed country. I think I don't take any position on if America is the best country or anything. I think America has a generally really high standard of living, and that's pretty cool. I don't really know what you want from me, Jake. It seems pretty dumb.
Prices. How do you feel about that?
And anyway, now we're talking about Jake is rage bait. I think he is. The healthcare or the drug price negotiations, which Bernie is definitely going to be in support of.
You believe what you saw in the day, Bob? Not quite.
There's no way you've been living in Vermont for 50 years. That's not going nowhere.
What he did is say, we're going to give the drug companies a certain period of time to tell us how they're going to lower drug prices. And if they don't, we're going to do A, B, and C. We're not quite sure what A, B, and C will be. But the likelihood is that A, B, and C will be thrown out in the courts because the president doesn't have a right to tell companies how to fix prices. Just coincidentally, Bobby Kennedy, the secretary of HHS.
And Trump likely knows that it's going to be thrown out by the courts, by the way, because he had a similar policy in his first administration that the court struck down. So Trump is probably just doing it for the optical win or whatever. Yeah. But even if he wasn't, even if it did go through, I still think it's just not optimal policy. I mean, I've said this before. If it is the case that like government subsidies can effectively or can to the same effectiveness fund medical innovation as private companies can, then I'd probably be in support of the price caps or whatever, as long as we offset basically offset it with R&D or with publicly funded R&D. But there seems to be a lot of evidence that suggests like a lot of good. Holy shit! Someone is on D Live. What the fuck? I haven't had that happen in a while. I do stream to D Live. I love you so much, non-fun. Okay, good to know. there seems to be a lot of good evidence to suggest that if you reduce the expected profits of pharmaceutical companies, you reduce the amount that they spend on R&D. That leads to a reduction in how much medical innovation there is. And that's just generally a pretty bad thing. Medical innovation is really good. Like, we want that to happen here. Well, we want that to happen everywhere, but it happens here because we let pharmaceutical companies price gouge everyone, as Bernie Sanders is about to say.
Was before the committee I'm the ranking member of. And I asked Bobby, and I said,
good night, everyone except Jake. Thanks for stopping by,
President talks
Tyler.
about substantially lower prescription drug prices. You do. We're going to introduce legislation that will do just that. Right? And will you work with me? He said they will. So to answer your question, the president talks a lot. Don't believe what he says. We're going to put him to the test. We are going to bring forth legislation that would make sure that Americans don't pay a price any higher than people around the rest of the world. We'll see if they come.
So isn't it better?
The most favored nation thing especially seems pretty dumb. There could be a case to be like it's less bad if it's for like European prices, but if it's for African prices, like incredibly bad. Price discrimination is just like not necessarily bad. So these companies that have like super high fixed cost, like pharmaceutical companies and like universities, which is analogous, can price discrimination in those cases not only increases that company's profits, but also tends to increase social welfare. So for universities, for example, they price discriminate quite a lot. Poor students receive a lot of financial aid, some of it from the government, some of it from the universities themselves. Because think about it, they have to pay the professor to be there anyway. You have to pay. I noticed C Live unironically is better quality than Twitch and YouTube. Like, are you going to read the chat here and other streaming services? You have to strain to read. Is it just because? What do you mean they have to strain to read it? It's like my bitrate fucked or something. Sometimes I don't understand. I'll complain about that in a second. What was I talking about? I was talking about university price discrimination. So they universities have to pay the professor to be there anyway, and if they charge some people like full, thanks for following. If they charge some people full price, right? Or they're going to charge some people full price because they can afford it. But there's going to be a lot of people who can't afford the full price for universities. So what they do is they price discriminate. They say, if you can't afford it, we're gonna have a much lower price for you, right? Not only and the marginal cost of adding another student to the university is very low because they have to pay the professor to be there anyway. They already have the desk there. Adding another student, even if they don't pay full price, is going to add a lot more to that university's profits than it will add to the university's cost. It's still profitable for them to do it. But also, not only does it add to the profits, it means more people go to university. That's a good thing. It's the same exact thing with drugs. 5 followers, big milestone. They have a very high fixed cost in terms of R&D. It costs like $1 billion to bring a drug to market. And they have very low marginal cost, right? Once the formula is figured out, it costs very little to produce drugs, which is why they can sell drugs to other to countries like Africa super cheaply and still make a profit, or at least add more to profit than the cost. But they do need somewhere to recoup the R&D cost, and they do that in the countries where people can afford to pay that much, right? Not only does it increase their profits, but it increases social welfare because it leads to more medical innovation. Kid quality is pretty good. Also, no, Twitch is just bad. It might be. I've no Yapper McGee. Very true. I've noticed this. I don't know why my stream quality is so bad sometimes. Because my internet is good. OBS will say. I think it might just be my bitrate. OBS will say my stream quality is healthy. But if I can't have a bitrate over 8,000, because Kick doesn't let you have a bitrate over 8,000. So I need to figure out what it is.
Framing of that, not to be contentious here, but isn't it a better framing of that? Hey, Trump is saying this thing we agree on. We agree with you, and we're going to hold you to your word instead of you're a liar.
That's what I'm doing.
Well,
really. That's exactly right.
Yeah, I think that's because sometimes we get caught up in this partisan shit where it's sometimes both sides agree, and it'd be nice if we at least get drug prices lower.
What's your bitrate now? 7K? It's at I have it at 8K, so it caps at exactly 8K. And it'll usually be it's at 7,900. It's at 8,400. It's at. Or no, I don't think it's my bitrate. This is just I forget what it's called. The whatever. But yeah, I have the bitrate capped at 8,000. But that should be enough to not have it be like look like shit even when I'm playing Minecraft in the background. But I don't know.
Trump's idea of substantially lowering prices is exactly right. It's exactly what I fought for years.
Yeah.
Okay. So if Trump is willing to work with us, we'll do it. Absolutely. Do I think he will? Probably not. But I may be surprised.
And then if he doesn't,
I do really like this, by the way, though. Like saying, because I do think Trump is just looking for the optical win. I do really like saying, hey, if you really want to do this, buddy, here's a fucking bill to do it. Get your people to vote on it. Are Republicans going to vote for this bill? But not fun. Trump is mean. That is very true.
Hold him to his word, and let's make sure he puts a pressure on those same senators that he would have primaried.
Exactly.
Like, this is what you were saying you want. You get your senators in line, right? Actually, I don't know if you're like infringing on the democratic process by saying to do that, but like it would be really great, especially those of us who have like older parents who are really relying on these drugs right now.
Yes, but don't get me going on the drug industry.
Well, I kind of want to
Get going. We want you to get going on everything.
Well, I got to get going to the airport. You got a plane, as a matter of fact. But
We'll fly you private.
all right. There you go. All right. Look, you got a pharmaceutical industry that makes $100 billion in profit last year. We had a guy before the committee, CEO of a major company, makes $50 million a year. They do stock buybacks. So,
Stock buybacks.
And meanwhile, the same medicine that you buy in this country, whether it's Ozempic or Wegovy, whatever it may be, it is in some cases 5-8 times more expensive than it is in Canada or Europe.
It's insane.
It is insane. Of course it's insane. And they do it because they can do it. Because we are the only guy. You know why they do it? All right, question. You know how many paid lobbyists there are for the drug companies? How many in Washington, D.C.? Thank you, guys.
200, 500.
15,000.
1,500. All right. So you got 535 members of Congress, 1,500. These are former leaders of the Democrats. So that's a lot of power. And then the campaign contributions. So up until Biden, and I work with Biden on this, we have never, what other countries do is they say, good, you got a drug, that's great. Let's negotiate the price you're going to charge us, right? That's what they do, every other country on earth. For us, you got a drug, you charge any price you want. Doesn't matter. For the first time, what we did is now have a law that's...
This is true, but again, it's important to remember there are no free lunches. Do you have an auto smelter? I don't know. Is that in this? We have a lot of mods. There's an auto crafter. Or do you just mean like a you can make an auto smelter just with redstone and vanilla? I don't know. I never make those. I don't have a reason to.
Says we are going to negotiate. Medicare will negotiate drug prices. We start off with 10. It'll be expanding. Is it enough? No. Is it a start? Yes, it is.
Yeah, I just feel like there should be a certain point in time where patriotism kicks in. If you're an American fucking company, you're going to gouge your own citizens, but let the Canadians and the Europeans pay way less.
I don't look at it like that, but I'll tell you where.
Again, just remember, they, number one, it's not only price gouging when we pay more. It can also just be that we consume more drugs or get higher quality drugs or get drugs, newer drugs faster, right? Which all of those things happen. We do get higher quality drugs. We do get newer drugs. Like, there are benefits to that. And again, it's just they have to recoup their R&D cost. They recoup their R&D cost where consumers are most willing to pay for those drugs.
It becomes not funny. There are kids around the world who die from easily preventable diseases. Mm-hmm. And these drugs cost, once you do the research, which is expensive in the development.
Well, hold on. Well, if you don't want these kids to die from easily preventable diseases, part of like a most favored nation policy or whatever is that we say we're not going to get, we're not going to pay more than whatever the price in the whatever the lowest price is around the world, right? Well, that a lot of pharmaceutical companies are just going to say, well, I guess we're just not going to sell to Africa anymore. I guess we're just not going to charge these super low prices in third world countries anymore. We're just going to raise the minimum price to like the European price or American price. And the result of that is going to be a whole lot of people in Africa are just not going to have these drugs anymore. And that is pretty bad if you ask me. And actually it's bad when people die of easily preventable diseases.
Which is expensive. But once you have the product, it sometimes costs you a few cents to manufacture the drug, Yeah. And there are children around the world who die.
Again, the marginal cost. This is why they're able to price discriminate, Bernie, is because the marginal cost is so low. It only costs a few cents to make the drug, but it costs over $1 billion to develop the fucking drug.
In Africa and Asia for preventable diseases, because these drug companies are charging prices that those countries can't afford. And that is, so you talk about
the whole reason they charge less in these countries is because they charge what people there can afford. I mean, I'm sure there definitely has to be examples of drugs somewhere where they still charge above what people in these super poor countries can afford. But I don't know. I mean, we could just subsidize. We could just subsidize them sending drugs to developed nations. I'd probably be in favor of that. We used to have, this thing called USAID where we kind of would do that, but seems like the MAGA people did not like that one. So that's mostly gone now, or like 83% gone. I think there's some programs that are still going to remain intact. They cut Medicaid, then my wife could be unemployed, and a lot of old folks are going to be home with their red hat families. Yep, that is there's a good article from the Financial Times. It's like the big government MAGA can't live without. Like, so many like red, poor, like rural counties rely on like Medicaid or like farming subsidies. All the farmers that voted for Trump get a fuck ton of subsidies from the government. There are so many like MAGA people who rely on all these government subsidies, and they just, I guess, don't realize it or don't care or think that it'll be worth it or think that Trump won't actually do it or, yeah.
The kids die
for profit. It's excessive profit. I know you got to go. Real quick, before you go, we hear the term lobbyist all the time.
Yes.
I don't think I know what that means. Does somebody like meet you at a coffee shop? Like,
Hates lobbying. Doesn't know what lobbyist is.
Well, not you, obviously, but how does a lobbyist...
This is how it means. This is what it means. I represent, Mr. X represents a large corporation. We'd love to sit down with you and your staff. We start with the staff to talk about the problems that we have. And these are our needs. And by the way, the company has great staff. We can write legislation, help you write, because we know how busy you are.
Oh, wow.
And by the way, we'd love to do a fundraiser for you. So the combination of, and we have friends who come together.
Not fun. The Republican Party was always the enemy of these voters. Tricked into thinking Trump was different. Yeah.
And that's because they're former. What do you think most senators?
I mean, Trump ran on. Trump ran on at least Doge and government efficiency and blah, 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 cutting wasteful programs. Maybe they just didn't think that their programs would be a part of those wasteful programs.
Retired do. Where do you think they go? They sit around Washington D.C. They work. So, hey, Joe, how are you? How's the wife? Kids good? Well, listen, this is what we got. They know each other. So, and it's Republicans and Democrats. Check it out. I mean, former literally leaders of the Republican and Democratic Party. So it's money, it's connections, it's friendship, its ability to write tough legislation. You think writing a tax bill is easy? It's not. You need really sophisticated accountants. Line 48, section 3, Just inject this one sentence in there. So they won't even tax rate for you. That's what it's about.
Please answer yes. Are you going to run for president?
Please answer yes. I'm 83 years of age, so that is, I think I've run my last race. But,
now, does that mean...
Zero fair races.
Does that mean that this oligarchy tour is you passing the baton?
No, don't look at it like that. The oligarchy tour is...
I think we're all looking at it like that.
No, it's not passing the baton. I happen to, I think Alexandria is great, but it's not my job to determine who the new leaders are. People have each of them, as I mentioned, in the House, there are a lot of great people. The Senate, there's some good people. And there are people who are not in office right now.
Thank you for streaming. You're welcome.
The oligarchy tour was an effort to say to the country that there are people all over America who are going to stand up to this oligarchy. They don't want a government of billionaires. They're going to stand up to authoritarianism. There are people, as I'm sure you're familiar with, a young woman from Turkey, for God's sakes, was in Massachusetts, the Tufts University. You remember that? Mm-hmm. This woman walks down the street. So many guys grab her with masks on, throw her into a van, take her to a detention center.
True. Why? No one else is lying. That makes sense. It's 6:30 a.m. right now.
Dead. Critical of the war in Gaza. Really? That's what goes on in America? And we're seeing that. So, this was an opportunity for people by the zillion. We were shocked, to be honest with you. When I ran for president, we had very large turnouts. These are larger. I mean, in LA, we had 36,000. In Denver, we had 34. I mean, insane turnouts. We went to Idaho, the most conservative state in the country. We had 12,000 people out outside of Boise. So we wanted to give people the opportunity to stand up and say no.
They're into the populist brain rot too. Okay, even the conservative MAGA people are probably with the 60% paycheck to paycheck. They might not hate billionaires quite as much, but probably hate them too.
We're not happy with the direction that Trump is taking this country.
Wow. Sorry.
I mean, Trump was floating the millionaire tax idea, kind of. And it ended up being just we're going to increase like the top marginal rate from 36% to 39.6% or whatever. I forget what the exact numbers were, but it was like a 2% marginal income tax increase or whatever. It's just not that big a deal. But yeah. And also, Trump is the degrowther we needed, okay? Trump hates billionaires too. That's why he tanked the fucking stock market.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm curious. Like, I find you very brave, and I find the work.
No, I am not brave.
I find you brave personally,
Yeah.
and because I recognize that what you're doing disrupts, or at least you are attempting to disrupt, many powerful people
Yes.
and their access to unthinkable amounts of wealth. So I'm curious, in your work and in your political career, have you ever felt that your personal safety was ever threatened?
Well, I don't want to get into that, but do we have security issues?
Wow.
Is that your question? Of course we do.
Wow.
And I'm not the
And the more power that you have, the higher the concern of that security.
I don't want to get into it. But we have, those are issues.
But that's why I find
I just want to let you know,
But it's not- look,
Bernie,
look.
we're here to bang for you, bro.
Yeah.
We're here to bang for you. If you need anything, you let us know.
All right,
Yeah,
okay.
okay? You
I
still
can't
got a lot
fight
of love
with-
in New York City.
yeah.
You're safe here, man. I can't say anything for Idaho, but if you need anything in the 5 boroughs, we got you. Okay?
So if I may follow up on one thing that you brought up earlier, revolutionizing education. How would you do that beyond paying teachers more? I just need to know.
I think sitting kids at a desk for long hours is probably not the best way to
Wow.
create the kind of creativity.
Bold
we want
take
kids.
today.
At the end of the day, if you are excited about learning, you're going to learn. And if I pound that excitement out of you that every child instinctively has, and tell you to memorize, what George Washington did, I'm going to make school a
buddy.
painful experience. So interesting, I use Finland as an example because their kids, they usually do better. Their kids, they allow their kids to be kids. To play a lot, to socialize a lot, but you got to keep the spark alive. And once that spark is alive, curiosity is alive, learning takes place, the rest takes place. So I think you need a revolution
Get them
in
an
that
online
sense.
school.
And also, of course, the financial
Get them
barrier
a
should be
fucking
eliminated.
Fortnite school,
I don't care if you're
bro.
low income, you want to become an engineer, you'll be able to do that. So those are some of the
Before
things.
you leave, how can people who feel like your message has really resonated with them today help? Help you, help the cause?
Yeah, look, we are trying to do something which is very, very difficult. And I think we're having some success, and we've had some success. Is, come to our social media. We have a Senate page and we have a campaign page, more political. We are supporting and will be supporting more progressive candidates running for Congress, Senate, and so forth. And I will tell you, think outside of the box in your own lives. These are unprecedented times, and we've got to respond in an unprecedented way. And you think, and each and every one of us is different. You don't want to run for office, fine. What else can you be doing? Help people form a union. Become involved in education in a way you did not be involved before. You think it through. But we need more participation. We don't need what the system really, and this I've experienced, I've seen it a million times. What the oligarchs and the ruling class want you to believe is that you're powerless. You have no power.
True.
And once you accept that, they win. They win.
What the
We
fuck
have
did
power.
Linderman go?
We're a lot more. The joy that I've had in my life is to be in every state in this country and talk to. I've been in rallies where you see these wonderful people, often young people, and they're black and they're white and they're Latino and they're gay and they're straight and they're out there and they want a different America. And that's what inspires me. I've seen it with my own eyes. They're out there. They
How
don't
fun
believe
did
in
you
greed.
also cry when Kamala lost? No, I didn't. I didn't have not. I mean, I like obviously preferred if Kamala won, but I didn't really have an emotional reaction or anything.
They don't believe in, so many of the things that we're seeing right now. Those people got to stand up. You got to come to the plate, and got to do what we can to transform the country. Time is late. We're dealing with authoritarianism. We're dealing with climate. So let's get involved in ways that we've never been involved before.
Senator Bernie Sanders, thank you so much for being
Oh,
here.
thank you. Let me thank you. This has been a great discussion.
Wow.
Thank you.
Thank you for the populist flop. Yes. Dude, we hit we hit like all the memes that I said we would hit at the beginning. The productivity versus pay. I don't know if I remember to say that one at the beginning, but the paycheck, we hit that one in like 5 minutes, bro. We hit the all the income inequality memes. Okay. Oh my god. When will we have the true-based neoliberal shills on these podcasts, bro? Why? Why does it have to be the dumbest populist slop ever? Like, incredible house I'm building here, by the way. The people aren't living paycheck to paycheck. Well, not nearly as many people that Bernie think they are. Not 60%. And paycheck to paycheck is like a meaningless. It's not even a meaningful term. Like if you're defining like paycheck to paycheck as like in a way that includes people making over 200K a year that just choose to spend their money on like really expensive homes or whatever. That's just not. Then you can't say like paycheck to paycheck is like a meaningful measure of like how many people are struggling. It can also, because it includes so many people that are just like wealthy and choose to spend their money on expensive things. It's just not like a, which is not what they're trying to prove when they say paycheck to paycheck. Oh, obviously the wage stagnation. But I already know that's a lie too. They aren't paying minimum wage, so how can they be living paycheck to paycheck? True. How like Bernie knows Bernie knows he's lying about the wage stagnation. Okay. Oh shit.
Saluting face emoji. Non-fun. Hope y'all are having a great morning.
Thanks for the $20, Kissy Cat. I appreciate it. Hell yeah. I don't know why the alert was so delayed. Hell fucking yeah. W's in the chat for this one. Twerk break for this one, chat. I mean, I guess it is 6:40 a.m. now. My sleep schedule was real fucked up. I woke up at 1 a.m. today. So, you know, say it's like the afternoon for me right now, kind of. But yeah. W. Okay, do we want to watch the Jubilee thing, or do we want to watch the? I think we'll watch the Jubilee thing just because I think that will do better for YouTube Shorts, honestly. Smoke break.
Portion of the.
Want to bring all terrorists?
All right. This is Jubilee's pro versus anti-mass deportations. I can't wait to hear the same slop arguments. Okay. Let's see. We're definitely gonna hit the 20 million number meme, which is not an accurate number of the amount of illegal immigrants that came over. I mean, presumably we're gonna hit the like low wage workers decreasing wages. Probably gonna hit that meme. Probably gonna hit. I mean, definitely gonna hit all the memes about like welfare, all their on all this welfare and everything, and not contributing. Yeah.
Want to bring all terrorists back to the country?
It doesn't matter whether they're terrorists.
Okay.
Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why.
Were you okay with J6ers being thrown in jail without due process? Did you fight for them?
I would.
Did you?
Sorry, I forgot to mention we're gonna get the J6 equivalency meme. Okay, don't you know? Maybe Kilmar Garcia was deported without due process, as the administration has admitted. But have you considered J6ers didn't get due process? It's just not true. The J6ers got due process at like. There's no good argument that they didn't get due process. They all had court dates. Okay, they all went through the court process.
Fight for them? Did you fight for John Strand, who was in jail for 4 years without due process?
Did they go through due process?
No.
Okay, well.
He did get due process. I don't know. He was in jail waiting for a trial.
If they didn't go through due process.
And you guys were real silent about that, but give me an MS-13 member.
Whoa.
Welcome to Middle Ground. I'm Ryan, your host.
At Non-Fun, Minds Podcast, Human Action, Healthcare. This seems like the most retarded thing ever that you just linked me. I don't know. What critics miss about for-profit healthcare. I mean, maybe we can listen to this. I don't know. I don't know how much I want to. I don't know if I want to watch that.
On the left, we have people who are pro mass deportation, and on the right, people who are
even if we entertain that it's true, two wrongs don't make it right. Yeah, that as well. It's obviously just a whataboutism, but
anti-mass deportation. The first prompt is, except for Native Americans, all Americans are immigrants. Let's have the agreeers step forward.
I mean, like, I can see how this is tangentially related, but I hate Jubilee so much. I do not think this is the most relevant issue when it comes to mass deportations, but all right.
All right, why do we agree?
On people that are already unaware of their identity, right? It took me a long time to realize that I was Native, I'm indigenous, right? The whole time I grew up being called undocumented, illegal, immigrant. That was my title growing up. And until I started, thinking for myself and looking into my history, that's when I realized how much history is actually erased about, the Native people of this land. And so when you recognize people as what they are and their true identity, a lot of the people being deported are Native American.
Yeah.
And anybody else that came is an immigrant. And I mean, there's nothing wrong with being an immigrant, but there's something wrong with mislabeling the wrong group of people under that label and then dehumanizing them for being undocumented or immigrants.
You can also make the argument back in the 1500s when the settlers came in that they arguably could have been immigrants when they were coming into the country. When Christopher Columbus made the journey to come from, I believe it was France or England, heading over here to try and find India, but trying to get over to the Americas. Basically, these settlers coming over here could arguably be immigrants to the United States. When the founding fathers created this country, they still had the idea in mind that immigrants coming into the country are still going to be the potential to be something here. That's exactly the reason as to why during the Civil War, the 13th and 14th Amendment were created, having Chinese immigrants becoming legal citizens and being naturalized here, the Irish coming in during the Industrial Revolution. This country is founded by the idea of immigrants, with immigrants, for immigrants, by immigrants.
Anything to add?
Yeah, I would say that.
I mean, I think the more relevant thing is obviously not like whether everyone who's not native is immigrant, but just like, you know, has immigration benefited the U.S. historically? And if it has, why would we not expect immigration to benefit us now? Like,
indigenous people clearly were the ones that had this.
Are you focused on managing money wisely since you have little? I have a little money because I don't manage it wisely. Your causality.
I will also say, like black and brown people, specifically like people from Africa as well. Like me, I'm Puerto Rican, so my people come from various places. We come from Puerto Rico, but we also have Africa.
Although I just don't really have an income to begin with, really. So like, it's not. I don't actually think I'm particularly bad at managing money. It's just that like, I don't like my only income is streaming. Exclamation point TTS in the chat, by the way, guys. Hit that dono button. So it's just not. Like I'll get money for like birthdays and Christmas, and then it kind of just follows like a downward trend over time. But yeah.
African lineage, and we also have European lineage. And I think it's important to realize that the world as a whole, not just America, migration has always been fluid. So there have always been people that have been in various lands prior to Eurocentric settlization done by colonization, as we see now in America. So I think it's important to note that, and it's important to realize people that have come here through the diaspora, such as people from the Caribbean, such as African people, all those as well that have come here. Many not by their will, obviously. I think that's important to state. So
migration is beautiful. You know, taking that DNA test, I did recognize that. You know, I do have European and I do have African, and I'm a result of migration.
I need a Bernie hat for your
birthday. From different parts of the world, but it's just a shame that we just, like I mentioned, like, we criminalized people and called them.
You know what? If Bernie ran against Trump, okay, I would wear it. But other than that, I don't know how much I want that. You don't get anything besides that. You refuse parents' help as personal policy. Well, I mean that's my only type of like personal like disposable income, I guess would be the way to phrase it. Like obviously, like, you know, I don't really pay for my own food, right? Most of that still comes from my parents or whatever. But that's not income. That's not like income I can just spend freely. The income I can spend freely, I only get from streaming and birthdays.
Immigrants or illegals, I mean, or aliens, when these people are already here. And so people coming in through ships makes them the real immigrants. And it just sucks that, you know, the word immigrant shouldn't be a terrible term, but just the way this country makes it, it's like, oh, an immigrant. And it's like, well, actually, we're all immigrants, right? But like you're saying, besides the native people of the land. So I feel like we owe so much to the native people, but we're still continuously deporting them and just hurting them and their families. And things need to change.
Have we deported Native Americans? I don't know. I mean, it wouldn't necessarily surprise me, but I don't know about that one, Chief. I don't know if we deported Native Americans yet.
Because we owe them so much, and we did
maybe Trump will get there.
A functioning society, and this country's falling apart. And it's just like all this technology, and then all this advancement, quote unquote. Like, but yeah, we already had a way of life where, you know, food was medicine. You know, we were the ones that taught, you know, Europeans how to bathe themselves. Yeah, we're the ones called dirty. You know, they say we bring diseases, but we literally were killed off millions and billions of Native Americans because of disease that came from Europe. Like, it's just like the way that and then they call it invasion, when literally like this country was built on the bloodshed of Native Americans because of the invasions of people that came, right? When we welcomed them, and even now we're still experiencing it. And it's just a shame. I could go on.
Yeah, thank you. Let's bring forward the disagreeers.
You place this Native Americans
I
and actual
just wanted
Americans.
To clarify something. The reason why I didn't join everyone here is because I do think that when we talk about migration or immigration, I think there is some form of choice for certain people, whether even that choice is to flee uncertain circumstances. I just don't want to say that everyone except for Native Americans are immigrants. If I think about my ancestry and our ties to slavery, I don't necessarily think that counts as like choosing to immigrate somewhere, right? Like we were brought on boats and ships, and a lot of people did not want to come here, and we had no choice. So, I mean, obviously, I understand the sentiment. I just didn't want to speak for my potential ancestors, you know?
I came here when I was 3 years old, right? I didn't choose to come here, but I'm here now. And
Where'd you come from?
I came from Mexico.
Okay.
Yeah, so my mom actually and my dad and my sister, I mean, they came on a visa and we overstayed the visa. And so we came in legally, right? And a lot of people, that's the thing too, right? A lot of people do enter, but they overstay visas. Or they have some type of work permit, but you know, they get checked in, right? But it shouldn't even be that way, asking permission to be a part of this land in this country that was already ours. All these borders are man-made. And before this was USA, this was Mexico. And before it was Mexico, it was native land. And so Mexicans are native, right? And so we're still here, and just like all the Latin American countries and all the people that deemed immigrants.
I was saying based ironically, but I think it sounded like she is just like a total open borders person, which, whatever.
So you're a visitor in this country, in this land, and it's just a shame.
How are we? Hold on. Sorry guys. Wait, I forgot. Wait, hold on. The prompt is mass deportations. You don't have to, like, I'm so confused. How are we already on the total open borders combo when you could be in favor of net zero immigration to the U.S. and still be anti-mass deportation. Like, like mass deportation is a pretty insane, like, anti-immigrant position. Like,
society has done to try to erase the history that they don't want to teach you, to show you, we depend on undocumented labor to run this country. We really do. We really do. We don't.
oh, no, we're already. Oh no! Now we're gonna get the meme to just like how Democrats wanted to keep their slaves, they want to keep the illegal immigrants. Meh. Let's go. Oh wait, I can get a baby fox.
Nobody's U.S. citizens we're not doing the work that people are saying here.
She didn't say slaves.
Yeah, we're talking about literally indigenous people still being exploited, and all that came from settlers coming here. Is they're ruining this world. They're exploiting the natural resources that we protected.
Are you saying that all Mexican residents have a claim to U.S. citizenship then? They should.
Honestly, they should, because there's been so many.
How are we? The prompt is mass deportations. Oh my god! Again, you could be like in favor of fucking. Oh, I don't have a lead. This is an issue. Even if you don't like immigration generally, like you could still be like, hey, I want net zero immigration to the U.S. I just think it'd be like, inhumane and like really logistically hard to deport all the people who are already here. Maybe we should just make them like pay a fine or something. Do the Obama meme, make illegal immigrants pay a fine. So we're already somehow these people have already got moved into the total open borders position. But okay.
So many treaties broken that allowed us to be already U.S. right. There was 1.5 million Mexicans were illegally deported back to Mexico after the U.S.-Mexican War. Right? What happened to them?
My mother was part Cherokee, so I have the indigenous in me as well. I can tell you, when we fled England, we wanted freedom from a tyrannical king. We came to an empty land. We befriended the Indians. The tribes were fighting amongst themselves before we ever got here. Yes, we are all a product of immigration in some way, shape, or form, and even the indigenous people would move from South America to North America. But there's a difference between being a settler and building a country and coming into a fully developed country illegally. One thing that hasn't been talked about with the mass migration that happened.
You have a response to her dumb arguments? Which one? The total like open borders girl lady? I think it'd be, very hard for the U.S. to go to for every Mexican to have a open girl, for every Mexican to have an actual claim on U.S. citizenship, because that would entitle the entire country of Mexico to first of all, every all our welfare systems and everything, and you would probably have an influx of millions of Mexicans who would immediately come over and start using welfare, and it'd be very hard to integrate them and assimilate them appropriately. But that being said, I do think immigration generally is positive. You just have to you probably have to have a limit on the amount of people who come over every year. So you probably have to have a limit of 3 million people can come over the border per year or whatever. That way, it's not like an insane and crazy shock to the economy and everything. And you probably just have to make sure that people are working and paying into the welfare system before they're able to utilize it. But
is that there's a lot of NGOs and there's a lot of people in foreign governments that were making money on human suffering. Now, I'm not talking about the Americans' human suffering. I'm talking about the migrant human suffering. I'm talking about the children that have been trafficked. I think everybody here can have some compassion for the 300,000 children that are...
Oh, my, yep, let's go. It's a 300,000 fucking missing, dead children meme. Let's go. Let's go. They have their fact check up. 2024 DHS Inspector General report found that ICE can't track all unaccompanied minors, 32,000 missed court hearings, and 291,000 never received court notices, raising risk of trafficking and exploitation. But it's not like all 300,000 of these children were fucking trafficked or anything. It's just that they didn't reply to their ICE phone call of when they call and ask who the minor is accompanied with or whatever. There's probably a better fact check that I can look up in a second here. I haven't heard that meme mentioned in a little bit. Okay, so I forget, but
currently missing in our country. We have to have process. My husband is an immigrant.
But yeah, it's obviously not 300,000 children are currently missing and literally being trafficked.
Who came here legally. Farm workers, you can get a visa, a work visa. All we want on our side is to have people vetted to have a process. There is a process, but people can't just jump in front of the line. And we can't put people at risk because we've got over...
Also, how are they here? How are they defending? This is not all you want. This is not all you want. I rated a girl for God, I promised. You're good, PPG. It doesn't really matter. It's fine. Get that pussy, bro. Anyway. How is she sitting here saying, you know, oh, the only thing we're defending is a better process for immigration, when the prompt to this whole debate is mass deportations. Matt, you can't sit here and defend we want a process. You have to sit here and defend you want to deport 20 million people, or whatever you think the number is, to their home country, or probably not even to their home country, because actually, I think probably a minority of the people who have been deported were actually deported to their country of origin. It seems like most of them have been deported to either El Salvador or like Venezuela, when they're not even from fucking El Salvador or Venezuela.
Over 400,000 criminal aliens in our country, over 15,000
it's just not true.
Convicted rapists, and over 13,000 murderers.
So let's go over the topic here. So the topic is besides the indigenous Americans that have lived here, the Native Americans that have lived here.
Like my stepmother.
Besides, yes, unlike them, everyone else that has migrated here would technically be immigrants. I understand the assessment where you were saying, because slaves were forced to be brought over here. Black people were forced to be brought over here, not on their own wills. So in that argument, I could absolutely agree with you in that sentiment that they are technically in that moment not immigrants.
Right.
You know, they were slaves first and then became Americans fully, without question.
Do you think they were victims? I'm sorry, you can finish what you were saying.
Go ahead.
I'm confused as to why you keep stating that people that came here came on empty land, because the land does.
They're probably still 1 million deported after offering option to gain permanent resident. I don't know why you would have to deport. You're saying like there's 1 million immigrants who are committing violent crime or something, and that's why we would deport them. I don't know. I don't think that's. I don't know if that's accurate.
Definitely occupied. And additionally to that, you would still agree, based off of your testimony, your family coming because of persecution, because of religious distress in Europe, I'm assuming.
Okay,
right. Hold on, time out.
Okay.
Whether they settled here, they're still immigrants, right? They're not from their native land. They chose to leave, to come somewhere else, to seek asylum, to seek a new future, to seek a new life.
You just said that. Immigrants come to...
Can I respond?
No,
Maybe
definitely.
I'm just confused.
No, okay, so...
You think 1 in every 20 immigrants commits violent crime? I doubt that it's true. Actually, I think I have data that shows that is not in fact true, but I can check in a second.
And I don't want you to be confused.
Yeah.
Okay, so what I'm saying is my mother's side of the family was indigenous to this land.
Okay.
When they came to this land, we did not have New York City. We did not have towns. They came to, most indigenous people lived in huts. They would travel with the seasons. They wouldn't stay in one place, many of them. And that's just true.
But you said when
So
you
because they're
migrated
nomadic,
from...
they didn't live there?
No, my father's side of the family came here.
But fleeing persecution, fleeing theocracy, fleeing
At the same time, what I'm saying, there's a difference between being a settler to a nation and building a nation and coming in after it's already built.
But here's the thing.
That's just an excuse, because they lived in huts, because they had a different idea of what...
society.
But it is a society. No, and it's the same type of rhetoric that was used when Europeans went to Africa and they said they're half naked running around like savages. But that's their culture. Like they still own that land. That's how they live. So who are you to say because they didn't have cities?
Dude, how are we? Dude, this is unfucking believable. First of all, number one, this is probably gonna happen anyway, but Jubilee, you actually don't have to get the most woke progressive people for everything, okay? You could have, maybe a guy like me, hypothetically you could have a guy like me who is a neolib who doesn't who doesn't care about the indigenous land arguments or whatever, to still come in and defend, or sorry, be against mass deportations. You don't actually have to get the most wokey progressive for everything. But secondly, this is unacceptable, okay? That these people are sitting here making these arguments when their side has to actually defend mass deportations. Their argument can't just be that I don't think it's fair to call these people to call European settlers immigrants or whatever. Their argument has to be that somehow because of that, mass deportations are justified. What are we doing here, bro? What are we doing? They got the most woke out of woke. They do that a lot, yeah. The only non-super woke people they seem to get are political streamers, like when Destiny goes on or when Adam Mockler goes on.
cities because they didn't have industrialization, that it wasn't occupied. It was occupied land.
And I'm
It was
more
lived
trying,
in.
and
Sorry.
no, you're perfectly fine. I agree with that. I'm kind of more opinion on the point of what you're saying here. Your father's history came over to this portion of the land, right?
Yes.
Fleeing from persecution in this theocratic
Well, and also
government.
discovering a new civilization.
Well, that's the difference between the two. So if you're fleeing from persecution, that's technically a conversation for asylum. But if you're settling, finding new land, finding new opportunity, that can still be technically an immigrant kind of style.
So that's what people
coming
did
to
back in
barren
those
land
days.
and building something versus coming to something already set up and
saying,
immigrate.
pay
Settlers
taxes,
build a
give me
barren land
medical,
from
give
nothing.
me everything.
Immigrants come to something that's already built up. And I wanted to just clarify one thing that kind of you were saying when we were standing over back there. When you say that immigrant has become a bad term, that's something I really disagree with, and I think all of us do too. The illegal immigrant, I understand that, but immigrants are. I have no problem with immigrants. I don't think anybody here has any problem with immigrants. What we do have a problem with is illegal immigrants.
I guarantee if you pressed them, most of these people would be like pro net zero migration or something. But all right.
And illegal immigrants, which is a big difference.
Well, here's the interesting thing that you're talking about, because you keep continuing to saying this barren land, this empty vessel. It's this land itself. There's historical documents that say otherwise.
It was a
where
land
it shows
with
where there's a
savages
huge
fighting each
landmass
other.
coming from the Russian side of the world, coming into the more Canadian America's location. So there were people that were here. Just because you don't see somebody at that portion of the building doesn't mean that there weren't people there and that there isn't people there. So what I'm saying is that there were people in the America that existed.
This is true.
Just
The
because it
woke
wasn't
privilege
created
is
like the city of New York
consequences of the
doesn't mean that there wasn't societal advancements, technological advancements in their time, more governing styles that they had within their culture.
If we immigrated, we would have started living in teepees and doing all the things they were doing.
We would
didn't.
have to cultivate the
We
land.
settled and built a new land, and immigrants came and helped build the land with us.
But at the same time, that's you going into their culture, accepting their culture as to what it is, and growing in that country. But what that was happening back then when they were settling was this clash of cultures, because London and the people of England had a different style of creating their own cities, their own lives, their own society, right? It's the same thing that was happening over here. Their life and their society and their livelihood is completely different. So that's where this conversation that you're talking about, where they're living in teepees, they're living in huts, that's their culture. That's who they were.
But my point is, if we were immigrants, we would have came and immigrated and started doing that.
I mean-
We came and settled on a barren land and built up cities, built railroads, built.
I think it's kind of a dumb definition of immigrant to say like you have to basically assimilate to be an immigrant or whatever. I mean, obviously, I think you can immigrate to a country and have your own community where you still have your own culture or whatever. Presumably, these people would actually be against that type of immigration. They would probably be much more in favor of requiring some type of assimilation for people to stay in the country. But
all the things we have. Yeah, we built the greatest country ever existed.
Okay, we can stop there. I wish we could go for hours, but let's move on to the next prompt.
Let's go.
Hey, before we go any further, we want to take a moment to say thanks so much to Straight Arrow News for powering clarity you deserve description to trustworthy journalism. Thanks again to Straight Arrow News for partnering with us on this episode. Now, let's get into it.
The next prompt is, ICE has too much unchecked power. Will the agreeers please step forward?
I think that ICE definitely has too much power. I'm originally from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and there were U.S.-born citizens in Milwaukee, Wisconsin that have even been detained by ICE. ICE, like police and like many other things of authority, just use their authority to oftentimes abuse and show that force when it's unnecessary.
I mean, there was just an incident that happened where a judge was actually arrested for what they said, aiding an immigrant to flee ICE. Basically, essentially, the reason why I feel like it's an unchecked power.
I think that I haven't done a ton of reading on that one. I think one of the judges being arrested might have been justified from what I've seen. She might have unironically been obstructing justice. Although I think there's been another judge arrested at this point, right? But I think you're talking about the one that probably might be justified.
Power is because she had stated you do need a warrant, and the warrant that they.
But obviously, I mean, I think the concern here is that I think even Trump's own argument in court is that it is ICE making the determination over like who is an illegal immigrant, and they are making that determination based off of sometimes things as simple as literally just their tattoos, right? Like it seems fucking absurd that ICE alone is able to make a determination about who should be deported to El Salvador and not be able to be brought back ever. That shit is absurd. Yeah.
Had wasn't the appropriate warrant that they could use to actually detain this person. And so she stated, let me try to get this criminal trial going before you guys just detain this person. He still has a right for the specific crime and the specific trial that's happening right now. And they were arguing against it. And so I think it gets really tricky when you have a judge or the judicial branch stating that you have to follow and abide by these rules, and then ICE feels emboldened and empowered to just completely disregard it and then take advantage of the situation.
The other issue, too, is that we have already seen what ICE has already done with deporting a huge amount of people over to El Salvador, immigrants, without due process. One perfect example, I feel like we already know who this individual is, Mr. Rodrigo Garcia. We have already know that he, one, is a legal citizen to this country, as well as now having a criminal record. And because of this here, he has the ability to have due process. And because
I don't think Garcia was a legal citizen, but he had a withholding of removal or whatever to El Salvador, so he could not have been legally deported to El Salvador, but they just illegally deported him to El Salvador.
due process was not given to him. The Supreme Court has already ordered in a 9-0 decision to facilitate the return and the release of Mr. Abrego Garcia, which could also open the floodgates to other individuals that are over there, the barber that was over there, the makeup artist that was over there as well. So the idea that ICE can just go in, do what they're doing, and send them away without due process is, in my personal opinion, unconstitutional.
I mean, they're definitely violating so many rights that we all have, right? People have the same rights, either they're undocumented or not. And so right now they're, they show up without warrants. And so when they're,
half true,
confronted, like, hey, where's your warrant? I'm not going to open the door. They are opening doors. They're smashing car windows. They're pulling people out of cars. They're just going into people's homes. People know their rights. And ICE is just abusing their power because they're not following the law.
Thank you. Will the disagreeers come forward?
Can I ask you a question about the Kilmar Garcia thing? Sure. He was given deportation orders by 2 different judges. He beat his wife on multiple occasions.
Oh my God! The Trump administration already admitted that it was an illegal deportation. Like, it was quite like what more do you want, bro? even if he is a bad dude, the concern with him is not whether or not he deserved to be deported or whatever. It said he was deported without proper due process, as the administration has already admitted.
And he was proven to be a citizen of El Salvador, and he's in an El Salvadorian prison.
I don't think he's a citizen of El Salvador, but again, the withholding of removal meant that he could not legally be deported to El Salvador. He was not meant to be deported to El Salvador. They actually could have probably deported him to a different country, but they sent him to El Salvador without due process.
Stated he was an American citizen, which was false. Do you think that if the things I just said are true, which they are, that he should be deported to El Salvador?
No.
So you don't think an El Salvadorian
citizen? He did not receive due process. The problem is that when I said that he was an American citizen, I meant a legal immigrant to the United States of America.
He was an illegal immigrant.
He had a withhold or removal.
We can say that all we want to, whether or not he is.
It's been proven.
Yeah,
sure.
I have
a question to you.
They actually showed it in a White House press briefing, the documents that showed the proof of it.
Again, the White House press, sorry, not the White House press, but the White House has admitted in court that the deportation was illegal. They admitted it. They said, oh, shit, administrative error. Our bad, folks. Like,
what document?
They showed the documents, the court documents, that 2 judges gave him deportation orders because he was an illegal immigrant in this country.
Under Trump's administration?
Nope.
Let's talk about this specific question. Let's talk about the Constitution, right?
Because some of it was under Trump's administration. I don't think all of it was. I think the Trump administration actually... I think he got the withholding or removal in 2019, which is when Trump was president.
So the Fifth Amendment says no person shall be detained without due process. It does not say citizen. It says person. It says person, literally human. So with that being said, I have a question for y'all. Do y'all agree or disagree that the federal government is going against the Constitution by arresting and detaining people without due process? That's my question to y'all.
I do like that you brought that up. Now, yeah, it says all persons, all people have one phrase, right? I think it is.
Y'all use that for Amendment 2.
I think it is implied that it's for citizens, but I do understand that. I know this is what I'm going to get to, where I will kind of agree and support what you're saying. Is the logic being in most states, I'm sure it's pretty much is if the law is not stated, then it can't.
I think. Do you think by the end of this, Trump will try to disband the Supreme Court or something? No, but I think Trump. I don't think Trump will try to disband the Supreme Court, but I think he will, at some point, argue that the Supreme Court just cannot enforce its ruling, and he's not gonna. Yeah, in October 2019, he was granted a withhold or removal order. So this is under Trump. Trump was president in 2019. And the Trump administration could have challenged this order, but they didn't. They chose not to. So if you're gonna blame anyone, don't blame Biden. Blame Trump. It happened in 2019. But
be implied. That's why we have the court. So that is a fair argument you bring up. I get that, but I think generally speaking, when they founded it, now it's a lot different now than it was then. It was implied that it would be for the citizens.
There are certain amendments that specify citizens, right? The language is very intentional. So when they say people, I mean that's anybody. If you're coming here,
what will the Supreme Court do when Trump actually ignores their orders? I don't know. I really don't know. That's the concerning thing, is that they don't. We don't really know what will happen.
If you're on vacation, if you steal and you go, they give you you have due process. It's not just for American citizens or U.S. citizens. It's for everybody that's on this land. They have a process. They have a right to trial. Just like if I were to go to Korea and if I were to commit a crime.
You don't always have a right to a trial by jury. Even American citizens don't always have a right to a speedy trial or whatever. Like for non-serious offenses, even U.S. citizens or only don't necessarily have to have a jury trial. They can just have a judge rule in their case or whatever. But you are entitled to some level of due process, even if you are an illegal immigrant. That part is true.
They have their process. I have to follow their legal.
Okay, well, first of all, 10-day Diagra was designated a terrorist organization as well as MS-13. You brought up Judge Dugan. This man that was in there for a trial with the defendants there, and the prosecution and the people that were beaten by this man to the point of being put in the hospital wanted their day in court. ICE was in the hallway. They did not get in a fight in the courtroom. And they knew that this man had already had a deportation order. What did this Judge Dugan do? She took him into the closed section, into her chambers, and snuck him out the back door. That is not okay.
She did not have the authority to deport him at that time.
She's
when
in
he
jail
was
now.
in the middle. Well,
just naturalized illegals. Dude, I can't wait till they get to that argument. Unironically, can they please just stop talking about dumb shit and start talking about actual mass deportations, the actual prompt that they're supposed to be talking about?
issue is the reason why she was so frustrated and why she wouldn't allow that to happen is because there seems to be a pattern with ICE trying to go over judicial rights. And when the judge is stating that he's in the middle of a criminal court case, that she's not saying that he was innocent.
He already had a deportation order.
Also, just to make sure.
And wait, really quick, let me finish my thought there. So he had already had a deportation order. You guys sit here and you're talking a lot about due process and ICE. You know, ICE are the people that go in and save the kids that have been trafficked. ICE are the ones that put themselves in danger all the time to protect you.
We're not talking about that, though. We're talking about the powers that they're doing right now, where the federal judges have already stated against your case, against your opinion. They have already stated what they're doing is unconstitutional, not only in the appellate courts, not only there, but also in the Supreme Court with that 9-0 decision against Alvaro Garcia. So it doesn't matter what our opinions are. The judges themselves have already stated that what they're doing.
Dude, I mean, ICE, like, they might think it's justified because it's illegal immigrants or whatever, but like, like that video of that girl, the college student, like the foreign college student, just being like taken off of the street by like the ICE. That was ICE, right? In like plain clothes. That shit was insane. I think it was ICE. ICE, plain clothes, college arrest. Was this ICE or was this? Or was this another thing? This girl who, like, this shit is wild. I can't really see her. Like, and fucking, she's just like walking home, and like these people just come up there. They're like, fuck you, actually. We're in plain clothes, but you're arrested. Get in our fucking van. That shit is wild. I think it's ICE, but it might not be ICE. It just says federal agents, but ICE, I mean, ICE would fall under federal agents, right? Being detained by ICE, it says.
One of the latest.
I believe it is. I believe it is ICE. Like, this shit is wild. I don't even think this girl was, I think this girl was a, like, legal resident or whatever. Because she was going to university, right? Yeah, over pro-Hamas accusation. I think it was I think they were just going after her because she participated in whatever protest.
Doing is too much. So do you agree or disagree with what the Supreme Court and the federal courts have been saying?
What I disagree with was the federal court, or the Supreme Court wasn't given the information beforehand that Kilmore had 2 deportation orders, that he was an MS-13 gang member.
You don't have evidence to support that claim.
Yes,
also,
I do. Yes, I do.
No, you
yes,
don't.
I do.
That's not the dispute that the Supreme Court had. It doesn't matter if he's a gang member. What matters is whether he was deported due to the administrative error contrary to his withholding a removal order. Like, that's the relevant thing there.
I do. Tell me what I do.
What evidence do you have?
Actually, court documents. Would you like to go over them?
Even if those court documents say what you're saying, which I don't believe, the issue is that the Supreme.
Who's your source?
What do you mean?
Who's your source?
Literally,
Joe
the
Biden.
Entire court system.
Not the entire.
The judicial court system have disagreed with your claim, ma'am. And not only have they disagreed with your claim, the Supreme Court, in a 9-0 decision, have disagreed with your claim. So because of that, he should be brought back here. ICE is doing too much.
You want to bring all terrorists back to the country?
It doesn't matter whether they're terrorists.
Okay.
Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why.
Were you okay with J6ers being thrown in jail without due process?
Hold on. She's fuck this dude. No offense, but he should just ask her, like, yes or no, like, do you think the government should generally follow the Constitution? And then when she's like, yeah, probably, just be like, okay, do you agree that the deportation of this dude was unconstitutional? And then if she says no, you can cite like 9-0 Supreme Court, get fucked, bitch. And if she says yes, just be like, okay, then you agree that we should probably bring him back then, right? Because he was unconstitutionally deported. What are the odds that in the future some agencies or departments will listen to Trump and others will follow court rulings? I actually find that pretty likely. I think you will end up with situations where you have like a Doge basically defying court orders, but you have other agencies complying with the courts. I think that is actually fairly likely that you will have disputes between agencies like that. Yeah.
Process? Did you fight for them? Did you fight for them? Did you fight for John Strand, who was in jail for 4 years without due process?
Did they go through due process?
No.
Okay, well, if they didn't go through due process...
And you guys were real silent about that, but give me an MS-13 member.
Whoa, we're not...
She's just lying, by the way. I mean, this was in the intro, and I said it before. Like, all these people got trials. They were in jail waiting for trial. Like it's not like they all got trial. They all got due process. She's just lying. And guess what? They all got fucking pardoned anyway. So, I'm
not talking about Jan Sixers. We're not talking about insurrectionists here in the country.
Oh,
what we are talking about,
terrorist invaders are okay.
What we are talking about is ICE doing illegal activities unconstitutionally because they're not giving their due process to the people that they're.
Yeah, the real nightmare scenario, Bob Marley, would be like kind of it's something similar that we saw with like Greg Abbott and the Border Patrol there. If we saw some like fucking hardcore like showdown between like ICE, refusing to hand over custody of someone versus the FBI maybe wanting custody of them and they're not listening to and they're trying to comply with the court order. That'd be like the nightmare scenario if we saw like two different like armed agencies competing for like who has custody over some alleged illegal immigrant or something. But
what about the Alien Enemies Act that says that we don't have to give them due process?
The Supreme Court denies your claims because they told him to no longer do that because that is unconstitutional. So you can take that and throw it out the window. 9-0 on the Supreme Court. So I'm asking you again, do you deny and disagree with the highest...
When was this uploaded? Because did we get that ruling 2 days ago? The new one? The new one? I think it was uploaded 2 days ago. Yeah. 4 days ago. But it was filmed way before it or whatever. But Supreme Court blocks Trump from restarting Alien Enemies Act deportations. Supreme Court on Friday blocked President Trump from moving forward with deportations under the 1798 Alien Enemies Act for a group of immigrants in northern Texas, siding with Venezuelans who fear. But I think wasn't there that another fucking 8-1 ruling? I might be thinking of someone else, but yeah. I genuinely think blue-haired crazy lives in 2016. If anything, underestimated Trump. This is beyond insane now. Yeah. What a wonderful world we live in. Okay, it's...
court in the land about Abrego and potentially other people that have gotten no due process.
I 100% disagree with them because I have been in the freaking depths of the invasion that happened to our country. And I do not agree with an MS-13 member who had two deportation orders for a judge to override that. I do not believe in shopping district judges to get your way. And I am allowed to have...
Oh my God, shopping district judges. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? You motherfuckers shop district judges harder than anyone else with I think it's the Texas Fifth Circuit or something. There's some like district in Texas where there's only like one judge in that entire district. So if you can get your like case filed there, that judge is going to hear your case. And because it's like a federal district court, they can like order like a stay on the entire federal government's policy or whatever. And hey, guess what? Guess what? I agree with you guys. Judges should not have the power, okay? A federal district judge should not have the power to like prevent executive action for the entire nation, okay? Congress has the authority to change that, okay? But guess what? You guys never wanted to change that authority under Biden. You guys were all happy that district court judges had that authority under Biden, and you guys all fucking hate it now, okay? But oh my God.
My First Amendment right and opinion on that subject.
Great.
When I have
other people that have been deported as well, Mahmoud Khalil and other
and he
students.
should be deported. He doesn't belong.
They're given full presidential authority to carry out the mass deportation that the vast majority of Americans voted for when they elected Donald Trump.
Again,
mandate vast majority.
It is. The Supreme Court denies you. It disagrees with you.
Reinvoked.
No, it didn't.
Yes,
They literally said in a 5-4 decision that they cannot use the Alien Enemies Act any longer.
Check again.
You can say check again, but he's not allowed to do that. But the other problem again is the Fifth Amendment.
I'm fairly certain. I think
these people
might have been allowed to deport some people under the Alien Enemies Act, but there was like a temporary stay the Supreme Court gave, and then I guess they just ruled on it Friday that they can't use the Alien Enemies Act for at least some deportations, but It might be for. They might be allowed to use it for other deportations. I don't know for sure. I haven't followed the court.
The Fourth Amendment was denied when they were breaking down windows in people's cars, taking away their right to privacy. The First Amendment was denied when they were taking students and throwing them and deporting them as well. Multiple federal judges and appellate courts have said those claims, and the Supreme Court agrees with them.
I feel as an American, you should be very concerned with ICE. With ICE's activities recently, and you should also be very concerned with the casual use of just deporting people who you deem should be deported. What is stopping, actual U.S. citizens to be deported next? Trump's already.
This is a Libs of TikTok post, so I should probably find an actual article that says this. This is about temporary protected status. I'm thinking of him revoking temporary protected status for people, not the Alien Enemies Act thing. There was a Supreme Court which basically said, the Supreme Court said he's allowed to revoke temporary protected status from a few 100,000 Venezuelans or whatever, but he can't deport them under the Alien Enemies Act. He has to deport them under, some other legal process.
Already said that we have a lot of criminals here he'd like to deport to El Salvador.
He's also a troll.
No,
exactly.
I'm sorry, words.
Oh
my God, words have power. And if you start to influence people to get comfortable with the idea of deporting people willy-nilly without letting them go to court, plead their case, whatever the case may be, we're opening ourselves up to deport people that the president deems, that the executive branch deems terroristic, or they don't like their opinions, or they have too much power or influence over the people. So let's just deport them. I'm very concerned. I worry very, very much so. And I've never really been someone who's super proud American constitutionalist. But I'm telling you, I'm actually starting to read the Constitution because Trump has made so many statements and he's empowered so many people to completely disregard the judicial branch. And that branch is very important. Checks and balances matter.
Trump said that he was going to run for a third term. Do you think that's unconstitutional?
He's kidding.
It's again his son. That's troll?
Yes.
He's just joking, guys. He's just joking.
Guys, back to topic.
Trump gets off on
back to topic. Back to topic.
So where I would maybe say that they are, I don't want to say unchecked, but less checked than they have been in the way of, I'm sure we're all happy we have a trifecta in the Conservative Party right now, but I personally, I'm not happy about that. We have the presidency, we have the Senate, we have House.
Kind of like we don't have in
we
California.
also have the Supreme Court, where that's where I think they can be less checked now, is because, under Biden, and I think this should be in any administration, you shouldn't have one party ruling everything. Do I like that? Subjectively, yes, but objectively, it makes it a lot harder to check things. So I almost actually considered coming up here but that's why I think the word is, it's not unchecked, it's just less checked, but that would happen liberal or conservative if anybody had full power. But that's also that's fair, but that sows doubt in the opposition, which is a completely fair doubt to have. If they have full control, you're going to be like, will they take advantage of that? I think we are just, in our opinion, we don't feel they are taking control of that in that way, but I can see where you are coming from.
When he was in office, he deported a lot. Yes, he deported a lot.
And wasn't sued.
Okay, and he wasn't sued, and I wonder why that is.
Oh my
God.
Because
it's
corruption process.
Due process, because they did things.
That's crazy, guy. Yeah, I know, that's crazy. It's almost like the process matters, guys. It's almost like the way you go about deporting people and everything matters. What?
Process.
They did things, I don't want to say ethically,
he did not
but they followed a process, right?
So you think Bill Clinton, when he deported 11 million people, and Obama, when he deported over 3, you think every one of them received due process?
I honestly don't.
It might not be every single. I'm sure there's probably one or two examples you can find, but it's not neither. They didn't invoke the Alien Enemies Act just so that they could deport people without due process. They didn't actively try to not deport people without due process by invoking the Alien Enemies Act. They didn't. I don't think either of them had as big a mistake as the Garcia thing. This fact check is not.
I agree with deportations. My statement, and the reason why there's such outrage is because the way that it's handled because of unchecked,
That's true.
actions. It's causing
Obama deporter in chief. Obama due process. Kill me.
No, it's because the way that it's happening has been sensationalized, not because of it being Trump. It's because they are essentially going against the Constitution and what makes us feel safe as U.S. Americans, right? By following our Constitution, by understanding our rights. Those rights that we have are now being pulled into question because of Trump's giving unchecked power to ICE. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I think it's kind of more okay under Obama versus here. Like, what changed? What was like the?
I'm not saying that it was more okay. I'm just saying that
there was.
Wait, hold on. When was ICE formed? We had ICE. We had ICE under Obama. Did we have ICE under Bill Clinton? I don't even think we had ICE under Bill Clinton. But to be fair, she asked about Obama, but it's like ICE has not even been around for that long.
Less actions against the courts or from the courts because it was under due process. If Trump did it more, if let's say the first 3 months, it was all in due process, no one here would be upset at the fact that ICE is doing the due process, the due diligence, but they're not doing that. They're throwing them in buses at 1 a.m, sending them over to El Salvador.
Do you think if Trump wasn't old, we'd be a lot more fucked than we are now? I don't think it. I don't think it has a big impact. No, I don't know. I think honestly, him being old might make things worse. Honestly. If he's really, because he unironically thought the letters MS-13 were like tattooed on that guy's knuckles. Like, maybe if he was, younger, he wouldn't have wouldn't have believed that. Like, oh my God.
You know that with the Venezuelans, they have a huge
We'd go
majority
for a
of
third term
them
if
were
he was
already
in his 50s,
sent without due process
100%.
and were sent with no criminal record.
Probably.
So to go off your answer, the answer is that it's the due process. It's the Fifth Amendment. That's it. It's the Fifth Amendment that they're not abiding by.
All right, we're gonna have to stop.
I mean, it's not. I mean, I wouldn't say it's just that. Like, obviously, I think Obama, when he deported people, was going after people who like very recently crossed the border. He was not deporting people who have been here for like 10 years, like Trump is, currently trying to do. Trump, the whole premise of mass deportations is deporting like, they say 20 million people, 20 million people, like basically anyone who was illegal who came over, and also making certain people who are illegally here, illegal by revoking their temporary protected status. That's something Obama was never talking about, and I do probably have an issue with that. It's probably just not a good, like, they're just not, like, these immigrants are just not that harmful. They're just not, most of the time, they're just flat out, like, not harmful. And, like, a lot of times they're good. They're good for the economy. They're good for, the primary thing they're good for is the economy. I would say, like, the cultural impact they have is probably, like, basically neutral. I don't really care about it that much, but.
There. Stop there.
Great.
Love the
birth
energy,
rate.
guys. We get to move on. The next prompt is, there is no ethical way to have mass deportation. Will the agreeers please step forward?
Finally, this should have been the first fucking prompt, dude.
Hey, y'all. Hey. So let's talk about why you agree.
Historically, I don't think that mass deportation has ever really worked, and it's never really been done ethically. And so right now, I feel like with our current administration under Trump, we're in the process of trying to deport a large group of people, and we're already seeing that people's due processes aren't given to them. We see
It's not even if you went through due process. Like, we just don't have, we do not have the capability to deport, this many millions of people in good conditions, right? Like, we already we have migrant detention centers in Trump's first term and even in Biden's term that were like already in pretty horrible conditions for people. Trying to round up 10 million people into fucking detention centers and to deport them is just not gonna. There's no way to do that humanely without like massively scaling up our like detention centers and everything.
that, children
and even
are
then,
worried
that's probably gonna take longer than 4 years to
about
do.
going to school. They're worried that they're going to come home and their parents are being taken. A lot of families are really under distress.
Well, it's one of those things where you have, taking the whole group as a whole, one of the biggest concerns is when you send out these mass deportations, you are not necessarily determining whether or not they have any sort of criminal records or not, or like you said, due process. The whole system is basically taking them and just taking them onto the buses and just sending them out instead of actually going through the system legally like we have been throughout the inception of the country. One of the biggest concerns, especially with the El Salvador situation that we have right now, a good majority of those Venezuelans that have been sent over there have no criminal records. And about 75 to 90% of those Venezuelans, from what I was told, from what I've seen from the statements themselves, were not given their due process and don't actually have, like I said, criminal records to support the claims of being deported to that country.
And what you're seeing right now is racism, right? People are being picked up because of the color of their skin or what they look like. And it's something that's been going on historically for many years, actually. And I think a lot of people fail to recognize that a lot of the brown people that are being picked up, a lot of from Latin American countries are
Bob Marley, I really don't have strong opinions on who the best Dem for 2028 would be. I like Pete Buttigieg. I think AOC is probably good at really good at like energizing people. I don't know. He's definitely not the best on policy, but I like Pete Buttigieg and I like Cory Booker. I think I might favor Cory just because on his Wikipedia page, okay, it says the two things I liked. Okay, it said one, best record for animal rights. Okay, based vegan president. I don't think he's vegan, but I'm gonna count that as a win. And two, he wants to lower the corporate income tax, and that's fucking based as fuck. Exactly, people would be perfectly didn't like taxes, yeah.
actually Native American to the Americas. And so it's just been years of oppression ever since, settlers.
I have said this before, and I will continue saying it. Whichever Democratic candidate goes out on that stage and says, we must privatize Social Security, is the one I will vote for, okay? The first one to be bold enough to say it. To say we need to move to a system like Australia has, okay? that will be the candidate I vote for.
came to the Americas, which is North America, South America,
AOC
Central
just
America,
every
Canada.
valid criticism
And so
of
it's just
Kamala
been
times
oppression of
100
Native peoples. And so I
personified.
think it's
That
important
is
to
kind of
recognize that
true.
because they get labeled immigrants when really they're the original people of the land, and then they have all these ties to the land, and that's why they get so much hate, and that's why they want to keep removing them, right? There's just been this ethnic cleansing for so long, and it's continuing to this day. And so that's why you
Ethnic
see
cleansing, Jubilee. Again, you don't gotta get the most woke person and everything. Okay, you don't have to do this, man. You don't have to do this, man.
It's like me being picked up all the time.
Mass deportation, I think, like you stated, there is a process that we can use to legally deport someone, right? But when you say mass deportation, and you think about how vast America is, right, the United States, it does open room to just look at someone, assess under your opinion that you think that they're here as an illegal immigrant. And when you are just thinking about numbers and getting as many people out, you're not going through the process. You're not vetting through their criminal history, their background, how long they've been here, what familial ties, how they help their community. So that's really frightening to see. And there are a lot of cases that we're seeing where people are taking advantage of the situation and actually assaulting women and pretending to be ICE agents. And it causes a lot of distress and concern. You know, if you want to do things with the process, that's fine, but just playing it as a number game and grounding as much people and just tripping them off isn't really going to work.
Mass deportation is completely unethical because when we think about what groups we picture, when we think of the word mass deportation, it is predominantly people that come from black and brown countries. Furthermore, that helps. It doesn't help the relationships that we have with other countries and continues to destabilize our relationships with other countries as we continue to isolate ourselves with this type of mentality of we don't want others and we don't accept others, even though this country was literally founded on that principle of having communities come from all over the world and to build a country built off of diversity because of its strength, not just culturally, but as well as agriculturally, economically, and in many other ways.
Okay, disagreeers, head on over.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
I definitely have something to say on this. The bottom line is 4 years ago, you were all silent when 20 million people entered our country illegally.
Yeah, we did it. We got the 20 million meme. It took a little bit, okay, but we got there. We got the 20 million meme, which is just not a real number. It's just not they're just lying. That's not a real number. But okay, it also doesn't really have anything to do with the prompt, okay? It could be the case, even if it was the case that, arguably, you're making the case for them. If it is the case that 20 million people came over in the last 4 years, do you think there's an ethical way to humanely deport 20 million people? Like, you really think we have the capacity to do that?
We know that there has been over 400,000 criminal migrants put into our country. They just found a murdered little boy in my town that a illegal alien came here, created a soccer website, and was raping little boys, and he murdered one, and they just found his body. Jocelyn Nungary, 12 years old.
Argument is more than 20 million. There might be more than 20 million total illegal immigrants. I think that probably is true. But they're saying 20 million people came over under Biden. That's just not true. How can she so confidently put a number on it? She's just citing the bullshit meme number that she saw on Twitter. How do you even know good estimates if they are illegal? Who count? So we actually have, so number one, by illegal immigrants, most conservatives just mean asylum seekers. They just mean people who go up to the border and claim asylum. Okay, that's what they're talking about. So there are numbers of there are decent estimates of or the government keeps track of how many border encounters there are. Which the border encounters will double count people because people try to cross multiple times and everything, and not everyone who is encountered at the border necessarily goes into the country. Some of them are turned around, but illegal visa overstay. I mean, I don't know how exactly we have estimates of that, but we have pretty decent estimations of how many border encounters there are, and we know how many known gotaways there are. Right, there are cameras on almost like every section of the border. So like if you go over the border, even if ICE or the Borders, Customs and Border Patrol doesn't catch you and you get away. We have a pretty good understanding of how many people are coming over that way, right? So we have pretty good estimates of how many people came over illegally. I get that, but if they are really illegal, it'll take a while to figure out how many are in the country. Well, sure, but they got tunnels, got boats. Yeah, obviously it's not a perfect measure. I'm not claiming it to be perfect, but we know roughly. We have a decent enough knowledge to know that 20 million people did not come over under Biden. I am 95% probably more than 95% confident. We can have a confidence interval, okay, and say 20 million is not within the 95% okay confidence interval of our estimation. All right,
girl of color, raped brutally by Tende Diragua. Dead. Rachel Morin, dead. We have to put America first. We warned all of you about this 4 years ago when you said the border was secure. Yeah. And then you ran on that you would secure the border. Tom Homan and ICE is not going after people that are just normal. My husband is an immigrant. They are going after criminal aliens, period.
That's just not true. He just mentioned Cato just has their report too. That most of the people deported don't have a criminal record.
A criminal alien, they will go after you. I know you guys must love your families. Are you willing to put your family's life at risk?
I've thought about this a lot because I keep hearing this statement that, these criminals that are coming in, they're harming our American citizens. I guess my question is, because I thought about this, I really have. What if it were my cousin? What if it were my sister? I don't think it matters what their immigrancy status. I mean, honestly, we have Americans, like natural born Americans.
They're not even going after undocumented people. Yeah, a lot of the people that went after had legal status, had like some type of legal status. How many tourists entered the U.S. in those 4 years as a percentage? How many usually overstay their Malibu? You're so retarded, man.
Natural-born American citizens that create, they do crime. They hurt little children. They assault people. So what's the difference? I don't think someone's immigrancy status really
one
matters.
crime
I don't think
that shouldn't exist in the first place is too much. Don't you think that if the person wasn't here in the first place?
Drow. Obviously, the relative crime rates matter. Like if you have a city and you import, not funny, you're really a neoliberal. Yeah. If you have a city and you increase the population with only people who commit less crime than the native population, the relative amount of crime in that city actually goes down, right? Because you're increasing the population by less than your increase. There's a what's the word I'm looking for? It's not like relative crime rate. It's I don't know. I think it's like the crime rate per capita goes down because you're importing people who don't commit as much crime as the native-born population, while you're still increasing the population, right? Like that. It's actually less crime than the counterfactual if you just had population growth in the U.S. and you had native-borns who commit the same amount of crime as native-borns, obviously, or who commit more crimes than illegal immigrants. Obviously, the relative crime rate matters, and two, you just have to weigh. Obviously, whatever cost of immigration there is, let's say there is some amount of crime that will be committed in the U.S. because of illegal immigration or any type of immigration. Well, maybe that's true, but also maybe they're really good for the economy. So obviously it benefits us if we have something that's really good for the economy, even if it leads to some crime happening that otherwise wouldn't have occurred.
Which they legally shouldn't be, that crime is completely avoidable, and countless lives are saved. A lot of young children don't get molested as well.
Let's talk about statistics, though. Statistically, United States-born citizens commit much more statistically documented and non-documented crimes.
Statistically, that is wrong.
Per capita.
So let me get my point off, though. The reason why is because I get my point off, though. The reason why is because of the consequences that if they get caught, even with a speeding ticket, the consequences if you're undocumented or documented are documented.
Did you like Ronald Reagan? No. I mean, no. I don't like Ronald Reagan. I think he was probably not bad guy. He's probably not bad. That's not really what I mean when I say neoliberal, but. My God.
Every single illegal immigrant has violated U.S. Code 81325, which is a crime in the United States. So to say that that Americans commit more crimes than illegals, every single illegal has committed a crime. Not every American has committed a crime.
I am very intelligent. I'm so intelligent, guys. Don't you know that illegal immigration is necessarily a crime? So illegal. It's obviously not. Yeah. Oh yeah. What a intelligent specimen we have here. Yeah. Obviously, they're talking about after they get here illegally, do they commit more crime than native-born Americans? Obviously, and you know that. You're just intentionally being dense and retarded. Fuck this dude. You're the GOAT. I love you, non-fun. I'm glad Chad is being very supportive of me right now.
But still, a lot of these people that have been sent over to El Salvador's prisons, we have records that have shown the majority of them are not actually committing these criminal convictions. And the other thing as well is that they have legal rights to be here.
No, they don't.
They don't. They do under a loophole that Biden created. Yes. So do you agree that president should be able to create loopholes that favor their agenda?
What's the loophole?
Oh my God.
Secret loophole.
So they're seeking asylum.
That's not a loophole that Biden created. We had asylum long before Biden came into office. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Okay. Biden was enforcing the asylum laws that we had in the book since the 1980s.
They're not. So the vast majority of people coming from Mexico, coming from a lot of these countries are not seeking asylum, and they're claiming they are at the border.
So stated by the EOIR, just to make sure that we get in this whole situation here, from the inception of the asylum process, roughly about 600,000 asylum documents have been applied. About half of those, more than half actually, have been denied by those claims. And to go off of what you're talking about with Biden's whole history here for the 4 years, I made sure that I looked this up. Roughly about 200,000 or so have been applied throughout his 4 years, but 40% have been accepted. So whether or not you're saying these tens of millions or the 20 millions, what's the statistic data to show that it's 20 million illegal immigrants coming into the country?
Customs import.
There is no good data that shows that 20 million illegal immigrants came into the country under Biden. This is not true. More than 10.5 million immigrants entered the country illegally during the Biden administration, not 20 million.
Border Patrol have the statistics. Now, secondly, you're saying...
She's citing, like, border encounters. It obviously double counts a lot of people, like I said earlier. But
that these people...
I think that's probably higher than even the total number of border encounters under Biden. The 20 million number is just a total fucking lie.
Got asylum. Well, President Biden, and let me explain to you why they did this. They let millions of people come into our country. Why? Because they're counted in the census. What does that do? It allows redistricting to create more congressional seats.
That's not true.
That is true. That is true.
Technically, that's obviously not the reason why it happened. Technically, I'm surprised that she says something that is technically could happen rather than just saying like, oh, they did it because illegal immigrants vote Democrat or something. But technically, she is right. Like, illegal immigrants can be counted in the census, and then that for apportionment will fuck it up or whatever. But like, Republicans have the Senate. Okay, so fuck off. Okay. You guys get the Senate and Electoral College, which favors small states, okay? We get our imported illegal immigrant voters. Okay?
Security,
that is
Social
I'm
Security.
Speaking. I'm speaking now. So, first of all, it's to gerrymander the congressional districts. That's why they allowed it. They created the CBP1 app where anybody
why do we punish many for the actions of a few non-fun? Because conservatives are retarded.
Sign up and come to our border without vetting, without due process. You talk about due process. Thirdly, I've interviewed Oscar Blue, who's been through the Darien Gap 5 times, who have seen the migrants who have been murdered, who have been raped, the children, the 350,000 children that are now lost in our country. They did not have
I love this
due
lie
process
again.
coming in the country. They just came in. Catch and release became a thing again.
So then would you then
Trump
agree?
Stopped that.
So then would you then agree that having more border judges, more border patrolmen, more border wall that could have been applied throughout Biden's 4 years, do you agree that should have been something that could have been applied? Because Republicans actually took down that border.
Trump is the one that didn't like that bill.
Provided more judges.
Not true.
That is very true.
Not true.
That is very true
It never
because
passed the
Mitch
Senate.
McConnell.
It would have codified 5,000 people coming into
Oh my God! Yeah, it never passed the Senate because Trump told his people not to pass it.
our country today. That is totally true. And Senator Langford bill, we passed HR 2 through the House that sat on Schumer's desk
oh my
for
God.
2 years, and they did not.
Trump killed the bill.
Yeah, then passed the most extreme fucking Freedom Caucus MAGA border bill ever. Why won't they pass HR 2? Why won't they pass HR 2? Notice how she dodged the question of like, would this actually be a benefit, like a net benefit to have like more immigration judges and all these things? But look around immigrant shelters, older businesses reported a raise on retail theft, all from immigrants. That's just not like the data just does not support that immigrants really commit that much crime. And it's just not like you don't see that often. But this woman looks like Marjorie Taylor Greene, but slightly hotter. Dude, I'm upset we didn't get the Nancy Mace posted on Twitter last night that she was like, I'm gonna go there, guys. I'm gonna show my naked body on the House floor because my fucking ex-husband was abusive. I thought we were gonna get Nancy Mace fucking tits out, but we just got like a naked fucking like silhouette or whatever. Data is very flawed. The data is just not flawed. No, it's not. You're delusional because you don't see it. Oh, okay, good to know. I thought we were gonna get the full frontal Nancy Mace, but we didn't. Unfortunately, what the fuck? Do you think this lady would come on stream? Should I like DM her or something? What's this lady's name? They put everyone in the description. Was it Lori? 50,000 followers, so she might be a little too popular for me. I could try DMing her after this stream, though. Be like, hey, you want to come on and chat about... What do you think? What should I chat? Maybe tariffs? Do you think she would do tariffs? I kind of doubt she would do tariffs, but...
Yes, he did. I'll tell you why.
Senators,
Republican senators and members of the House were going to agree on this bill through Biden's administration, but Trump called to veto that bill through the Republicans. There was already a majority of them saying that they would want to pass this, and it would have helped the border crisis that we are talking about now. But when Trump said, no, kill it, that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, but why? Why? Because it codified 5,000 people.
Oh, no, so now she admits it, but now she's justifying it. Okay, now we have the nice fucking kettle logic going on here, okay? It's not true that Trump tanked the bill, but also Trump did tank the bill, but it was justified. Let's go.
About border crossings today. Like, how many people are crossing a day?
Again, we're not talking
about
about
174 people. That would have codified 5,000.
174 people.
Yep.
Yes.
That would have codified.
It codified. It was like a max of 5,000 people, or it was like 5,000 people could cross before the president has like emergency authority to shut down the border for like 3 weeks or whatever until it reaches below, whatever. Trump is best president. I don't think that's true.
Like 5,000 immigrants coming through our border every single day.
11,000. We
were at 14,000 a day.
We're not
under
talking
Biden.
about that.
Yes, we are.
Can we go back to the topic? The
It's the
topic
bill.
stated, is mass deportation ethical? The answer is no.
Like she was just saying, can you import millions of...
Who's your GOAT? Joe Biden. I don't know who my GOAT is. So these people are famous? Not really. It wouldn't surprise me if this dude has some following online, because he's in a suit or whatever and everything. I don't know.
People, and it's ethically?
But sometimes they get like semi-known people. They didn't just grab people off the street. Most of these people are grabbed off the street, but sometimes they get semi-known people. They've had like big stream. I mean, they had Destiny on before, right? Obviously, they've had like Adam Mockler on, but usually they're pretty much randos or people with a small internet following.
That's okay.
That's how America started.
That's how I was going to say.
It started by settlers.
I don't have an issue with people.
Nick Fuentes. I'm not. I mean, number one, there's no way I could debate Nick Fuentes. He's like way bigger than me. I don't think he would do it, and I don't really know how interested I would be in doing it anyway.
Coming to America. A lot of the time when people come to America, their
I don't
reasons
like
are
Destiny,
because they have
respect
family
Dylan
that already
Bass.
lives here. They're escaping civil distress, civil wars, gang violence, a
He
myriad
said
of other
anyone?
different
I'm sure.
instances, right? They want to come, they want to raise their families, they want to provide a better future. I have never, as a U.S. citizen, as someone who's been born and raised here, had an issue with someone coming to America for whatever reason. It doesn't matter.
So do you think that-
I honestly think like we just make up borders of countries. They're not real.
I like how she just like a minute ago said, guys, the prompt is, are mass deportations ethical? And then now she's somehow getting it back to like actually open borders are based. Like, oh my God. Literally make them actually defend mass deportations. Why? Why do you keep doing this? Now all they have to do is defend like, hey, maybe we literally shouldn't have a entirely open border. Maybe borders are actually provide some utility and aren't just like entirely made up or whatever. That's a like semi-easy position to defend. Defending actual mass deportations is not very fucking easy. Why do you keep letting them get away with this?
Real.
Okay,
They're not.
Name one country.
He's next. I don't fully agree with what you're saying. I just first I want to respond to you as well. We settled in this country. We came to a barren land and settled here. It's very different than illegal mass immigration and importing upwards of 10 million people in a span of 4 years, overcrowding hospitals, overcrowding schools, overcrowding public systems. My entire family lives in New York City. They have to live across the street from the 5-star hotels that they're putting these illegal immigrants in on taxpayer dollars. So our taxes that we're spending, it's not helping our veterans, it's not helping our schools, it's not helping.
Wait, also Bob Marley base too. Nick Fuentes blocked you in 2019. What the fuck?
Systems we need in America. What it is helping is putting $13,000 on families' EBT cards that aren't even United States citizens.
For what these two were talking about,
wow.
In regards to the creation of the country, we were settled over here. There were people that were already here.
Yes.
We ourselves, in a sense, are immigrants to this country. When the country was created by the founding fathers here, they believed in the idea that all men were created equal. That's why all of these different amendments, like the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment, as an example, helped create the naturalization of immigrants here to become American citizens. So the ethics of the deportation portion of everything here is that people are fleeing from war, people are fleeing from gang violence, people are fleeing from these desperate...
That's not, you don't have... Oh my God. So, I mean, what he's saying is partially true. Like, obviously there are a decent number of legitimate asylum seekers here. That would be kind of fucked up and very unethical to deport back to the country where they were fucking fleeing from. But, I mean, it's still... You're going to make the, like, just please someone, like, make the argument, like, hey, do you think there'd be, like, a way to deport 20 million people, which you say came over under Biden, while providing them all, like, food and water while they're being housed in detention centers and, like... And like maybe consider the probably negative effect on like the suffering they have. I mean, first of all, I mean obviously they directly have suffering when they are deported, and then presumably they probably had some connections in America and their whatever family, if they're a legal immigrant, they have some family like a child that's what's born here and therefore is illegal. Probably going to impose some amount of suffering on them, even if the conditions were humane, which I'm not convinced. Mass deportations could be done with humane conditions given to everyone. And then also, like, if hypothetically, in the crazy world where immigrants are just probably a good thing for the economy, where having a bunch of working age people working is probably just a good thing to have. In that crazy world, like, doing these mass deportations is just going to be like a total net bad for for these communities. They just want to work. Yeah, pay for housing and feed them instead of just making them pay tax, non-fun. Yeah, it's so cringe. It's
locations that are in need of the richest country's help. We shouldn't be taking our hand and throwing it away. We should be the Statue of Liberty who says, bring us in your poor.
Are you claiming that the upwards of 10 million people who invaded our country under Joe Biden, were every one of them were evading wars, that none of them were just breaking into the U.S.?
No, but at the same time, not every single one of them was looking for
Did you agree in law and order? The idea of law and order?
Yeah.
Okay. Guys, I just want to be clear. We only have a couple minutes left, and we really haven't touched on the ethics of mass deportation specifically. So go right on ahead, but please try to keep it to the ethics of the mass deportation itself.
Since the question is about the ethics of it, right? I mean, ethically speaking, okay, so they're coming here, they're claiming asylum. Like, let's take my opinion out of it or whatever, right? They're coming here claiming asylum, and if we agree to take people asylum, like if we agree, we're essentially saying, all right, what your country is doing is wrong, and so we're going to help you because what we're doing is better. If we're going about ethics, how am I to tell you what's right and wrong in your country? I think that's the logic. Like, I shouldn't tell my next door neighbor that I don't like the way their house is decorated because, like, it's not my house, or I mean, how they punish their
Make an argument for deporting ones that don't work, even as a logistical nightmare. Not finding my base yet. You've been pretty base so far.
Watch your kids not that with soap. Other ones take their phones away, and that's where I think, like, where I'm coming at it from the pure ethical point. I'm not one to say that whatever country is doing their thing wrong because they have laws, they have constitution. I might not agree with it, but it's like when people say, "Do you agree with what's going on?"
Why do you want to import poor people if they don't come for a good paying job? I think that is. What do you mean? I think that is the reason most immigrants come here, is for better job opportunities. I don't know. I don't know when you hallucinated me saying that, but okay.
On in Florida, or do you agree with what's going on in New York? I don't live there. I'm not a resident of there. I don't think my opinion should be valued there. I should worry about what's going on here. So ethically, I just think we have 330 million Americans to focus on. That's where I come from.
We're not saying that they're in the wrong, but don't you think that an individual that leaves their culture, that somebody that leaves where they fundamentally, like where they could have grown up their whole lives, right? Don't you think that if that person makes that conscious decision to immigrate somewhere else, that decision came from a reason, right? It's not
legally. So next door neighbor's kid comes to your house, that doesn't mean you have to automatically let them live at your house because they're not your kid.
Let me say, pause quick. The prompt originally was, is mass deportation ethical, yes or no, essentially, and then why?
Oh my God, he keeps trying to have to bring it back because these people refuse. They refuse to stay on topic.
Surrounding issues, and we're about out of time. So I want to say, do any of you have comments specifically on the ethics of mass deportation?
I think it's ethical. Oh, yeah.
My question is, if you think there is an ethical way to deport people, like, how would that go? Because I know you talked a little bit about, like, things that we're not doing enough, maybe we're not taking care of them well enough when we do deport them. What would be, like, your ideal scenario of, like, how we should treat people when we deport them?
Obviously, our immigration system does need some work, right? Like, I'm not totally aloof to the fact or ignorant to the fact that people that are here, we have to take care of them, right? That's why we have social security nets, right? We can't just leave people to their vices and, just let them run around nitty-gritty. But I think that the ethical way is to have check-ins with these people that are coming here, seeing where they're working, how they're supporting their community. If you're going to deport someone, I feel like you have to have a reason for it, and you have to do more tracking and there's a process to it. I think that the issue with mass deportation is that people are going to focus on the numbers. The goal is to get as many people out, and they're not vetting through the system appropriately.
And that's not true. What happened to the American who stowed away on the flight to Paris? This was a few months back, right? What did they do when she came? She claimed, this is what she said. There's video footage of her saying, I can't go back to America. I don't feel safe there. I don't want to go back. She's there. But what do they do? It's not their problem. So they send her right back to the United States.
They go through their process, though.
No, but the point is, neither did these people that came here. They didn't go through the
system. We have a legal immigration process.
We're going off of the idea of the ethic portion like you were talking about before. Whether or not people are going through this process, we'll talk about that for sure. But if we're talking about ethics specifically, whether it's right to take someone's father, someone's mother, someone's children out from a college without any due process, without any situation, but taking someone's child out from a college just because they protested something, that shouldn't be something you shrug at. If you're okay, let me ask you a question. It's not because they protested. But let me ask you. I'm just going to make a hypothetical here for you.
It was basically because they were protesting, but okay.
If you had a son or a daughter that was going to one of these colleges and they believed in something that was something that you may not have agreed with, it's going through a protest. They're going through protests. They're enjoying themselves, and a couple of guys come in, grab them, throw them in a paddy wagon, and take them somewhere else without your consent or your knowledge.
Wait, what was the reason? But there has to be, dude. In this case, we're saying it's because they're getting deported. So that's the reason if they're here illegally, dude. That's the reason.
The problem is that's not true. That's all of them.
No, but done and dusted. I mean, the law they are breaking is by being here. Simply them being here is them breaking that law. I hate to say it. I wish that wasn't the case in a lot of cases, but that is the fact.
Malibu,
you're talking about the kid that
you're so retarded, Malibu. I hate you so much. You nothing that has ever come out of your mouth has ever been intelligent.
Was supporting Hamas.
Mahmoud Khalil?
Yes.
So whether or not he supports Hamas or not, whether he supports Palestine or not, you should not have the right in America you should not have the right to take someone because they're protesting against what someone else believes. If they believe that Palestine has a right to life, which I believe in, I believe that Palestine has a right to, which is great. If we protest, we have a better chance of not being taken away because of our tiers. But he was a legal citizen here with a green card, with a student visa, having his rights here in a college. He has the right to be here and has the right to protest. We should not be just taking him away and just saying that that's okay. It's not okay.
Okay, so first of all, with him, we had Jewish students that wouldn't be able to get to class. We had Jewish students assaulted.
They did not even allege that Mahmoud Khalil was involved in anything to do with the Jewish students who were kept out of class or whatever, who couldn't get to class. The government didn't even allege that he was doing that. They didn't even allege that he was like actually involved in like organizing a protest. I think all they alleged was that he like participated in that.
If I come to your country on a student visa and I put on my student visa form, I hate the West, I've got an agenda to destroy the West, and I'm going to vandalize your colleges and create chaos and block Jewish students from coming and going to class, guess what? You're not going to get the visa.
Do you have any evidence?
You know what's funny, by the way, Elaine, is that free trade and immigration are substitutes, by the way. Like, so you would think if conservatives were like, oh, I hate immigration so much, I don't want immigrants coming here to work a bunch of jobs or steal a bunch of American jobs, they would at least like support like, free trade where we can, instead of immigrants coming here to work, they just do the work in their home country and we trade for those goods. You would think they would at least support that, but they fucking hate that too. So
to support any
100%. The State Department.
The State Department didn't.
Oh my gosh, but it's all very true.
It's not true.
Who told you that? Who's your source?
Whether or not that is true or not.
It is true.
Whether or not it is. He did not receive due process. This country here was founded on law and order. The law and order states the Fifth Amendment is a right to due process. It doesn't matter whether or not I'm for or against a specific thing. If I'm being arrested, I get due process. I get a lawyer. Whether or not I'm committing any sort of crime. In fact, the whole point of it is innocent until proven guilty.
All right, time's up. We get to move on to the next topic. The next prompt is illegal immigrants are responsible for most crime. Will the agreeers please step forward? Interesting. All right, since we don't have any agreeers, let's bring everyone in.
At least agree on that. But
well, I think it's unfair to say statistically who does more crime, just for the plain and simple fact, the populace of legal people that live here, the citizens, far outweighs the statistics of those that are here illegally. So for me to say that illegal immigrants are responsible for most of the crime is just not accurate for the plain and simple fact, the populace.
And there's a point earlier, I believe you made about like illegal immigrants actually like bring the crime down. Is that what you said? That's actually like lower?
I said that.
Usually the per capita illegal immigrants commit less crime than native-born Americans. That seems to be true.
Non-citizens and undocumented and documented people commit statistically far less crimes than native-born United States citizens. That's what I said.
Okay. And native, okay, I see. Yeah, so I think that when it comes to that, we're kind of comparing them with a group of people who is disproportionately more responsible for crime than other groups here. And it's like, unfortunately, when I learned these things, I didn't want it to be true.
I was gonna say if you take out the black people, illegal immigrants actually do commit more crime. Is that what we're gonna say?
But it's like, that is reality. I hate that is reality, but it is reality. We have to like come to grips with that and realize that that is what's happening. We need to tackle that issue.
I have a question for you real quick. Do you think it's worse for a person to commit crimes in their own country or another person's country, or do you have no thoughts on it?
Dude, this is actually, how can he he's doing the reverse Nicholas Decker, dude. I think if we're like, I would say I agree with Nicholas Decker. It actually is probably better. A lot of the immigrants who come here and commit crime or whatever probably would have been committing crime in their home country as well. And at least when they commit crime here, we have an advanced, developed police force that can deal with it, right? And that can detain them. So it is likely that if immigrants come here and commit crime, they are held accountable for it. So the total crime rate in the world will probably go down if we have open borders and let immigrants commit crimes in countries that have developed police forces. That's the Nicholas Decker argument, and I think technically that's probably true. It probably is net utility maximizing and net crime rate decrease if immigrants come here to commit crime. If you favor global utility over any one nation's utility, it's just then you kind of get to the question of should the U.S. government consider global utility or just the utility of U.S. citizens? And there are obviously debates to be had there. But this guy is going to make the argument that it's worse if immigrants commit crime in our country than it is if they commit crime in their country, because I guess he just doesn't care about if crime is committed in other countries. He just doesn't, because they're brown over there. Okay, so we don't care if they experience higher crime rates.
What is the crime specific? You have to give me specific examples.
No specific crime.
Just, I don't have an answer.
Yeah, stealing.
Stealing is wrong in any way you do it.
But do you think, if you're an American, do you think if you steal in America, it's different than if you go over to France and you steal? You don't think you're representing your nation? Like, you don't think you're representing a lot more than just you individually? No?
No.
I think that's where a lot of
Representing
us
your
guys are going to see differences as well. I think same thing as walking into someone else's home. I'm not going to walk into someone else's home and treat it like my own home.
And to point on what you're saying, for instance, there was that college kid that went over to Korea. Do you remember that? And he thought a poster was cool. Yes, and he pulled that down and they murdered him. So if you think that you can go into another country, I don't think there's anybody here that has traveled in.
He's talking about the fucking auto guy, I think his name was, in North Korea. Is it really where? Yeah, this guy. I don't know why I read it. It's the first thing that comes up. Okay.
Internationally, but if you go to a foreign country, let's say I go to Puerto Vallarta and I go through customs and I give them my passport, they say, where are you going to stay and how long are you going to be here? Because there is not another country in this world that you can walk across the border and just have a free-for-all. And that is what happened over the last 4 years.
I disagree with that.
Migrant crime goes massively underreported. Consider the fact that they risk deportation come from conservative, poorly. I'm not convinced. Malibu, can you actually send me data on that, or are you just alleging that?
I mean, not fully. Like, I think that there are other countries. I just think we're the most prominent.
Very famous
It's famous because we are. To say that we're the only country. I don't. I mean, yes, one of. I don't think there's the majority do, but we're just the most prominent name in that group of people.
What country can you go to and just walk across the border?
Plenty of South American countries or Southeast Asian.
You can't do that you can't do that in the U.S. It was relatively easy to claim asylum under Biden, but like it's just not. She's just lying. She's lying. She lives in a different fucking world. Oh my God.
I'm not saying I agree with that. I don't like that to happen. I disagree with that. But the reason is if you take countries like Guyana and then you take a country like Cambodia and then you put U.S. in that mix, I think U.S. is of course going to stick out the most because it's the most well known. There's the most people. It's the most economically and politically prominent. So I think the argument of going, I mean, just in general, the whole going to someone's country, that you said, I mean, is it better or worse in your own? I agree with Caesar. Correct? Was your name? When you say it's wrong regardless.
To piggyback off of what you said too, there are cases where this happens. I lived in mainland China for 3 years. They have also had illegal immigration issues. The only reason that's why it is so prevalent here is like what you just said, is that we are making it a prevalent issue, which by and large does make sense that it is an important issue. That is something that we should be talking about. But to go back into on track, to state that illegal immigrants cause more crime, that's emphatically untrue. Especially if you're going to be adding in civil cases. Civil cases are happening more here in the United States than they are happening with illegal immigrants. So correct me if I'm wrong on this, but civil cases can include literally anything on the spectrum. Something from speeding tickets to jaywalking or running a red light, or even cases like petty theft. Like these things are more through American citizens than they are illegal immigrants.
Does every American citizen commit one of those crimes? Every single one?
Not every single one.
Not every single illegal who walked into the United States.
Thanks for following, Elaine, on Twitch. Hell yeah, I appreciate it. Welcome. Welcome to Twitch, but
states illegally violated U.S. Code 1325.
But if that is
if that's their only crime, then that's their only crime. That's not something that I feel like. I mean, technically, yes, that's a criminal act, but that's not what the right side is saying when they say criminals. We all know that, right? Like when they say criminals, when they say that these immigrants are criminals, they're talking about rapists, they're talking about murderers, they're talking.
But you just said there some of them,
but not all.
The way
and it's overinflated.
I think your interpretation is not everyone's interpretation. I don't think when either Donald Trump or Tom Homan or someone is up there and they're saying criminals, I don't think they're just specifically only referring to the rapists or murderers.
Well, they want to. I think that here's the issue. It's the conservative trap card, okay? Where like. They say criminal, and I do think a lot of times they are trying to basically like intuition pump violent criminal into that. But it's like, oh, we're going to deport the criminals. But also, I happen to think that every illegal immigrant committed a crime, so we're deporting every illegal immigrant. Like that's the conservative. It feels like that's a conservative fucking trap card that they play, so.
They are.
No, they're not.
And their language and the way that they speak about it, they are. They're very intentional.
I think that's very open.
I think that's giving them a lot more credit than they deserve.
I think they're a lot smarter than you realize.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. They're smart. That's why they're saying these people are criminals. These people are rapists. These people need to leave our country because it risks the safety of our Americans. Now, they're not saying that it's because of their immigration status that's risking the safety of Americans. They're saying because they create heinous crimes or they act in heinous ways.
Can I ask you a question on safety? So if someone came into your apartment or house or wherever you live, while you're at work, you come home, you don't know this person at all, but they just broke in, they're doing your dishes. Do you just let the person stay just because you think they're doing good, or would you still
keep talking about this house, but this is a country?
Okay, you have to treat it like that.
No, but we really don't. We're talking.
Let me ask you then.
You can't have unvetted people in your home the same way you can't have unvetted people in your country. If you allow unvetted people to pour across the border the way they did, you're going to have terrorism. You're going to have things that happen that harm this country.
Right, true. All the migrant terrorism we saw under Biden, true.
If we want to talk about reforming our immigration policy, we definitely should, because we would have less people coming here illegally if it was easier and more accessible. That way.
Oh, that's true as well. But
can actually monitor who's coming in. It would lessen the amount of these quote unquote like civil or federal crimes by just breaking into our country. Like if we actually had a better system that worked and that was more fair, then we would know who's coming into our country. And I think that would be great. I think we need to know so we can limit those risks.
And again, to have that bill passed that was going to be passed by almost unanimous decision during the Biden administration, that would have been able to help.
All right, this was exciting. Let's move on to the next prompt. Illegal immigrants boost the economy. The agreeers, please step forward. Lots of agreeers. Who wants to go first?
I watched a little bit of this yesterday. This was I didn't watch this entire section, but this is part of the. I watched part of this section. It's it is kind of odd to me that these people are like super. I guess these are the two that have not been like insanely pro mass deportations. They've had a little bit more nuanced opinions, but like, I don't know. Like usually when I think of people who want mass deportations, I think they typically think that immigrants are like really bad for the economy, and like that's one of the main benefits of deporting them is that we're gonna have Americans filling these jobs. Okay, but
roughly $1 trillion is the amount that undocumented people put into this, contribute to this United States economy without receiving any benefits, such as Social Security, SNAP, and things of that nature. When we look at house sales as well, they do, I believe it's almost 10 or more than $10 trillion is the money that undocumented people put in regards to housing and continuing to grow and contribute financially into America. Let's talk about economically on a spending thing. Immigrants spend a lot of money as far as going out, retail sales, food, things of that nature. So it is 100% positive, productive boost in regards to the economic structure with immigrants participating.
Yeah, I think that illegals do actually bring a lot of stimulation to the economy. That's why I believe that I don't really think we're going to get the mass deportations that we voted for. I think the ICE numbers are shockingly low. I'm trying to like not be beat by Obama in terms of deportations, which is I'm a little surprised about that. In the Trump campaign, there was a lot of rhetoric for mass deportations. You saw the signs with mass deportations now during the RNC, and I think a lot of people did support that, especially Republicans. And I think I'm a little disappointed that it's not at the level that it should be. The reason why I don't think that is because they do bring a lot to the economy, and the campaign probably didn't realize this. And they're like, wait, if we actually like remove these people from our country, we're going to have like economic downturn for a time. And I think even with the case of tariffs, I think as he said, like short-term gain for long-term, short-term like pain for long-term gain. And I think in the case of deportations, that's fine. I'm actually okay with that because I believe that in the end it will be better for us. I will say on the side of
should I reach out to this guy to talk about tariffs? Maybe do you think he would? Do you think it would talk?
Yeah, even with the case of tariffs, I think, as he said, like short-term gain for long-term, short-term like pain for long-term gain. And I think in the case of deportations, that's fine. I'm actually okay with that because I believe that in the end it will be better for us. I will say on the side of the migrants themselves, I believe that they are being exploited by employers. I mean, capitalist class types, and they really are kind of at the risk of being deported themselves or being reported or even being fired. They have to put up with like very poor working conditions, being paid pennies on the dollar for something that they should be paid more. They should be paid a living wage for that. But my solution to that is if they weren't here.
Still usually more than they could get in their home country, by the way. But I joined your Twitch. What about it? Did you see the projections pre-election that mass deportations would be more harmful than tariffs? Yeah. I never did a ton of reading on it, but yeah, I mean, yeah, like deporting millions of workers is really bad, guys. It's not a good thing. It's not a good thing. Not a good thing. Like it's very you can't really make the argument it's a good thing. There are no coherent arguments for it being actually economically beneficial, but.
In the first place, they wouldn't be exploited. And yeah, I will understand that they are probably being exploited in the countries they're coming from. That certainly can be the case. They do cross relatively safe countries compared to the ones that they were in to get to our country.
Just one really quick question for you, because you said that they bring in a lot of money, but you don't they're being paid pennies to the dollar, so we should kick them out. What would you say then instead? What then become legal immigrants?
So we observed your efforts to get authenticated, affiliated, verified, so as to earn. What the fuck? Oh, this guy's got a fucking Facebook username. Oh my god, man, this guy.
Get those benefits, they get the chance to pay more taxes into the country, to provide more of that economic growth that you were talking about, whilst not being damaged like you were just saying before, like housing.
You're saying like amnesty.
Yeah, well, not necessarily amnesty, but just like having the process of illegal to legal immigration being a more efficient, easier way to have that possibility, to provide more Americans here to the United States, so there's more taxes coming in and they have more rights than what they have currently. What would you say to that?
Well, I think that I'm very much pro-nationalist. I think that the Americans in this country right now, or at least, I don't want to say right now, I feel like there's a lot there. I mean, citizens of this country, I believe that they should be put first, and I actually believe that we should have a pause on immigration for 5 to 10 years, potentially, because we need to figure out what's going on in our own country. We need to solve a lot of the problems, because we have a lot of problems. And
if the number went above 5,000, for example, would you want to put a pause on immigration for a week?
A pause?
Yeah. Would you want to put let's say that 5,000.
God, my God, bringing up the Biden bill again. Let's go. Not the Biden bill, actually, the bipartisan fucking bill that we had, but.
Would you want to put a pause on migration coming into the country for a week to kind of assess and take care of the situation?
Yeah, sure. I think that's pretty valid.
What if I were to tell you that there was a bill that was going to be made like that? See what I'm saying? So I fully agree with you. Illegal immigrants do provide a lot of wealth into the country, but we should make it to where they become legal immigrants, where they become citizens of the United States, because that's what the founding fathers would have wanted. That's what our ancestors would have wanted, to have this place be a melting pot of ideas, of creativity, of culture, of success. We are the strongest country in the world that house the best people and the brightest people. And any one of those illegal immigrants could be that next bright person that provides the wealth that we need in this country.
But conversely, could they not also be the next mass murderer? I'm not saying they will, but I mean, conversely, if you're using that argument, it has to be said both ways. And it's like you don't wear a seatbelt for the times you're not going to need it. You wear it for the one time you will need it.
You just have to weigh the relative, the sort of expected benefit of them economically versus the risk that migrants might commit crime. And it seems like usually there's almost always like a positive trade-off there. So, or positive expected gain, I should say.
That's I
from
think
any
where
individual
That's the
immigrant.
unfortunate thing of
it's a double-edged sword in certain aspects to that.
I'm glad we agree that they bring in money.
Thank you for this. Let's bring in the disagreeers.
There's a few different things I wanted to address. So first one was something you
boy.
said. You said that illegals don't get Social Security numbers. It's true, not all of them do, but it was reported about a month ago that over 600,000 illegal immigrants had Social Security numbers. You said they don't get Social.
I don't know. I don't know exactly what he's citing there. Is he citing the Doge? The Doge thing, 600K? I almost guarantee you this is not. This is just like not really true. Or if it is, or to the extent it is true, it's probably not old illegal immigrants collecting Social Security. It's probably illegal immigrants basically committing like identity fraud so they can apply to jobs that require a Social Security number, so they end up paying into Social Security without actually getting the benefits. I don't think this is true. I think he's just lying. It's probably some bullshit number he saw on Twitter. Grok, is this true?
Services. They were put in 5-star hotels in New York City.
Like refers to the Trump administration's efforts to invalidate Social Security numbers for thousands of immigrants and potentially ready to claim about $600,000 in federal benefits being received by those. Wait, did he say?
That doesn't even include
dollars? Did I miss it?
And that's it's like you don't wear a seatbelt next to that.
That illegals don't get Social Security numbers. It's true, not all of them do, but it was reported about a month ago that over 600,000 illegal immigrants had Social Security numbers.
He said 600,000 immigrants. What is this linked to? Thousands of migrants had received. I think he's misciting this thing. I think he's saying that. I think he's meant to say $600,000 had potentially been received by illegal immigrants, or. If you have cost and logistics in mind, then just let people do what they want, where they want, instead of having millions of people deal with the legal system. Very true.
Said they don't get social services. They were put in 5-star hotels in New York City. That doesn't even include all the nonsense that's happening.
One, build more housing. But two, which you might not even disagree with the housing deregulation and things like that. But two, I mean, to the extent that happened, which I think he greatly exaggerates how much of it is happening. I think he that's basically a function of not allowing these immigrants to work for like 90 days once they enter the country or whatever. It's just like, well, if you don't let them work for 90 days while they are in the country, well, we don't want them just fucking dying, starving on the streets or whatever. So usually we'll give them like temporary cash benefits. Now they are probably still, once they do start working, I mean, they pay that back usually. But because people with work authorization, as most asylum seekers get within 90 days, obviously do pay taxes and contribute. They probably pay that back. But also just grant amnesty to these people then. Just grant them work authorization. Just let them actually pay into the system then, if that's your big issue. But
here in California, but in New York City alone, they were spending billions, upwards of $300 billion to put these illegals in 5-star hotels. There were receipts found near these hotels of EBT receipts with upwards of $13,000 on them for one family. I know people on EBT in Florida, they make no more.
That's probably another just like Twitter fucking thing that he is citing, but whatever.
Than a few $100s a month for food. Why should illegal immigrants who aren't even citizens in this country get thousands and thousands of dollars for one family?
Can I say something? There are obviously immigrants that are here that do accept social service benefits. I can't deny that fact, but it does count against them when they try to go through the process. When you are going through the process of immigration, they do take a look at how much benefit assistance that you will need. And so that can either help your case when you actually try to go through the process and you become a citizen, or it can hurt you. So a lot of the times what we're seeing is that these people want to go through the process and they need these benefits,
Doja
but they choose
libertarian
not to apply
retardation
for
make
them.
people
I'm not
think
saying-
that government workforce or cutting government workforce makes things more efficient and shrinks bureaucracy. Yep, it's the many such cases.
that they always choose not to, but they know that in the long run it could really hurt them because they're seen as a burden of the citizens that are paying for it. But also, it's so hilarious to me that you keep saying that it's a burden, but you just keep dismissing the fact that these
Immigrants are like basically any reasonable analysis suggests that most immigrants are net fiscal positive, even unskilled immigrants who sometimes will be like be projected to be like a net fiscal drain if they don't have a high school degree. If you, consider the fact that they're probably going to have children, and those children are going to grow up to be basically very similar to the average American taxpayer, typically they do end up being, their children end up paying back what their parents took, essentially. And secondly, the sort of indirect effects they have, like, for example, if they make if they increase the labor supply and that makes businesses able to expand easier, that business will end up being, paying more in taxes. And there's a lot of like indirect effects like that. And once you consider those, even immigrants without a high school degree tend to be net fiscal positive, which is why there's an estimate from the CBO, the Congressional Budget Office, that suggests that estimated that the deficit would be reduced by $900 billion because of the immigration wave from Biden. Because of the huge spike in immigration under Biden, I think over 10 years the deficit would be $900 billion less than if the immigrants hadn't come over.
Immigrants are also paying taxes.
Okay,
Now, I've never had to once worry about applying for EBT or SNAP benefits. I've never once had to even question how that might make me look I'm a burden of the system of other taxpayers. I honestly don't care because I work and I pay for taxes. So just like these immigrants out here that are working for paying for taxes, it's a shame that they also should feel stigmatized. They're a burden of the system that they pay. I think 2022 they paid $23 billion into our Social Security. Wasn't
23 billion?
Yeah.
Compared to the 300 billion that we spent on New York alone.
I mean,
you realize they're in a net.
Oh my God. Just talking about Social Security, but Jesus. New York City spent over just $5 billion on asylum seeker care between 2023 and 2024, not $300 billion. Yeah, I was right in saying that it's probably just a fucking Twitter number you cited too. Yeah, this is not, dude. He said $300 billion. Dude, hold on. What is the budget for the entire state of New York? That's probably like 10% of New York's entire fucking budget. That's more than New York State's entire budget. The New York State budget for fiscal year 2026 was passed at $254 billion. This guy really thinks they spent $300 billion on migrant care when that's more than the entire budget for New York State? Are you kidding? This guy's fucking retarded, man.
Net debt illegal immigrants in this country. When you guys say that they bring in more money and boost the economy, illegal immigrants are in a net debt. Not net positive.
That's a fact.
Net debt.
Almost any reasonable projection suggests that they are a net positive. Historical data also seems to suggest that they are a net positive. But even like refugees tend to be a net positive when accounting for their children again. But
spend more than 1.4 trillion. That's how much.
Total, yes, far more.
We're talking just off of
Well, here's something that's interesting. You're saying that we're gonna go off the EBT example that they're only getting $100 a day or a week or something of the sort.
I was just giving a vague example.
Sure. So let's say that they get a small amount of money weekly, right?
Who? Americans or illegals?
Or whoever is getting the EBT that you mentioned. You mentioned EBT. So
I was talking about how illegals have. They're not obviously not everyone, but there are illegals who have upwards of $10,000 on their EBT.
This guy's probably just is another Twitter number. New York City launched a meal voucher program for migrant families, spending $3.2 million on prepaid cards for 2,600 families. It was separate from the federal SNAP program and gave family of four $350 per week. Undocumented immigrants aren't eligible for SNAP, which uses EBT cards. Yeah, I think he's just citing Twitter numbers again. Okay, he's citing fucking cat turd. Okay, like Jesus, this guy's unbelievably retarded.
Food stamp cards.
Do you think he would come on stream?
We only have a couple minutes, and you're going to get fact check on that, and you're not going to like the results. So we should probably move on from this specific thing.
I'm trying to suggest is that what I was suggesting to you was that if that is the case, if illegal immigration is the issue that you're concerning about when it comes to money and taxes and everything else of the sort, you should find a better process to make it to where they're legal immigrants so they can start providing more. There is, but it's not good enough, and there needs to be a more efficient way of doing so, and we should be able to help mitigate that situation.
I agree, efficiency is definitely the key, but I don't think allowing a mass amount of people unvetted to import into your country is anywhere close to what you like. That's not okay, and it's. I do think that just importing millions and millions of people unvetted, that there could be a lot of consequences to that.
The Industrial Revolution. We've been doing that since its inception.
All right, we get to hit pause. You guys are doing great, but we get to move on to the next topic. It should be easier to immigrate.
They barely fucking discussed economics. Okay. Should be easier to immigrate to America. Okay.
To America. Will the agreeers please step forward?
Basically,
now this is an interesting mix.
Okay, so I do think the process needs to be changed. I think that it's been broken for a very long time. My husband, as I said, is an immigrant who came here legally. He originally came here on a work visa, but the process takes a long time, and I think that our judiciary is broken. I think that when you try to attempt to become legal, or no matter what you do, whether it's probate or whatever, there's a lot of attorneys on the take. And I think that we do need more of a streamlined process where people are vetted, but it is easier to come in if on a merit-based system.
So then we would all agree then, more border judges, more border protection, more border...
my guy. My guy.
New legislation.
New legislation too, absolutely.
Let's go.
Because the judges we see now, I'm sorry, we see now even with this Judge Cano, he was letting MS-13 members, a guy that actually had on his phone two decapitated heads, live at his house. I think there are judges at the border that are on the take from the cartels. We need correct legislation.
Let's stick to the topic at hand that we all fundamentally agree with, that the immigration issue is that it's not good enough. It's not efficient enough. It's not the best. Right?
Better.
So I know what you're saying, but what I'm saying is if we had judges and officers and members that are there to help go through this process more efficiently, that is something that will help get more legal immigrants into the country that can provide more of those taxes to help circumnavigate that and circulate the whole process. That's what I'm saying.
I'm just trying to understand. Are you suggesting, and this is a genuine question, I really don't know, are you suggesting putting more border agents there, putting up basically a wall, putting more judges there, and then basically treating the southern border like Ellis Island in a way, like making them legal immigrants as they come through? Is that what you're suggesting? I'm just unclear.
Not like Ellis Island. I do agree that, that if you're looking for the protections, absolutely. What I'm saying is that the system right now that we have when it comes to legal immigration is not efficient enough. It's not good enough. And to combat that, having more agents there, having more judges there, is going to help not only find the process or find the people that want to come in here properly come in here, but also help with the asylees that are coming in as well. We already see the statistics that there are a huge percentage of asylees applicants that are being denied. So if we get more people there, it's going to help us out. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so I just have to step in. First of all, we are finally back to the Third Safe Country Act, where if you are in danger in your country, let's say in Afghanistan, you don't go from there and up through the Darien Gap to come to America. You go to the third country over to become safe. We need to get back to that. As far as the judges, yes, I agree. At this point, with 20 million people crossing the border in the last 4 years, how many judges do you think that's going to take? I think that as far as...
How many times are we going to say the 20 million
we need people that are going to contribute to the country. If somebody's in pure danger, then yes. But we have to remember that there are NGOs out there that are taking advantage of the migrants. They are making a lot of money on this. The cartels were literally running our border before Trump came back in office. And that's a danger. I know somebody who lives south of the border in Tijuana just had a shootout around his house. People are being murdered and killed, and we need to make sure that the people that are coming here apply from their home country, unless they can prove that they're truly in danger, to come to our country. They can't just come to the border and flood the border.
So when we are telling everyone across the world to bring your tired, your sick, your poor, to find the best opportunities possible here in the greatest country in the world, you're denying that claim.
No, I'm stating that it needs to be a process, and I think that people need to be here that contribute to the country, not drain the country. If somebody is in dire need, I'm all for helping people, but we also cannot destroy our country. The reason they're fleeing, the fact that we've got 10-day Diagra in our country now, we've got MS-13 in our country now, a lot of these people fled their countries to get away from these gangs. So are we just going to bring all the gangs in too? Just whoever wants to be here, yaha,
okay,
let's
that's
go?
what the process would be there for if there were more people to help that system.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
You're saying 20 million are coming in. I'm going to go off of the number that you're giving me, right?
10.5 to 20 million is what I've heard.
Sure, we'll go off of that number. But the judges that we have now, you said that it's not enough. Do we need more judges? Absolutely. To bring that number down, you need more people there. That's just how.
Not on the border, though.
Why not?
Why not? Because that is not where you apply for citizenship. You can apply from your home country. If you want to come here and work, you can apply for a work visa, then come into the country and work, and you are vetted, and we know who you are.
You just told me that they want to put in the Third Save Act.
No, that's been law for Geneva Convention.
But you just told me that, right? Because they're trying to cheat the system by going through the Central American border.
Yeah, if I'm in Afghanistan, I take a boat over here, I go to the Darien Gap, I dump my trash, I let the coyotes, I pay them to bring it out.
Totally get it. Totally.
So how do you prevent that? You would prevent that presumably by working through the asylum backlog faster. Is what his point is. We probably need to have a system that actually prevents these people from claiming asylum. But we can't do that right now because our asylum system is so incredibly fucked up and backed up, and yeah.
Why wouldn't you want more people there on the South to stop that from happening?
We do. We want.
I just said that. You said no.
No, I'm talking about the judges. I'm talking about people applying for citizenship.
When you apply.
Would you let me finish? I was talking about people that are applying for citizenship, not to do it at the border, but to do it from their home country. That's all I'm saying.
I just think that the immigration issue, it tends to get focused on the border, and it tends to get focused
on the border.
Immigrants. Well, there's a lot of people from a lot of different countries that want to be American citizens. I think that immigration is great. I do think there's a stigmatization about our south of the border immigrants that come here. I'd just like to create a process to open up opportunities for every single immigrant who has a dream and has an ideology to come to America.
Yeah, it does sound like we're somewhere around a middle ground, but you came in a little belatedly, so I definitely want to hear from you. Go ahead and respond.
I want to talk on what you mentioned, how we focus a lot on the South American version. I think you mentioned as well, right? Okay, this goes back to, remember we were talking earlier about how America said America's not the only country that will allow immigrants in like that, right? It's just the most prominent name. I've actually said this to a lot of people, it's the easiest to blame the person that doesn't fit in. So I'm not disputing that it's not like a lot of South American people that are coming to that border, but yes, I mean, there are coming from all over the world.
I'm not saying that.
I just feel like we fixate and we focus and we stigmatize a lot more Mexican immigrants and South American immigrants. And I think that I wish that we as a society would give more graciousness like we do our European immigrants.
I love Hispanics.
Because, they can't just walk across the border. They apply and then they come here and they work and they contribute, but I don't think they get the same stigmatizations of being a burden in our system like we do.
And you're concerned about Tren de Agua. You're concerned about MS-13.
Of course, and the Chinese Communist Party who are also crossing our border.
I understand.
Oh my God, this woman.
We don't talk about the Canadian border.
Chinese Communist Party coming over our border.
Majority of the time, we're talking about our southern border. We're not talking about the northern border majority of the time. What I'm saying is, and it's not to anybody that's from Central America or South America. My mother is Argentinian specifically. So I'm saying the issue is, from what I'm hearing, is the southern border. If that is the case, having more people there to help with the process through asylum, through immigration period, that is going to help the situation. You're saying that you specifically want people to fill out the application online and send it over. Majority of the time, that's not how it's going to work.
How it worked for my husband.
That's great that it worked for your husband, but that's not majority of the time. Again, majority of the time, it is going up to the border itself and providing it there.
They can go to any U.S. Wait. Would you agree that every country has a U.S. embassy where somebody could go apply?
Not every country.
Pretty much.
Not every country.
Well, okay. This is a rabbit hole we've been going down and we really don't have the time. So is there anything that y'all share an agreement on regarding this?
That there should be better legislation. legislation.
Yes, I agree with that.
Better legislation, can we say better organization maybe? And then a safer border? I mean, however you want to interpret that, but safer for the people coming or safer for the people inside of it? Is that fair? Like safer in how they operate?
Yes, and a better path to citizenship.
And there's been bills that have been introduced where, if people have been paying their taxes, have a good record, have been here for years, they could get citizenship. And we don't have that right now.
Well, my husband got it that way, so you're wrong.
Can we, guys, pitch to the group? Can we find a middle ground statement that everyone agrees with?
Yes, I think we need new legislation to make legal immigration a little bit better for the people so children are not put in a position where they can be separated from their parents.
I think policies aside, what we can middle ground say, we would all need to come home and not have our parents be there. Is that fair to say? And we also agreed on the last one, right? Which was better legislation, better immigration, right? So those are middle ground. I think these two,
Would you agree on a pathway to citizenship for the people who are already here and have proven themselves?
I can agree on a pathway if the legislation does it the right way. I can agree on there should be a pathway maybe, but it's hard because a lot of what would go on in the personal life would be hearsay. So I think for the sake of middle ground, I would leave myself out of the agreement with that one because I think there's so much black and white in there.
So it sounds like the agreement is legislation, path to citizenship, and I'm just going to add one more thing, is that no matter who is in the administration
or why,
we always follow our laws. Always follow
as well as the judges.
Well, that is the laws. Yeah, I agree.
Everyone should. That's what our system is. So I think that we all are in agreement that there should be better legislation, a pathway to citizenship, and for every portion of our government to follow the laws properly through our deportations.
Yeah. Merit-based.
Okay, but still.
But in generalization.
Okay, all right, great. All right, well, congratulations, you found something.
Yeah.
Great job, you guys. You did. Everybody shake hands.
I like how they were like maybe. I'm trying to remember. There was almost no defense of actual mass deportations there. They've talked about a bunch of bullshit that whole time. What's up, Runt Crab? I double tapped like and now it's not like. Are you sure you didn't want triple? Are you watching on your computer or are you watching on mobile? On mobile, if you're watching it on like mobile, the YouTube Shorts mode, it is double tap to like. If you're watching on computer and like you actually physically tap the like button, then obviously that will like and unlike. PC, bro. Yeah, yeah. If you're on PC, don't double click the like button. Okay, you just have to you just have to hit it once on PC. Such is the downside of streaming vertically. Okay, but I wonder. Maybe I can get one of them on stream. I don't know who. Is there anyone? Chat, anyone from that Jubilee episode we'd really like to see on stream? Usually, a lot of times the Jubilee people are open to coming on my stream. So. And I cannot believe that the anti-mass deportation people got like roped into the most insane positions that you absolutely do not have to hold in order to be anti-mass deportations. Like, Jesus. Oops. Are you fucking kidding me? Where are you going, bro? Bro. In my boat, bro. Bro, in my boat. Get in my boat. Fuck you. In the fucking boat. Oh my god. Yes, dumbass. In the boat. In the boat. Good luck catching Melanie Cosmin Fox. Okay, he's gonna fucking drown because he's not getting in the fucking boat. No, he picked up my boat! God damn it. Okay, fuck this shit, man. Keep your stupid fucking freedom, okay? Isn't this you know what's funny? This fox is literally that guy's kid, okay? Like, bro does not want to be if it's fucking son or daughter or something. Okay, I'm probably gonna go edit some videos, and do shit. Yeah, fun stream. I'll stream again later today, okay? Because sleep schedule is fucked, okay? So, you know, a few hours from now we'll probably be back to stream it. So if you guys have not, make sure to fucking subscribe and follow, okay? Everyone should check out the YouTube channel. There's a bunch of videos on the YouTube channel, okay, about a whole bunch of things that you guys should all go watch, okay? No one is streaming on YouTube, so I guess I can't really send you anywhere, but yeah. On Twitch, you're going over to fucking Bush Camp Dad, baby. Let's go. If you're watching on YouTube, you guys should go over to Twitch so I can raid Bush Camp Dad with more than 5 viewers. But yeah, I love streaming. Love to guys to stream. Again, I'll probably be streaming later today. Oh my god, my cow farm. Oh my god. Oh. Okay, I love to Bush Camp Dad. I love streaming. Love to guys watch me stream. I'll stream again later. Please make sure to subscribe. It really, 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 really helps me out when you guys subscribe on YouTube and follow on Twitch. I care about YouTube subscriptions more. That's where most of the growth potential is. But see you guys.